come to terms with it, before you come to terms with it all.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, what gets you looking in the first place, and just, you know.
For me, it was that I couldn't figure out what was wrong. Like I knew something was wrong, and it bugged me to a point where I was just really uncomfortable with what was happening around me and what I was doing. It's like, when you start to question, it's like, is this actually right? Is what they're saying actually right? Or are they just telling me that? And then, that kicked it off.
Yeah, I could never really understand most people around me when I was younger. I just didn't understand their thought processes. Everyone seemed to just be mindless, and I couldn't interact with them. Because I couldn't get on their level. I didn't know what their level was. I didn't know what it's based on. As I said, it just seemed to be based on mindlessness, and I couldn't do that myself. And then that creates all the feelings of it's like, well, is there something wrong with me? What's going on? And you start just searching, and eventually come to things. You realize, no, wait a second, no, these people are fucking insane. You know what I mean? They have no grounding in anything they think. They are literally go with the flow type of people, and don't ever stop to, look at themselves, and ask themselves why they do the things they do, or whatever. So.
Yeah, I get that. It's funny how the majority of flat earthers here do have like a spiritual or a religious bent. I was always the weirdo in my family. The one with the unusual out there ideas. That's why when
Same here, the black sheep.
When Jim said earlier that you can't discuss this with anyone. To me, last year when I was looking into all of this, I felt like weirdly out of, like, I couldn't find sort of my equilibrium. I used to go to work and have all these weird thoughts, and I sort of looked at everything around me and thought, this is so stupid. This is unreal. There's something. It's like I woke up one morning and everything was like a bit nonsensical, a bit ironic, and strange. And I would be looking and talking with people, and I would have these ideas in the back of my head, and I would think, if only these people knew what was going on in my head. And the day I found this Discord, because I had no preconceived notion about flat earthers or anything, I was so relieved. It was like I found my tribe.
Yeah, definitely.
I thought I was the only South African that was a flat earther.
Sorry, Ariel.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
It still overwhelms me when I think about it. It was like, and then when I started having, like, hearing all the other information that I was missing, and I started talking to people that I know in real life, I couldn't have done that before, and it was such a, honestly, I was so relieved. I became extremely emotional because I hadn't actually spoken to another human being. And I didn't find Eric Dubay, and I didn't find, the real flat earthers on the internet. I just found information, bits and fragments. So to have it all confirmed was like such a relief. I don't know if I didn't find the other flat earthers, would I have just convinced myself that it's not worth pursuing, or that I was crazy after all?
Quite
I don't
possible.
know.
I started watching Bigfoot videos years ago, and that's kind of how I stumbled upon other things.
I think it was all the weird events of last year, and I do have quite an interest in mechanical things. I taught myself to build computers and whatnot, and then it was the whole Elon Musk launching his
The Tesla.
fake satellites.
Oh, Starlink.
That's what did it. And then I was just watching a guy who was talking about something completely unrelated, who said, satellites are not what we think they are they? And I was like, well, what are they then? And that was literally the thing. And to think I could have been preoccupied on that day with so many other things and just missed that completely and not thought about it again. And I think that was literally the thing that made me look. Someone on here said the other day, there are no coincidences.
I believe when it comes to human affairs, there isn't. I'm not saying there can't be. Absolutely could be, but I err on the side of there are no coincidences. I come from that position first.
Yeah, I think I've heard you say that before.
Probably have, yeah. The thing I noticed early on in my life, like a pattern I noticed with people, is that everything they discussed, all the ideas, it just seemed to loop back around to concluding with the status quo that is. Nothing ever seemed to be like a solution or the pursuit of a real solution, and that really bugged me. So. I love to speak about solutions with, that's what I'm all about.
Well, welcome to the server.
That's not shitty. If that was for me. I've been listening for a long time, but yeah, just recently joined to chat.
Cool.
Hey, how long is a long time? Like years, months, hours, days?
Light years. Same distance as the stars, apparently.
Yeah.
Well,
astronomical units.
That's an interesting question. If you're doing time, a week can feel like a day, a month can feel like a week, a year can feel like a month. But when you're not locked up and you're free running around, it seems like you got all the fucking time in the world. And you're like, shit, I forgot to do that. and you realize you don't have all the time in the world, and it's more precious than you can imagine.
Or if you're watching something awful happening with your eyes, you know how people say it seemed to them like time slowed down?
Yeah, during a car crash or something.
If it's something that you can see the outcome of, and it's terrible.
I think time is relative. Because when you punish a child, right, they've only been alive for, 3-4 years? For them, 10 minutes is going to seem a lot longer than your 10 minutes. Even though we can measure time the same.
Well, yeah, because when you were a kid, you thought 10 minutes was 1, 2, 3, 10. Okay.
Yeah.
10 minutes, 10 seconds was 10 minutes to you when you were a kid.
Yeah, you used to call them sleeps. How many more sleeps left? It's like 5 more sleeps and then it's my birthday.
And Ariel mentioned time slowing down. I found when I've dealt with multiple attackers, I don't know if time slowed down, but it's almost like I don't know, it's hard to explain. Maybe I'm different because I've done some training, and in real life it's nothing like what you train for in the classroom. You're never expecting it when you need to use it. But it seemed like in a way I could see what was coming and avoid it and react, and time definitely froze or slowed down. Something fucking happened. It's not normal when my senses are heightened, I guess. Time is definitely different for me.
Yeah, and I think we can all agree that you can measure time with like a watch, and physical time doesn't change from person to person in the way we measure it in that sense, but our perception of time definitely feels like it changes.
Yeah, this always gets me thinking about aging, and what it's really all about. Are we aging the way we age because we biologically need to or are required to, or is it the time we create for ourselves, or our interpretation of time, or what we tell ourselves and believe in, I'm not necessarily convinced that we need to age at the rate we think we need to, but hey, who knows? What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you had it's like these people, the Satanists. You look at them and you think, what could possibly motivate you to be so cruel, or to be so uncaring, or to be so, disregard the rest of humanity with all your secret plans, and only the select few are allowed in there. And I have this habit of analyzing people.
I think it's extreme pragmatism. That's all it is.
Psychopath.
Yeah, this stuff, we know this stuff. There's tons of literature about how and why they are the way they are. It's not a mystery.
But they must be convinced of something. Is it something that would be that everyone should know?
They don't care about the outcome. They don't.
They have a different reward system. Like, we are subjected to this reward system that they've set up for us, the monetary system. It's more important than any value. It's more important than any morality. It's but on their side of the table, their reward system's different. It's like they're not even human, to be honest.
Yeah, I always think about it from the perspective of they chemtrail their children, basically. Like, they willingly know what they're doing, and to them, whatever the child's outcome is that they have, doesn't matter.
Well, what level are we speaking about here? Like political level or their? The
I'm
puppet
just saying,
master?
like, somebody knows that, hey, I'm spraying this stuff and I have a child. They know that their child's going to be breathing in the stuff that they're doing. So it's I don't know. Like you said, they get a different kind of reward system. They don't care about
There's like a
child.
lack of shame in a psychopath. They're not going to care about sparing their child. That just doesn't matter.
Well, for an example, like they have these sex rituals that they don't always really know who the father is, right? Like it's just a hodgepodge. So they have these rituals that help maintain their society, but don't necessarily have the same like ideals that maybe you and I would have. Like we want to have a house and a picket fence and like 2.5 children and whatever. Like there's this total there's whole system of living is entirely different. It's nothing like that at all. They don't worry about money. They don't worry about like if they're going to be healthy or not. They don't worry about that. They have all the access to being alive and thriving and laughing at people that are lesser than them. All they have to do is put on a little bit of a face, and the people that control them will make sure that everything is fine.
And
It's
It's
you
the
got
really hard to
inevitable.
put yourself in their shoes, being in a place where you literally rule the entire world.
Yeah, like these guys don't have a care.
Yeah.
There are a couple masterminds, and those people are very sadistic, but most of this programming, and I've okay, this is just like one example, right? Like if you're a child and you are raised in a cage, like a dog cage, okay? And you were conditioned to not be given water for a week at a time, and then told that, hey, if God is real, he'll come save you. And they're programmed so that they're what's it called? The handler, like whether it doesn't matter who the handler is, it could be like a midwife, it could be usually it's a female, but their handler will basically program into their brain that God isn't real, that either Satan is real or they're real because they're the only thing that saves them. Gives them water after a week, or they don't have food for so X amount of time. And then there's brutal sexual stuff that happens, and there's total domination of that person's mind. It's fragmented. They inject personalities. Like these are very, very broken people who follow a very small script. Okay, like they're not as devious as you think. They just don't know anything else.
Satanic ritual abuse.
Oh, yeah.
Have any of you seen? There's a clip on YouTube. I've watched it at least twice. It's a banker, and he's in an interview with a lady, and he's telling her about his experience being a banker and what went on, and how he got interested in Satanism and wanted to find out about it. So started asking questions and hanging out with quote unquote Satanists, and he said at first it didn't seem like much, they seem to be more talkers than anything else, and then after a certain point they asked them to harm a child, and that's where he realized things were serious. And
I don't think it was Satanists. I think it was bankers.
He was a banker, and he was hanging out. He was trying to find out about Satanism and Satanists. And at first, he didn't think there was a lot to it. And then when they told him, would you like to come overseas and do a ritual and harm a child, he basically quit banking and everything. When he gets to that part of the story, he's very emotional. Like he starts getting in, like becoming teary-eyed and realizing like how much of a mess he was in at the time, So I don't know if there's any real levels. They're just sick, twisted people, man.
Oh, there's levels. Absolutely. I think at the very top, they probably don't. They're probably not even, ascribing to this religion that all the Satanists believe in.
I've heard there's levels, and I suppose I understand there probably are levels, but a lot of people, when it comes to the Freemasons, I don't know if they studied the same things I did, but from what I understood is at a certain level, if you don't spit on the Bible, you go to one lodge instead of the other lodge. And if you do spit on the Bible, you're basically theirs. If it comes to a point where you say, no, I don't want to do that, they're just going to take you out anyways because you're too far in now. You know their secrets.
Yeah. Well, I know for a fact when you if you think there's like trouble in your local government, if you just kind of casually go up that chain of command, you'll find a Freemason at the top of every part of like an organized problem.
I wouldn't.
And these are compromised people that have been rewarded and put in place by the Brotherhood, and they're so deep at that point that there's really no incentive for them to go against it because they're rewarded so finely.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't even know where to go when it comes to politics. That's just so messed up, the whole topic itself.
Well, calling it government is just kind of a
oxymoron.
I mean, the difference between government and like corporate society, it's pretty much synonymous at this point because it's the same kind of stooges that are controlled the same way on both sides. Like the same method that I just told you about is the same method that the government will use, your local government or your higher government, and then an upper society of corporations. And the corporations, they end up not necessarily controlling their government, but they work together because their goal, they have the same goal. Like their goal is to manage the populace.
Yeah.
And get more money for themselves. And so then when people say, well, why would the governments lie? I'm like, well, the governments, their modus operandi is to work together to maintain their citizenry. The best way to do that is to dumb them down, to make them malleable. And that way, every government wins individually. And the more segregated governments there are, the better, because then you have more, pieces on the table to create war with. Like if you're playing chess, if you've got more pieces, you're more likely to win. And it's just, that's the process of division, is you've got more opportunities for submission.
Before I came into sorry, go ahead.
No, it's all right. You go.
I was just going to say or ask, before I came into the live stream this morning, for a couple quick minutes, I was watching Ruptilli on YouTube. It's like I don't know if they're independent news or whatnot. It seems they're always live. They were at the Afghan-Pakistan border, and something about tensions. And I was watching it for a few minutes, and I was just thinking to myself, I don't know. I couldn't picture why in a few days or hours or whatever, the whole place is just going to be turmoil and chaos. Like I'm trying to compute why another intermediary there makes things somewhat civil, and it's, I guess, because the U.S. troops are pulling out, apparently or supposedly, or Canadian troops. Now, when that intermediary leaves, everybody's got to go at each other's throat. I just don't understand this stuff.
Always keep your slaves down.
Is Ruptilli, does anybody here have an opinion on Ruptilli as a source? I heard they were Russian, or is that RT News as a Russian source?
You're talking about Ruptly.
Yeah, Ruptly, Ruptly, Ruptly or whatever. Are they a good source?
Well, they are part of the Russian Times news network.
Okay. Ruptly is the Russian one. RT's not. Okay.
So what Ruptly does is they don't provide commentary. It's a way of eluding the censorship.
Okay.
They will go into high conflict areas and stuff, and they just show you what the camera is seeing.
Okay.
They don't put any commentary on it whatsoever.
Cool. And do you think that's
They used
better?
to comment, but they don't do it anymore.
Do you think it's better no commentary?
In some cases, it's. I mean, I think it's a valuable source because they're not providing they're not putting their view on it.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
It's just raw
they
footage.
are allowed to go in and film stuff that, you know, other news crews. Then you're stuck with having to like sift through whatever the narrative is that they are putting in front of you.
Yeah.
I watch them. I mean, they are one of the only news networks that covered the yellow vests for the entire year in France when it was going
I
on.
remember that, yeah.
They were there constantly.
It was during that I did my Stay Awake little clip on my YouTube channel, and then I don't know how many months after or whatever, the beer bug showed up. Everybody had to sit in their home with their thumb in their butt. No voicing your opinion anymore.
Mm.
Yeah, I did a little couple-minute clip, and I just said, something's coming up. Something's about to happen. Watch. Because Hong Kong was fighting or screaming for help.
Yep.
Paris was saying cops are fucking dicks. Yeah. England was trying to get the people who are exposing people to be free because they're only telling the truth. Wow, crazy, man.
Yeah, I've heard people say that that their hand was forced. That this whole Build Back Better and the New World Order. I think the first person I heard utter the words "the New World Order" on a mainstream broadcast was our failed or ex Prime Minister after Tony Blair, Gordon Brown. And he's a funny character. He was always regarded as an incredible statesman with a lot of gravitas. And then when Tony Blair had to go, Gordon Brown took over from him. So he wasn't elected, let's say. And
he is
so
the successor next in line, like.
Yeah. So Theresa May took over from him. But in that short space of time, and he did some awful things. He was the Chancellor of the Exchequer for a very long time, and he screwed the British public over as well. You know, and when it comes to financial fraud and usury and, you know, things of that nature, people have such short memories of who these people actually are. And Gordon Brown did he did away with the minimum tax rate, I think, you know, because there's a X amount of money that you can earn which is not taxed.
Okay, like 50,000 a year, you're good to keep. The rest we want to know about. Okay.
So he screwed the peasants out of like what little luxury they had.
Oh.
And he uttered the words. He actually said in an interview that what the world needs is a one world government. And coming from him at the time when he said it last year, at the beginning, sort of first quarter of last year, it was so astounding. And I was thinking, oh my God, you know, people are going to tell you to shut the fuck up because this is like far too premature, you know, in the state of play if you looked at everything. And he actually did. He said those words. He must have been a bit enthusiastic that day. Because last year when all this started filtering through, if you were if you were not sleeping at your post, and you started seeing all the weird shit going on, you soon started putting two and two together. And then the Build Back Better, everyone was saying that. Even Trump said it. It was. I was just sitting here thinking earlier, how would it feel to be totally on the opposite side of where I am now? If I had totally bought into all of this, totally on board with the narrative that the government's pushing,
You'd be terrified.
You'd have
You'd
a
feel
couple of
lonely.
would
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
be
You might even feel
psychotic,
sick.
walking around in a mask the whole day?
Yeah, and you'd have a couple jobs in you. Who knows what would be happening internally?
I mean, at that point, you have to know that you've got a leash on your neck.
Because
You'd be thinking, you'd start thinking about, oh, I need my booster soon.
Because I'm in close contact at work with people who are in the medical field, people that I consider to be quite bright, and now when I look at them, my perception of them as people has definitely changed. It's like not like that I'm suspicious of them. I just look at them and I can't fathom them. I can't understand. It's like they've put up, there's a barrier between me and those people. Because I can't even enter into a conversation about everything, with these people. I can't. I don't dare. They will report me. Or they'll get highly upset, or they'll throw a book at me or something.
You'd knock them off your feet, and you'd be signed up for a psych eval or something. They'd be like, "What? You think what about the Earth? What about 9/11? Okay, Linda, you wait here."
Yeah, you're probably right. But and also I can't imagine being one of those people and buying the whole malarkey, and like at this point in time now, it's so weird. I don't have a word for it. The cog this, the
GMO.
I don't know.
Like, they're not organic humans. They're manipulated.
Mm-hmm. In so many different ways.
Yeah, in every way. In what they know and what they think and what they eat and what they feel, in their lifestyles and their value system. Like, every part of their life has been, adjusted in a very particular way that suits someone else.
But they've given away and they've abdicated responsibility. What is the idea of a higher, of a deity, a creator, it bothers the shit out of me because some of these people are in my family, and I just look at them and I think I can't even begin to have this conversation with you. So then I sort of disconnect myself. I think that's what I'm doing.
What was that question you asked? Like, what is their idea of a higher deity or something? Like, what were you? Could you try that again?
So if they're also comfortable with, giving away all this, so their sole point of reference really is authority figures, and ultimately the government.
And that's their parents' fault. I mean, when they were growing up, they went to school And the parents said, trust these guys, believe these authorities, and that programmed them to operate in that way. So when they leave school, they seek the same authority figures, like in news media or in government. It's just all they knew. They never looked to themselves to find that authority within themselves. They followed a program. And
Yeah,
usually in the school, there's like many different programs that they follow of education and indoctrination. Like the system is set up to suit itself. And the most rewarded people are the most indoctrinated people. They're the ones who make the most money, who have the most influence, the ones that feed the programming even further. Like look at, like in school, look at people who have tenure. Okay. Now, why should anybody ever be in a position that cannot be denounced? Like that's not what happens in real life. If you're wrong in real life, it costs your life, or people die and you're denounced and people move on and they learn. But that's an institution that only seeks to serve itself. That person can be wrong his whole life and get paid for it, and then go on vacation for a year and say he's doing science. It's not reality. Like these are all institutions of government which suit itself.
So,
That's crazy. Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead. You're coming in a little low, but go ahead.
Oh, you mean now?
Well, I didn't even know he was talking.
Sorry. Am I coming in okay? Testing 1, 2.
Let me turn you up.
I guess just want to say, yeah, it's crazy. Like you just made me think of the schools and stuff, and how, you know, we listen to our mum and dad kind of thing. You know, mum and dad should be the authoritative, but then we grow up with like teachers and all the rest to be like who we listen to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, think about it. Like more and more and more people don't have time to raise their own children, and then they're given up to these authority figures. And so then you're never taught to look inside yourself and challenge yourself and look for your own answers. I mean, you're always to look outward instead of inward. And so then they've never really flexed that muscle. It's attainable, but most people who fall into that trap, like they think that basically like reading all the books or becoming the most indoctrinated, you know, these people who are statutory school people who become academics, who, you know, they've been in college and they're like 30. They've been in college their whole life. They've have 2 or 3 degrees and $200,000 in debt because of their school loans, because they're academics. But they can't function in society. These people can hardly make ramen noodle. You know?
Well, yeah, but that's because they were always looking at the back of the textbooks for the answers and then filling them in. Where I was the kind of person figuring out the question and then wanting to know, like, did I get it right? And then looking, you know, rather than
they think that I mean, whether or not they're doing that, like they think that the more effort they put into that system, the more individual they become.
Yeah.
What they're not doing is questioning the system itself, because it has so much peer review. And peer review has to be correct. They can't all be wrong.
Yeah.
And so then who are they to question, at 20 years old, that everybody can be wrong and that maybe they should come to their own conclusions and find their own way in life. And the only people who do that are the people who skip school. The people who, they're like getting high at lunch because they're like, fuck this, I hate my teacher. And they don't really care too much. And those are the people who have the most open minds. It was because of how their parents like raised them to look at those figures. And so then their reward system is based on that framework.
Like you're right on the head of the nail. It's so wild. And I did notice that, like kids that were looking for the answers doing the tests in the back of the book, and I'm just thinking, what the fuck? What are you ever going to learn?
Well, some people get it all right. There's geniuses out there, lots of them actually. But
No,
they're
but by
only as
looking-
smart as the stupidest theory that was never premised in the first place. You know, like they think becoming more involved with gravity is going to make it more real, and so then they get involved in this $2.5 trillion contract or $40 trillion contract to make this big 3-mile ring out in the middle of the desert that has a vacuum in it that can shoot photons, and they blast them into each other, and they're going to figure out what these quarks are. And it's like, no, man, like you're just further down the indoctrination hole, and you're feeding into the system. And that's exactly what they want. They want people to become immensely indoctrinated and so deluded. And that's why the system itself feeds those cultures, so that people are gravitated towards like the most useless, the most
Entertaining.
uninforming, the most time-consuming nonsense.
And I was going to bring this up.
And they get paid the most.
Yeah, you guys let me know if you noticed this, or let me know if you already have noticed this. Titles that make no fucking sense, and they're really well off. Like, I'll give you an example. There's this one, entertainment influencer. What the hell even is that?
You have a TikTok following.
Yeah.
Oh. Jesus. No, this guy's on television and he talks and he's on the news. He gets on the news with 3 other like news anchors or other personalities and does these like 10-minute things on one of the 24/7 news streams. I saw him the other day. I'm like, who the hell is this person? And he looks like he might be 23. I don't know.
After Rick said they don't even know
there
how to make ramen noodles, I was just thinking about ramen noodles.
They're good.
But I bet you could make some.
I
good ramen
can, but I
noodles.
don't have like belly pork or anything at the moment.
Elijah, you're
Coming
coming
in
in
low.
low.
Hey, good morning, Elijah.
Morning, Elijah.
I don't. I have no idea how I have no idea. Doesn't matter what headphones I buy. I have a new phone. I just don't know.
No, you're just so chill. It just doesn't come through.
You're very
'Cause
mellow. fellow.
everyone's used to me being like, "What are you talking about?" Like, like. But I just wanted to ask if anyone had the DJ role.
Yeah.
'Cause I just wanted to play this quick clip from Dirth or DITRH. But I also want to mute the bot because I don't know if this Who Wants to Be a Millionaire people. I don't know if they have like copyright claims to that clip or whatever. I don't want to, but I do want everyone to hear it. I didn't
Just
even
post
see
it.
this before.
Just post it, and I will play it in the with the Groovy bot and mute both the streams
Okay, I posted again. Let me see.
in the
here.
live stream. Yeah.
Like this girl is smart as a whip. Like she's so sharp and quick with like the exact way she answered is the exact way I would have answered. And I was like, I'm so glad that it wasn't someone who it wasn't Mark Sargent. You know what I mean? It was like
thank God.
one of us. It was like Kai. It was like watching Kai or somebody up there. And I was like, oh shit. You know?
Okay, let's go. 1 second.
All right.
Let me mute the bots.
windows are shaped actually. And not only that, the Concorde, it's got the fuselage, the nose actually dips down in the front because the air is so thin at the higher altitude that it actually can't maintain lift. So they have to change they do 3 degrees for plane wings. They have to change the degree angle of the fuselage and the wings in order to maintain flight. So there's a lot of little tricks that they do.
Yeah, that was a cute little clip. And I also thought it was interesting. 'Cause I don't know if it was a commenter or in the description, but the person says, "Notice how no one in the audience is laughing." Like, so it's like the awareness for this is insane. And when you hear the guy, the host, he's like, "I don't know what's going on."
He doesn't know how to continue. He just goes on to the next question.
Yeah.
He's just like, oh, okay. And you know what? Like, I mean, not to throw shade or anything, but like women by default get kind of a lot of clout with attention. So like when someone attractive woman like that speaks, like everyone has their attention focused on her and she's like spitting straight facts. And it's like, they have to ingest it because they're already dialed in. It's like, oh, fuck. What do I think about this? You know?
Yeah, that's a Aussie show over here called Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It's yeah, that's what she was on. But yeah, I guess the truth is coming out.
I can't believe it almost. Like
it made it through the algorithm.
Mainstream media, exactly. When I see it on mainstream media, and I mean, I don't know if it's because she was sharp. Like, I'm not. All I know is she got on TV. Yeah. She got them to allow her to wear the shirt, and perhaps they were like, "Oh, this is a good opportunity to out it and make it look stupid." But the way she answered, like, I wouldn't dignify them with responses other than the way she responded. Right. Like, I wouldn't be trying to say, well, this is the model, and this is how this works, or this is that. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? Yeah, space is goofy. Yeah. There's no curvature. Okay, before I tell you about flat Earth, you need to know about your ball.
Where's the end of space? Yep. Exactly. But see, like, they have to have at least a couple of those go through to give it more of a real feel, because they know that anybody who actually does flat Earth research, she's not going to have enough time to give them the proper framework, so that somebody's going to go on Google and type in flat Earth, they're going to get Flat Earth Society. So it's a big feedback loop. She'll never get enough platform to make a dent, only to reaffirm the straw man that was placed before him.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I never thought of that.
Yeah, I think about that all the time. It's like, that's why I'm always saying, like, we have to get out there. We have to be in front of the places that.
Well, there's not enough airtime. That's why they do like little, like, 15-second clips and then a commercial.
Well, the airtime is theirs. Like, whatever time they would give us, like, all of that is CIA time.
Yeah.
Like, that's the scariest part of all of this. All of the information going to and from goes through them first, and we have accepted it conditionally. Even though we know that it's very bad. Like, we're on Discord right now. It's like, and we're not talking about how to communicate outside of this source that we think exists, called the government.
The truth that we know is so pertinent. We should literally be dropping what we're doing right now and knocking on our neighbors' doors, like right now. Like 3 a.m, doesn't matter. That's how pertinent and important the information that we have is. But people are in such a slumber; they're so hypnotized that it's rendered ineffective. Like, these people are numb to anything that goes outside of just normal programming. And they have a schedule. Like, everyone's time is managed. And then they manage it themselves.
I was at a party. I was at a party Saturday evening, and I talked to a few people, and one of them was a history teacher, and she was, so you think that the Earth is flat? I'm like, so yeah. So if the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further. Yeah, no, I'm gonna stop talking now because I'm going to get mad, and you are going to get. I'm not mad. No, I'm going to get mad. So they really push it away, right?
Yeah.
They don't want to be confronted with the reality of that Earth presents
Too
itself
difficult.
as a flat level plane. Because I told her, you will never experience this world as a ball, right? Yeah, no, I'm gonna stop talking now because I'm gonna get mad. So even if you go door to door, people will just reject you. They don't want it. So it's on you to convert people? No, right? It's on them. It's their journey.
It's like trying to convince someone to take your monopoly money when they have real money, except they're holding the monopoly money and you're trying to give them real money. But the system operates on monopoly money, so there's no incentive.
Yeah, I wonder, like, back in the day when you could take your money into the bank and actually get gold. Like, that'd be pretty cool.
Well, if nobody takes gold, you couldn't give somebody gold. Like, they're going to want their dollar. They would rather have a payout in dollars than in gold, right? Because they can actually use dollars. The system rewards you for using dollars. It's just an analogy.
Yeah.
Like the value system has been inverted.
230 Park.
Yeah, what? South of Oregon Park.
I was just going to say, oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to quickly add, when I use that example of fake labels, the entertainment influencer, that was just an example. There's financial analysts, tech analysts, all types of weird titles. They just don't make no sense, man. And it's almost like they give them to themselves. I'm an expert in toilets.
Right. Well, that's part of this started when, okay, and I'm going to be, so like the gig economy, so like this Uber and food delivery and all that stuff started with the cell phone technology. That's around the time when Tesla, like Elon Musk, was telling the news that you don't need to go to school anymore because, education is useless. If you want to do something, you can just learn that and do it yourself. That was around the time. Now, that's like a little bit of a counterculture take on it. But ever since then, now people are going on Twitter and they're saying they're like community influencer or they're a life coach. They literally just give themselves these titles, and setting their own value. But it's all under the globe premise. So then the value system is broken from the get-go. And then if they're on their own like that, they're way too scared. Like they have to build a community. They're not going to turn on their community.
Are you saying it's the right idea, but the wrong foundation?
Yeah, the foundation was compromised. And once they knew that they had the foundation compromised, they let everyone free range. Run free in this compromised system. They said, okay, we set the groundwork for your playpen, and then now you're all free range chickens, except it's in the fence. So everyone has the entitlement of, I did it myself in their system. So when you try to tell someone like that their system is broken, they can't even imagine turning on it because they've built a whole they've built everything up on that foundation. That's way too much work. They can't just, like, if you have 5.2 million followers on YouTube and you spent all this time building this community and this followership, I mean, these people are indebted to the foundation. Like their value system, reward system, it is the fiat currency. It is the clout. It is the idea and ego that they're self-made. And it feeds like these
Identity.
alternative sexual cultures that have been starting too, where like women want theirs. You know, there's no such thing as a sanctity and like waiting for marriage and stuff like that anymore. Like everything is the value system of the dollar now, where it's has nothing to do with your moral value. Like there's no moral value in dollars. Just doesn't exist.
Well, then I don't know. Is Bitcoin a good thing? Is that because we can create new systems and
Just more division.
slowly transition to that new system?
It's just more division. They'll demonize it in one way or another. Like there's always going to be 10% of the herd that seek to escape and like leave the farm. And so then what they do is they create other escape attractive farms, like in Alex Jones, which will try to represent all that 10% so that in the news media, they can demonize that 10% as if they have one label. Like a Trump supporter is also a flat earther, is also a conspiracy theorist, is also a science denier. Like they bundle all these things together to demonize the one group, even if they're all separate.
I love the science denier. Just you got nothing to say. Just you deny science.
Yeah. I mean, they're clearly right. They're in the 90%.
Yeah, that's McToon.
That is so true. I was called. Yes, I was told when I was arguing with people about the Spanish beer narrative that I was. Yes, I should provide peer-reviewed studies. That I should. Am I wearing my tinfoil hat? And lastly, am I a flat earther?
You know what actually destroys this whole narrative, though, is meals
Remembering what they said
and
last
campfires.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's what they said to me last year. Before I even thought about flat Earth. A guy said those three things to me in one sentence.
Yeah, they're conditioned to respond that way because they still watch. I can't even call it mainstream because it's trickled into social media, and so now I don't know the difference between mainstream and just information, like regular people just shooting the shit. I can't tell the difference. Well, I can tell the difference when I'm speaking to somebody, but it's crazy that someone would say, "Oh, well, you're a science denier," but no. You're a science denier. As a matter of fact, you're science illiterate. Like instead of trying to explain my position, like the moment someone says that, no, I challenge you on that front. You're science illiterate, not me.
Yeah, but they're using it as a way to get out of the conversation. You're using it as a way to get in. It's not going to work.
Yeah. That's true. They're trying to get out. I'm like,
like they see you as a threat.
oh, this
So, like,
motherfucker
in the
wants to talk
words
about
of
science, I'm all the way out of here.
well, they're not even like taking it serious themselves. They just are following this, the smoke signals. They're interpreting the programming.
That's why I find YouTube to be so resourceful, like so much knowledge and information on that. Like,
Shit, not anymore, but yeah.
Yeah, you still know how to find your way around. It's good, but just learning stuff like I've learned how to build a shed from it and stuff. Just like I don't know, it's amazing.
Oh yeah, Okay, you mean more practical things? Yeah, of course.
Well, just like on every topic, you can always find different points of view on a different topic. So it's because I didn't even know like heliocentric and geocentric. I didn't even know those words existed until a few years ago. So and always heard the heliocentric, and then it's just like, wait a minute, there's a geocentric explanation too, and the sun can be going around, or the stars can be going around, or it both fits the maths. And
Yeah, I didn't even know that was an idea.
Right.
yeah, it's like,
Exactly.
and then I was like, oh, well, that must mean there's a creator on the. So then into all that, and it was weird because I remember going outside and looking up at the stars when people were zooming in on the stars, and I was just like, what the hell? Like, it's not planets, like it's different things. Oh my god.
This is so funny. I'm playing a game called the Talos Principle. It's just problem solving in an environment. It's just like a first person view, and then you have an objective that you have to reach, and you've got all these obstacles. And to get admin privileges into the system, you have to prove that you're a sentient being or a person. And the question that has just come up in this game is that I have to define what is consciousness. It's very interesting. The game is building like a psychometric profile or something of me in the answers that I choose.
System wants you to put more information in it so it can learn to trick you even better and suck all your time away.
But
I
sorry.
usually, if I'm not on here, then I'm listening to something on the internet that interests me, and I keep myself busy with this problem-solving thing.
But that's it. Like we understand the system and how all its flaws and why it's wrong. So surely we can create a system that we know it's right. It's like building a car the first time, and it's like it doesn't work out, and then next time you do it, it's going to be better because you know what to do. So I only see that way moving forward is we've got to create a new system. Like learn from that crappy system and build a better one.
Yeah, but isn't it so ironic that the people who are in control of the shit system that we are in are now saying to us that it's okay, it's going to be all right because they've got all the best ideas and they are going to build back better.
Well, we have the same capability as everyone else. Like that's the interesting thing. They have these other sayings like there's nothing new under the sun. So I can't help but think of it in the way that we are all in this system, and we're all fallen because simply they've and people ask why would they lie? Well, I mean, it's because it takes away your ability to think for yourself. Like that's specifically what it is, because when Riggs talks about the gig economy, I can't help but think, well, there's nothing wrong with it. It's like they put people into a Ferrari. So instead of like this wage where given how much discipline you had a set time to make it if you let the numbers and the law of averages work for you. Now with the gig economy, you can make $200-300 if you wanted, depending on where you live. You could also move if you chose.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with the gig economy. It just
I'm not saying that you were saying. I'm not saying that you were saying there was something wrong. But to your point, is like even though people are in a Ferrari, they don't know how to use it, so they just drive. They do donuts in the parking lot. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying.
Well,
Well,
all it does is it increases their incentive for Stockholm syndrome, because the value system is based on a fiat currency and crony capitalism. So, like, if it was you at home making burritos and selling burritos, there is a 1-for-1 ratio on your skill and the payout. So that's real value. But instead, you're driving for Uber and you have to pay taxes, and let's say they're taking 60 to 70% of the fare. And
that's true. That's all.
You know, so what they've done is they've injected this tax and fiat value system into your personal work value. Like your blood and sweat is now like totally compromised.
That's true, but like when I say there's nothing new under the system that we're working under, we can gain from like it because they can't escape. Like there are natural rules to this place that we live. Like so, yes, everything that you said is true, but at the same time, no one anywhere should be working for a wage longer than, I would say, 2 years. So if you were working in the gig economy, well, what would happen if everyone realized they could take the amount of money that they made and change their lives and run a business for themselves in 6 months?
Yeah.
Like, what if they knew that? And
They'd still be in the fiat system, probably. Like if I turned my lifestyle into every morning I get up at 4:30 and I go fishing, this is God's reward system and value system. I get my fish, I can feed my family, and then the fish that I don't need from fishing that morning, I can make food and sell that food or trade it for all my other needs. And that's the system that God put in place, right? Every time we try to skew that system, that's when it becomes an unfair value system, and that everything's compromised from the ground up. Like when they created like coins and systems of trade and stuff like that, and people were suddenly able to not just own their own farm, but purchase other people's farms, and then you suddenly have people who could own more than they could handle themselves. That's when everything goes against God's will.
Yeah, because that's exactly at the end of the day, like what I'm talking about, leverage. And another
leverage.
way to say that is exactly what you said. So I guess you're right.
And if you listen to Trump, like he'll even tell you, like the most important thing when it comes to negotiation is leverage. So he doesn't even really care about paying his bills. I bet he cares more about gaining leverage and putting cameras in all of his international hotels so that he's got dirt on everybody and can get what he wants. So it doesn't matter if he's got a bill to pay. He's got dirt.
This is how they get these top guys, right?
Yep.
They lure them in.
And he's been working with the Jesuits and Israel from the beginning of his life. So the idea that he has these international hotels, he's probably had dirt on people for the last 4 decades. And you know that everybody hates him, but he gets what he wants. And he's been broke how many times?
That's a dirty business, come to think of it. Like, why? Like, damn, man, the dirty con men always think of the best ideas. Like, where's the place that I can get the most dirt on all these motherfuckers? I'm going to invest in hotels.
That's what Snowden said. Every hotel is bugged.
Yeah. Well, they've had, so like the phone system was built in such a way that everybody could be tapped from the day that it was created. So like this idea of snooping on people this whole Snowden release thing, it's not new. It's just more of like a normalization, so that you're not surprised that when you sign your EULA, that, or you're signing, you scroll down 10 pages on your iPhone and click accept, that you're being watched and all of your data is being captured and marketed towards you. And then your metadata is captured. And then even if you don't make a Facebook, they've got a profile that they've created through advertising already basically tied to your name, and they're just waiting for you to activate it. Like
for manipulation purposes, or to pretend that there is a terrorist threat.
Yeah, well, they need to be able to categorize people, and they need to be able to just see what the trends are. So it's all like sleight of hand. They just do stuff in the background so that people think that they are that their decisions are organic. So like when you go to I've used this a lot before, but let's say you go to the store and there's like, if you've ever been down the cereal aisle, this is a perfect example. Like there's maybe 3 or 4 different companies, and you think that you're choosing between 100 different options. Really, it's just fish in a barrel. Like half of those products are using the same grains. All they're doing is just changing the marketing.
You know what? See, even a child can understand this, and but see, the system exposes itself to us, and we choose not to be aware of it. Because even as a child, I realized, okay, I like Fruit Loops, I like Lucky Charms, I like
Cocoa Puffs,
in the game
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
We would call that like a meta. Like these cereals that we're talking about, like they're the metas of the cereal game, right? And then by meta I mean like this is the blueprint, this is the main, this is the original, this is what works. But then you have all of these other brands, and all of these different like Hershey's Kisses and Snickers flavor, and then you eat it and you're like, nigga, this is Lucky Charms.
Right.
Like this is the same thing as the other cereal, except it tastes worse. But it's the exact same thing.
It's
And
not the
it's
exact
the
same
weirdest thing to-
Elijah. If you're a prepper, you will know. A bag of rolled oats will last for 25 years. Cocoa Pops, not so much.
Hey, don't mess with my Cinnamon Toast Crunch, okay? CTC crew.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch is very good.
Yeah, well, yesterday I was reading about the white Pope, the black Pope, and the grey Pope.
Ooh, the Grey Pope. What'd you read about the Grey Pope?
Mega rich Italian family. And I saw a very interesting article about how they keep it in the bloodline, and how everybody is assigned a certain sector of human activity to oversee and manipulate and profit from. Yeah. I mean, Flat Earth has been such a huge awakening for me. I thought I knew things before, but now I honestly feel like I've been cheated. A lot of my time has been wasted because I thought I knew what reality looked like, and now it's just stuck. I'm like a bit spiraling. I'm looking in so many directions all at once. Yeah, have a look at that. The white Pope, the black Pope, and the grey Pope.
Wait, you said you're spiraling, or that you were spiraling?
Now I feel sometimes as if I'm like falling around, and I use the word spiraling. That I'm trying to regain my confidence in myself and what I know and what I should hold on to and what I should discard.
Well, it's like the stories that they tell us about slaves. They don't know what the fuck to do when they're
If they
free to
left.
do whatever
Yeah.
they want. It's like, what do I do now? I guess I'll go work for the master for some cents or something. I don't know.
Like if you lived in a state that had normalized slavery, right, and all of your needs were taken care of, you were given a little hut on the property. They would feed you, and all you had to do was just do work like 10 hours a day, right? If you tried to escape that, you'd have no clothes on your back. You'd have nothing to. You'd maybe get somebody to come with you, maybe not, most likely not. And then where would you go? To the next house that normalized slavery? Even the slaves would tell you to get the fuck out of there because they have it good. They don't want to cause any trouble. Like, where the fuck would you go? If society's normalized the slavery system, like, you're not going to get anywhere trying to, like, I mean, clearly, if you want things to change, you have to, somebody's got to be the first domino, right? But
Well,
it's not very rewarding, like, for you. You know, you have to be thinking for the next person and like figure out what your value system is.
Well, it's like you get to a point where you think, right, the system it's cheated me, it's lied to me, it exploits me. I have to get out of Babylon. And then you get out of Babylon and straight away you start building a new Babylon. Because you look around yourself and you go, okay, well, we need roads. We need a currency.
Do we, though?
We need banks. You know,
Do we need banks?
we need to get organized. We need a leader. So I think the solution is to work within the system.
We have like a mafia right now, don't we?
I've been thinking it's for me to work from outside of the system inward and try to affect the change, because I'm of the opinion if I was to be, say, quote unquote, elected to some sort of position, whatever good I'm trying to affect, I'd get sandbagged and stonewalled and, oh, it's not in the budget. Sorry, we can't do that, So I'm thinking, be like that small flea. If I could get enough people calling in and saying, hey, the homeless deserve more, blah, 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 then enough people annoy them enough, they start listening and doing what we want them to. I don't know. I'm a dreamer.
Yeah, back
the
in
system just copies the
2000 and back in 2000 and shit, what was it? 2020, 2016, 2012, right? That was when Hillary went up against Trump, was it? Or am I tripping? No, that's too far
16.
back. 2016.
16, yeah.
16, right. So 2015, you had some of the largest numbers outside of CNN headquarters somewhere in California, and it wasn't televised. like as far as politics goes, like when you get into it, well, when I got into it, it just made me feel like, well, it's just like every superhero show. Like everyone gets the spoils except for the superhero, but because the superhero from his perspective is the evil never stops. Like it's always reborn and they have to keep on. So when it comes to this system, it's like you have a few people who are aware, who become superheroes. They want to change things and they galvanize people. And then what happens is all of that falls on deaf ears because the people that control the flow of information, well, they're not going to give you airtime And then not only that, but they're gonna bash you. They're gonna manipulate
It's
the
suicide.
perception of you. So they're gonna take you like just what they did with Flat Earth. They perverted everything that we take as an experience, and then whenever we would question it, they simply placed Flat Earth Society there to tear down as their straw man.
Once they manipulate and basically take away what we're trying to put out there, they turn around and also try to come at us and attack us and make us want to commit suicide.
I think the whole system's a total write-off, and I think we're all a bit misguided because I think we still all hold a bit of that notion like a messiah's coming to save us, when we know absolutely, realistically, this entire system is totally fucked from the ground up. But I think, if we were to truly give up that feeling that there is possibly something on the horizon that's going to come and fix it all somehow, we would all fuck off. We would all go and start our own community somewhere. Whether it succeeded, or thrived, or got destroyed by the powers that be, wouldn't matter. We'd just go and do it.
Well, nature's the only answer and solution. Like, the system isn't going to destroy itself. God has a hand in all that. Like, if you look at a forest fire, that's the breeding ground for change. Everything gets burned down, and then nature takes over. I mean, the sooner we get in touch with nature, the more that we can avoid this sense of burning down.
Just touching on what Enoch said, the more I hear them say, don't reproduce or drink bleach or blah, 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 the more I'm motivated to outlive them all. Like, fuck you. I'm not doing myself.
Well, yeah, take care of your temple,
Don't reproduce. I'm having 10 now. Like, fuck, could you imagine 10 kids? Oh, my Lord.
I'm from a family of 10.
That's a big house. Lots of
10 plus was a pretty common thing not too long ago. Big families in the past.
I'm not opposed to 10. Honestly, man, like, I would be okay with a big sex ritual where we all just have 1 million kids. I might be okay with that. Let's repopulate this bitch.
Orgy.
Flat Earth orgy. Let's go. 2022.
Too many men.
See, I'm sure
you guys can go ahead. I'll
I'm kidding, bro. I'm
I
kidding.
can record it.
but that's in books for a reason. Like, it's just that things are so compartmentalized for us. Like, but I mean, I've read exactly what you said in so many books. Like, there's literally an idea for that out there. Like, that we didn't create. We just take on these spirits, if you will, that already exist. Like, and that one exists out there, and people do use that to get ahead. I mean, look at the bloodlines.
And people call these spirits out too.
I was going to say, having 10 kids will give you a good reason to wear a mask and have gloves on. You got a lot of diapers to clean. I wouldn't want 10 kids. No thanks.
When do you sleep?
I'd love to have 10 kids.
Well, the Indian tribes in the USA had to be destroyed. Because when the Europeans went out there and they met up with these people from, they came from their societies in Europe, and they met up with these people and they saw their lifestyle, and they saw their outlook on life and the way they cared about their habitat. They only took what they needed. A lot of those people joined those tribes. I don't know if you guys
they
are
saw
aware
light and they had to extinguish it.
The government turned around and said, and if you join up with these people, that's you committing a crime. There was a penalty attached to that. And in the end, when they started having skirmishes and eventual wars to wipe them out or to displace them. A lot of white people came out of the tribes because the tribes were quite happy to accept them if they adopted their lifestyle, because they could see the danger of people saying, I don't want part of the society anymore.
So, has there been any long distance measurements or tests lately?
Yeah, Beerman did one. It's in the announcement. It's like, what, 40 miles?
Yeah.
42 miles.
Oh, all right.
Bit windy, but yeah,
So 68
excuse the wind noise.
kilometers.
That guy still in here from earlier? Obvious it be. You said that you were listening for well, I asked the question. I don't know if anyone picked up on it when I joined the conversation. How long have you been listening? You said you've been listening for a while. Like hours, months, years? Like give me
I've probably been listening to the stream since maybe about last November around.
No shit.
Yeah.
And what side of the fence were you on when you started listening, or where are you at now?
Oh, I've been a Fly Earther for years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I just didn't know about the Discord. I wasn't really looking to take part like that, But
okay.
Now I am.
Things change. Yeah.
Yeah. So
society
I've
slowly
been a Fly
degrades
Earther since about 2017, thereabouts. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah.
Give you exact details of when I made.
You can still find a little bit of information out there around then.
Yeah, but when I'd been looking into all sorts of everything, you name it, most of my life. So when it finally came along and I got my hands on put together information and videos, it just clicked kind of, some would say probably too fast, but it's just how it went for me,
Well, if you do your due diligence with truth, it all kind of just puzzle pieces together, and then you're like, oh yeah, that's
I think it was
the
Ariel
option.
just saying there, like not long ago, she was saying how I don't remember exactly what she was saying, but it was something along them lines. That fell into place for her, or it might have been someone else, might be getting mixed up. But yeah, Fly Earth was kind of like the thing that just put everything right into perspective, Yeah.
No pun intended.
No pun intended, I guess. But yeah, hence the name, because it was blatantly obvious.
Well, the only way out of this, as far as I can tell, is people need to understand that the government is not their friend, and these are mafias of families that have worked together in industry and higher society for like centuries upon centuries. Like these are all the same people rehashing and society even further for their benefit. So anybody who agrees that government is part of the solution is just, they don't understand what the solution is. Like agreeing to government is basically just agreeing to slavery. Like there needs to be a hard reset.
Any form of government, only self-governance.
People need to be self-governed, and we need to that needs to be flat Earth, great, get people on board with that. But if people don't understand the process of self-governance and to deny all government and to take your personal power back, you're literally just falling back into the hands of the people who prop this shit up in the first
Speaking
place.
about this a few hours ago, talking about taking true responsibility for yourself. That's essentially self-governance.
Yeah.
But I guess I have a more, you would say, pessimistic outlook on it, because I just kind of think of how many children can be produced in a single year and how many minds you can wake up in a single year, because we all know how much time it takes you need to put in, and the ratio is a bit skewed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why
you can properly convince 90% of any number of any value pool. Like any pool of people, you can convince about 90% of them.
Yeah.
But the problem is that 90% are not going to be the self-starter kind of people. They're going to be the followers.
Yeah, there can't be any of this need for leaders in any kind of prosperous world. That needs to go away.
Well, that starts with the education then. I mean, these people would literally have to be reborn.
Yeah, I know. They're already pretty much conditioned a certain way.
That feeling when you eat a meal and it just doesn't satisfy you, or you drink water and you're still not quenched?
Yeah.
That's the same way that these people would feel without leadership.
Yeah, no, I always say that people that will live in, just say the utopia of tomorrow, if it were ever to come, will not be the same people that exist today. You can't just pick them up and drop them down, in a completely different society, different values and understandings, So
yeah, so
that's what I mean. Is like,
we agree. There's no saving these people.
Yeah,
the best thing that we can do is save ourselves and master our craft, so that the next generation will have the proper tools to set the example.
Yeah, but Elijah and I was talking about working from within the system and all that, instead of just removing yourself completely from it.
Well, I mean, that might be useful for marketing and crowdsourcing, a couple people to help you rebuild. But I mean, honestly, you'd rather have the people that are smart enough to figure it out on their own.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't spend all my time arguing and debating with people, trying to get them to understand. I don't want those kinds of people anyway. They're not smart enough. They're more likely to get me killed in the next system. So I would rather have the people who figure it out just with, giving a hint of the truth and want to look into it themselves. Those people aren't going to get me killed.
Yeah, but those types of people, I mean, there's enough of an information footprint that's been left behind that those types of people will find us by themselves. They don't need guided. They will get here eventually. We can speed up the process, by finding them, seek the seekers. But, need to get out of the system eventually. Or it's just going to take us all down.
Yeah, if you put value in the system, I mean, you're going to get what you get. I mean, you already know the outcome of that.
Yep.
You're going to get left team or right team.
There's always a potential that any children that we have can get gobbled up by the system again, It's no certainty that our own wisdom and knowledge to give to them will stick.
Well, we don't have to have all the knowledge. That's what I'm saying. Like, within the first 6 years of that child's life, you can determine whether or not they'll ever fall into the same trap again. And all you have to do is teach them the principle of taking ownership for your own issues and have your own constitution. Teach them morality and where they get it from.
Yeah.
And then at that point, they can't be compromised because they'll have a set of understandings and programming that they won't be able to escape. The same way that people are indoctrinated into the globe and they don't know how to escape it because it's their system now.
We're entirely at odds with the system, so I just don't know how we can coexist with it, within it.
I mean, I just put on a face and make do.
Yeah, I mean, that's what everyone does, isn't it? Yeah, but everyone here has a yearning for much more, you know. So,
well,
just
I mean, I don't know what your beliefs are, but
go about it.
God sees the intent in your heart. So all you have to do is have that vibration within you and live a true life, and that's the best you can do.
I agree with what you say there.
I mean, everybody has a different shake. The thing is, you may not think that you can do much, but if you carry the truth with you, that's maybe the best that you can do. But there's somebody else out there who maybe carries the truth in them and actually has access to these bigger buttons that make actual change. That's their challenge. It's not your challenge.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
All you can do is manage the buttons at your disposal and carry the truth with you. Your challenge may just be coming on this Discord, and maybe that you touch a couple key persons' lives or minds so that those people, they may actually have the power to make a change.
Yeah, you'll never fully understand how your small actions ripple through the world and cause greater. Yeah.
So everyone out here who thinks that maybe they're not getting much done or globers aren't coming into the server or whatever, I promise you the ripples of your effort, if you carry truth with you, it makes a difference. You just need to stop keeping a score.
It's like when I shared a story about a politician coming to my door trying to solicit their vote from me, slandering someone I was thinking on voting for. I haven't voted in a long time. I didn't vote in that election either, but if I was gonna, I knew what I was gonna do with my vote. Anyways, I told her that I had an idea to fix the economy, and then somebody asked me, could I share that idea? And I did, and then they said, could that be used anywhere? And I'm like, of course. Like, just get the idea going, like, make it happen.
Yeah, talking
So
about that, even the Globers see this. For instance, that observation I did yesterday, the 68 kilometer or 42 mile observation, I get 10 dislikes on the video. Why is it is it disliked because it's true, or what is the reason? There's no reason why they're disliking it. It's fucking weird.
I think it's bots at this point when it comes to likes and subs and yada yada.
Yeah, so I'm not worried about that. It's like, you know, they give it a thumbs down, but like with no reason. Like, what the fuck?
Fairly certain, like, not to do with that specifically, but like as far as Twitter responses and stuff goes, they're sure that most of that is bots as well, you know. Like these really just cookie cutter responses you see to stuff.
Makes sense.
Twitter is flooded with that. It's a totally artificial like reality that's created there, or a idea of consensus that's created there, you know.
Okay.
But that's all they can do to your observation videos. They can't challenge it with anything except, you know, parrot and refraction.
Yeah.
So
I think you mean refraction.
Yep.
Tell you, this idea of high density housing, that's got me scared to death.
Like the smart cities.
I mean, I'd rather live out. I mean, I've lived in a couple places like that. I'd rather live out in the country where I've got nothing. I felt so sick all the time. Just low energy. Like it just like, and then you have like everyone's Wi-Fi right next to you through all the walls, and the traffic and the smells and the arguing, and you know, everyone wants your parking spot, or you know, then you get a dent on your door, or it's just ridiculous. Like people are it's not how people were meant to live, you know. It's pretty clear.
I live in an apartment building right now myself, and that's exactly how I feel. It's the energy in the air is shit. The Wi-Fi stuff is exactly something I think about all the time. You know, just it's like being in a fucking insane asylum, you know.
Well, if you can get out into the country, go for it.
Oh, I'm trying. It's the plan. Absolutely.
I just left California, man. It was turning into a real shithole. I was in Orange County. I'm in Oklahoma now. It's so much better out here.
Well, good luck to both of you being able to escape. That's a good start, is to get yourself healthy, get your mind right. You know, nourish the body that God gave you. Because not everybody has that gift, to be honest. Like some people don't have vision. Some people don't have hearing. Like we take a lot of these things for granted.
Yeah, try to keep an attitude of gratitude.
Definitely nourish the temple, you know. It's not inconsiderate, it's not egotistical, it's literally just appreciating and valuing what's been given to you that you didn't earn. Taking stock. Imagine if like all the bodybuilders in the world were flat earthers. Do you think that would change the perception of flat earth?
You're talking about the purpose of sports now.
No.
Oh yeah, sports is to keep all the alpha males busy.
No. I mean, that's not what I'm talking about.
Wow.
I'm literally talking about the same subject. I just took a pause. Like if you value the body that you were given, and let's say you knew that the earth was flat, right? And you were a really famous bodybuilder and all of your friends were flat earth, and suddenly the largest portion of flat earthers were bodybuilders with great minds and great bodies, and you went to them for advice on how to get the best gains, and like you looked up to them for everything except flat earth, and then like, well, you thought, well, why are all these really intelligent, healthy, mindful, kind, fit people flat earthers? How can they be that stupid? And then they realize, wait a second, maybe I'm stupid. Like, do you think maybe that would change the impression of flat earth?
It
is
definitely would.
when
But we'd have to be in groups, not just
I
one of
think-
us here and there.
As far as stupid realizing they're stupid, that's high hopes.
Well, no, all I'm saying is like if we used a type of influence that people could look up to and that could manipulate the impression in the minds of the many, like I think that could have like a really pivotal effect.
Right.
They would literally have to find a way to demonize people who take care of themselves, who could take care of their mind that you go to for advice. Like they would have to demonize everything that had to do with health.
This
And
is the alpha
they
male.
couldn't do that.
Yeah, this is the alpha male. This is why they take the biggest, strongest, best athletes and they put them on display
And
and
they
they
put 'em
make
in a
all
dress.
the other.
Yeah, they do it for boxing.
Well, the purpose of it though is they get all the other alpha males that they're not quite the best like at the time, right? But they get all the other ones that are subpar that everyone else follows on a day-to-day basis. They get them
Hey,
all watching
guys.
sports.
We have a member in the room called NASA Rocks.
Oh yeah, I've seen that name before.
It has to be a troll.
NASA
Yeah.
Rocks, your mic has been unmuted. What's up?
Yeah, what's your main account?
Talk to us, NASA Rocks. I'm giving you 10 seconds to talk.
Don't
Welcome, NASA. Welcome to Flat Earth, NASA.
So
No.
NASA ain't gonna talk.
We'll
Darn.
be-
I wanted to talk to NASA.
You scared him, Roger.
Think.
Rocks work perfectly on the flat Earth.
Well, it's NASA that tells us we are complicated rocks. Oh my god.
Maybe it's Dr. Pettit.
Oh my god.
Doctor.
Hey, Dr. Pettit, welcome to the server. Welcome to
Have you
Flat Earth.
seen his coffee video? Have you seen that Don Pettit fucking coffee video?
Oh, the coffee that goes and glitches outside of the bag. And
No,
container
no,
itself?
just where he's like, I just want my coffee. In the mornings, I have my coffee, and the whole time he's talking about fucking coffee in his house.
Oh, is he talking
let me
about
find
coffee made with shit water?
Oh god, no, hold on. I gotta see if I can find this.
Hey, Carls, I know what you were saying though about they take like the primary alphas for the military and the police, and then the
Yep.
secondary ones they herd into sports and whatnot. That way, there's no actual strong males really. Well, not like a big percentage of strong males left when it comes to protests and fighting against the police and yada yada yada.
That's exactly what I was going to say next. They don't, like, how many 7-foot tall dudes you see at a protest, right?
Yeah.
You don't see any big dudes at a protest. If you do, it's one or two. It's not a majority of big men.
Well, what if everyone in this chat room right now became a bodybuilder? That's what I'm saying. Like, wouldn't that change the impression of flat Earth?
I posted the video in the text chat. Dude, I think this guy must be from a mental hospital. He cannot
Yes,
be
he's
real.
straight out of a mental hospital.
Yeah, that's inbreeding right there. No doubt, he's bloodline inbred.
Who?
Corvid.
Yeah, Corbin.
Who's that?
Fucking hell, this guy needs 5-year-olds to educate him, man.
That guy has been missing oxygen for a while.
Oh yeah.
One of those 3 mask wearers right there.
He is the biggest fucking mockery of people ever.
Prince Philip.
They knew exactly what they were doing, putting him out there.
How do they find these morons?
He must have been a car accident victim or something that they brought back to life.
Wow. Chugga chugga chug.
Yeah, I think a parrot is fucking smarter than this.
Wait, did he just share an image with lines of cocaine?
No, it's an edited video.
I know, but he showed that image in the video. It's like a.
But
So he
Ken,
has like
watching
a left.
anything with Don Pettit should send you straight over to Flat Earth immediately.
Like a leather mask, lines of cocaine, dead wish tree, and some meat.
Yeah, I found
not
that
even
video
me.
so hilarious.
That's in the Dog Pettit video. Pleasantries, a few pleasantries.
That guy was suffocated as a child. His brain is so damaged.
Nessa Rocks, are you there? Come on, man. Talk to us.
He probably didn't want to talk, man. He's from well, I saw him in Brandon's server, I think. They just shit on Flat Earth, man. He's just another one of those.
We atone for the Corvid.
They think that we have a mental illness.
And then we listen to their speakers, right? Like this guy.
Yeah. They're advocates right there.
This is their best and brightest that go to the imaginary space vacuum.
The 1% of the 1% right there.
Okay.
I would love to see a conversation between Don Pettit and like a top fighter pilot. That would be great. Contrast would be, I don't know.
Oh, he's a Gamma Pandagoon.
Yeah. I don't even know what his real account is, if that's it. Probably just a Gem Pandagoon.
Anyway, the Earth is not a ball, or else there would be measurements of curvature drop over distance.
Good hello. It is pretty ironic listening to people who do not play sports complain that games have been canceled and shit like that. All you were going to do is sit on your butt and watch it anyway. Why so upset?
The programming.
I don't know, man. Coming out of all of that, to me, it's more entertaining to think or to discover than it is to sit there and watch that crap.
Have you guys watched the movie The Island with Scarlett Johansson? I'm just thinking, he reminds me of when they just wake up those, you know, the clones, when they just wake them out of the bags. He's like that.
Yeah.
Spot on.
Okay.
Hey, I got a good movie that ought to help jar a couple people awake. Interstate 60. It's free. It's on YouTube. And it's a good movie.
What is it? The Land Before Time?
Interstate 60. That's the name of the movie.
Interstate 60?
Yes.
It's came out in 2002.
I think so, yeah. It's a comedy slash kind of like a mind bender in a way, but it's not like, it's family friendly for the most part. There's a few jokes in there that might be a little over the top, but they're still mostly family friendly. The rest of it is smooth sailing.
It says it had a budget of $7,000.
Wait till you see the film. Nah. They did better than movies with unlimited budgets.
noticed that a lot of like the really good movies that are mostly truthful came between 1990 and 2000.
There's a bunch of good movies out there that were designed to snap people out of their crap. Interstate 60 is one of my favorite ones for that. Sadly, for as many people as have watched The Matrix, they still don't get it. And it's right in their face.
Sounds like a trucker movie. Anyone remember Convoy? They could have really made that a better movie than it was, as far as political mumbo jumbo and doing the right thing and all that stuff, They kind of fell short with that.
Well, I mean, if you want to get into something that really puts brass tacks down, I think it's called The Conspiracy. I don't know if you can have your little ones around for that one, but it goes over the Taurus Club and the life of this journalist who was murdered. Uncovering all of this.
What is it called?
The Conspiracy, I think. It's about the Taurus Club. Their rise to power through the country. This journalist was looking into them and exposing who they were after he was piecing everything together, and they murdered him. It's a very hard to find movie, though. This is what's funny to me. It's about the Taurus Club, one of the secret clubs that runs all the businesses across the world. It is one of the hardest movies to get a hold of, to get a copy of.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that one. I thought you were talking about the one with Mel Gibson at first. What was that one called?
I could have the wrong title. I'm going to have to go back. I think that's it, though.
Yeah, it's called The Conspiracy.
I know the one with Mel Gibson. It was kind of, I don't remember. It was kind of making fun of the conspiracy theorists.
It's called Conspiracy Theory, where he was reading Catcher in the Rye, and he was watching a woman, and he was a taxi driver.
Yeah. He was driving around his taxi in the beginning, like all schizophrenic, like,
he had a disability, and he was actually like working for the government, and his job was to actually watch and protect her.
Yeah.
So the one I'm talking,
and he didn't even know why either. He just felt that he had to protect her and watch over her.
see, that's what strikes me even weirder, is the movie The Conspiracy was done in 2012. And I can't find a damn copy of it.
I'm pretty sure you can order it off of Amazon.
Yeah, good luck finding it, bub. It's a new movie about who's doing what.
I know what film you're talking about.
Oh, not Conspiracy Theory?
Not Conspiracy Theory. The movie's called The Conspiracy. It's a 2000.
Is that the one where the guy who made the film turned up dead, him and his family?
Right.
Is that the one?
Right.
because they actually they took that off that documentary thing you made, and they actually made a fictional film with the same title, almost to try and cover it up.
Original movie's called Gray State.
That's
David.
That's the one, yeah.
David. Was it Weber? Was his name or something like that?
It wasn't called The Conspiracy. It was called Gray State.
The original movie, yeah.
Okay. And you can't find, and that's the one you can't find. Is it what you're saying?
When was
when
this
they
come
killed,
out?
when they killed the director, they thought they were going to stop the movie from coming out, but he had already sent the files to finish putting the movie together off to whoever, and the movie got made anyway.
Well, and where is it?
Is it 2001 movie?
I know it was on YouTube. I did watch it. It's pretty amazing, pretty wild, but I haven't seen it in a while. I don't know. Like the gentleman saying it's now called The Conspiracy or something.
And so it has a cover of like a Nazi a Nazi guy on it.
Actually, the original cover I saw, it kind of looked like Freemasons doing beheadings and stuff.
It's because there's two different films, I think.
Oh, okay.
It's actually the one that guy directed, the guy who was murdered. I think that was a kind of documentary, but then they actually made like a fictional film or something called Grey State, which is like a Hollywood movie as far as I'm aware.
So it's the other way around. The name of the movie is not like Gray State?
Yeah, it is Grey State.
Okay, so the movie Gray State was not supposed to be released. Somebody had a copy, made the movie, and now you can't find it, is what I'm hearing. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, pretty much. If you look for it, you find a different movie called Grey State on the torrent sites anyway.
And it's not the one that you think. Okay.
No, there is definitely two. From what I can gather.
Who has a copy?
Sorry, what's Ariel posted it. David Crowley was the guy's name. Yeah, that was the director. The Rise, Gray State documentary, full length, full movie. She just posted it at 29 after. That's the one I'm talking about, Gray State.
Okay.
They killed that gentleman and his family, and they thought they were going to stop the movie because they figured he wasn't finished filming it or whatever. And I guess maybe the day or a couple days before they got to him, he sent the files off, and the movie got made anyways.
And what's the movie about? Anybody
like
know?
The last half of the rest of the files that were needed. It's basically about how, without knowledge of what's going on and being aware and keeping checks and balances, our quote unquote freedom and or democracy turns into socialism and basically a where we're controlled by the state. So I guess at Gray State, in a way, it's because they do it in a way where you're not noticing it,
Yeah.
It's slowly coming in. And there's a lot of interesting commentary along the way in the movie as well by friends that helped them.
So the principles that lead to this destruction or self-destruction, it's led to you slowly over time.
Yeah. You kind of see how they do the things they do behind closed doors and stuff.
There's an interview about a Russian agent talking about how they participate in ideological propaganda. So they manipulate you over time, and they don't really care how long it takes as long as it happens. So if they take 1% of your principles away every year, and they spend the next 100 years manipulating your principles, then you are now a GMO person. Like, you don't understand what reality is at that point.
I'll give that a watch later, Cuddles.
There is a torrent to that film now. Looks at it. $2017.
Yeah, I have it on standby myself.
Yeah. Put it on as well.
What do you guys think about crop circles?
I used to hoax crop circles.
Hoax. They want
Farmers
people to
now.
believe in aliens.
Yeah, hoaxy.
Most of the people who own those fields are Freemasons.
Well, I'll say this: there are the majority of them can and are probably are hoaxes, but some of them, come on, guys, they're way too intricate. There's no way they're hoaxes. Some of them cannot be explained. About 5%, I would say.
I spent 5 years hoaxing crop circles, and I haven't seen one yet that I think's genuine.
Right.
Really?
I know they do look really precise, right? But when it comes down to it, they're not. They fool the eye, especially the large ones.
Well, I think they can create these things with their they have
laser.
stuff in the sky, that can create these things.
Simple laser.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's simple, but
you don't think a laser would have set the field ablaze or done more damage to the stalk?
Oh no. There's ways to get the effect you're looking for.
But on the scale that we see some of them,
yes,
he's got a point. Some of them are like
you know how to print. You know how a printer works.
I guess. Anyways, listen, I don't know enough to say they're all hoaxes. I'll just put it that way.
That was just my opinion, I must say. But I went back.
How do you explain the ones that are like pushed down?
Well, they all are, really. That's how you make them.
Okay, I'll put it to you this way. Some of them I've observed without getting up close, like just observations from drones or whatever. It's not just that they're pushed down, but if you look at the way they're pushed down within the image itself, it's like, I don't know, man. That's insane. Like it almost looks like another image within the push down stalks themselves.
That's
you know what I'm
because
saying?
The three main groups doing them in the UK, right? We're all.
Listen, brother, I know there are fakes. I'm not talking about the fakes or the hoaxes.
How would you
They're
know?
not-
You're saying that
Again.
you don't know the difference, but you're saying you're not talking about the fakes or the hoaxes.
Yeah, okay.
What if it's
people
just
come out
another
and
layer
say-
of the same thing?
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is people come out and say, I did this one. Where are the people coming out and say, we did this one? Like the ones I'm saying don't look like hoaxes or look way more intricate than the hoax. The ones that people come out and say, we did that one, like
Yeah, maybe that's done
I
with
could-
something in the sky.
I could post some, but I mean, again, I wasn't there personally looking at them inside. I've seen documentaries on them. I've seen what's happened to the stocks, how they've been bent and blown out. It's like there's a lot to the ones that people aren't coming forth and saying, we did this. And some of the ones that people aren't coming forth and saying we did this, why the hell wouldn't you want to? Look at the size of the thing and the intricate.
Well, why aren't people coming out saying that they didn't go to space? Like,
I
there's a
spoke
lot of
personally to one of the groups of people who did a lot of those main ones in Wiltshire, straight up. And they called themselves Team Satan, if you look them up. They're from London. And they were artists. They weren't really interested in the whole crop circle thing. That's why they were so good.
I did it. I use very high power antennas, like the ones we use for TV, radio, and all that kind of stuff.
Hey, I will say this. No, sorry, I didn't mean
into that. I beam it into the spot and print an image from whatever I want. Actually, those are interesting. No, go ahead, bro.
No, I was gonna change. I was gonna like divert a little bit to give an example. Well, anyways, if you want to like add a little bit more legitimacy to this, one of the ways that they manipulate culture is through music, right? And you've heard these stories about bands that are presented with a contract to sell their soul, right? And then you find out in their music videos, there's all the satanic references, and they talk about hell yeah, and if you look at all the lyrics, especially like the first album or the singles, it's all about, you know, satanic references and stuff like that. Now, to kind of like parallel with that, that's not the only form of media that they use, right? That they put their signs in a film, they put it in marketing, like Monster Energy and stuff like that, which ties back into these other industries. They'll use their props to sell that stuff. But one way that people don't really know that they're being attacked is through the space propaganda. And all of that started with like being able to manipulate images in the film industry and in the art industry. And so then people say, oh, well, they didn't have Photoshop back when they faked the moon landing. Right, but were always able to manipulate pictures. They would layer pictures over. They would falsify images. They would do sketches and drawings and then say that they're actual photographs and stuff like that. So there was always this fake stuff being entwined with people expecting these things to be real. And one of those things is Adobe Photoshop, right? So in Adobe Photoshop, Adobe, every year I think they have a competition for like an artist competition. People submit for this shit all the time. And if you actually do your research, what you'll find is that the people who win or enter or become a close winner are all MK Ultra victims. And you realize this through their artwork. You can go look at their portfolios, you can look at their websites, you can look at the entries that they've made every year, and then you can look at the winners, and you find that these people are very specifically the ones that were molested and, you know, given a programming inside of their mind to become eccentric and to become artists, to propagate the idea of space, to propagate the idea of painting stuff that has a bunch of splinters and mirrors and like doorways and all these MK Ultra references to triggers that for people with split minds. So our whole like artistic industry, like if you even look at video games, you'll notice that the covers of video games will have the finger over the lips, like shh. All of these people are MK Ultra people. They have split minds. They were programmed to become artists, to propagate the idea of space, to propagate the idea of Satanism and that slow indoctrination to society. And most people don't know that they're being attacked. They just think that they're looking at their screensaver or their background on their phone, where they're looking at a picture of the globe. You know, but that person doesn't know that they're doing harm, that they just have flashes and images of making space photos. You know, but they were programmed as a child to get involved in that kind of industry. And then that industry is being propped up to support those people. I didn't lose anybody, did I?
Oh, they've been masters of illusion, right? That it's such an old, Masons. They're like masters of it. Disney, back in the black and white days.
Yeah.
It goes back like what's his name? Copperfield. Like he's NASA's on wires. Yeah, Copperfield and Masons. I mean, it's like their trade, their specialty, illusion.
I challenge anybody to get through this video and not see tremendous symbolism throughout, not just symbolism, but actual programming, malicious programming and indoctrination throughout the whole film.
There at 9:41, I posted a thing, 2 different crop circles it's showing, and because the original topic we started was crop circles, those things are ridiculously massive. The amount of farmers I've heard say this is destroying me financially. What's happened here? They hate them. They don't want the tourists coming around to look at them.
Yeah.
Like I get that some are hoaxes, but you guys are going to try to tell me those 2 were some college kids drunk out in the field?
I didn't say they were college kids drunk. I spent 5 years doing it.
No, but you did them on this scale. You did them that massively, that intricately.
The ones I did were smaller, but then again, there was only 2 of us doing it.
Yeah, look at those. I don't care if you have 20 people. You're doing that in a 4-hour period while everyone's in bed sleeping?
They're not even in bed sleeping. I've seen them do it while there's been people watching I've seen people...
But people watching, come on.
Mate,
nobody watched those 2.
I'm telling you.
I'm not. Bro, I'm not saying you're lying.
Can I jump in, Flatman? I want to say something to you. Look, did you see those crop circles there personally in real life?
I saw pretty much everyone during the 5-year period I was doing it.
Well, no. Here's what I want to say.
No, he's asking
a lot of what are supposedly crop circles are just created in Photoshop. They were never actually on Earth in any field anywhere.
Photoshop wasn't around back in the day, I remember.
But there are lots that were. And the gentleman who's saying people witness him making them, I'm not talking about those ones. Those 2 in the live chat specifically. Somebody witnessed those getting done, I guess.
You see, if you want to know about the fake ones, I can tell you about them. I mean, the most famous fake one is a thing called Oliver's Castle, where they actually videoed it being formed. And once they got to the bottom of that, which took them months, that was one giant fake as well.
I think we could learn something by listening to this guy. I mean, he's clearly
if you look at the Oliver's Castle
part of it.
footage, you can see it. And they used to hang out in a pub called the Barge Inn in Wiltshire, which was their headquarters for the summers. And I was actually in there when this guy came. I didn't know what he was doing, but he came in and he was showing people something on one of these VHS video camera things. And then he went off. I found out later that he was showing people what they did is they made the circle in reality, time-lapsed it, and then took it to some video editing suite somewhere, because you didn't just have this stuff on your computers at the time. And what he did was he showed them the rough time-lapse they'd made on this little tiny screen of this camera, so that people kind of got interested. The word got around, and that was it. He sodded off, and they went and did what they did with it. And it took them absolutely ages to get to the bottom of it, but it was just one big orchestrated thing. It looked to me like trying to derail it. Now, if they are all fake, why would they be trying to derail it? You've got to ask yourself this. And I can tell you something else as well that I experienced firsthand. There was a guy right at the very beginning called Steve Alexandra, right? And if you look him up now, he's like a multi-millionaire. And back at the time, he was just some guy like hanging out in the pub, taking crop circle photos. And he basically paid loads of people to make crop circles. He rented himself a helicopter, started photographing them, copyrighted every image, and made millions out of it.
Just like space.
So, when people are doing that, it's kind of like Wiltshire's equivalent to the Loch Ness Monster. It's good for their tourism,
But then why have so many farmers said, I don't want these people coming and trampling my fields to look at these things?
Well, I'll be honest with you, all I ever saw was farmers charging people money to go into the fields to look at these circles.
Yeah, a lot of people that live in the middle of nowhere are just starving for attention, man. We very rarely get visitors around here.
Right.
If anything, they're going to have the locals coming and gawking more than the tourists. What happened to Jim's Field? Dan down the road's going to pay to look at Jim's Field? I don't think so.
Yeah, but all the tourists do. I went back there about a year before COVID hit, and just I camped there for a few days. That's when I met that guy Terry from that group, and he was telling me all about it back in the day. And because up until then, I'd never met anybody who'd done those big, massive ones. But I did. I really did get the impression that they were man-made, though.
I mean, you give me maybe 20 people, maybe 30 people. We could knock it out in 2 hours easily. Easy.
Yeah. The biggest one we ever did, me and my friend, it was in a place called Stadiscombe, which was in Devon. I can't remember if it was in Devon or Cornwall. But you don't get many down there. But we live down near there, so they're normally in Wiltshire. And we did that. It was 180 feet long. And it was like a scorpion made of circles and recreated in the end circle. And that took us 4 hours, 2 hours one night, and then we went back for 2 hours the next night. And that was just two of us.
Yeah, and it looks like art. It doesn't look like anything like, you ask the question, what does it mean? It's just art. It's what people do.
I mean, I've got to say it though, when you go in them, you're not prepared for how big they are. Some of them are you just think how, because at the time, I've got to say it, I kind of thought, like you, they're just too much to be done like that. But these people obviously had their technique down. Because you don't seem, as far as I'm aware, there's not any examples of failed circles that they've started and fucked up and, had to leave. I've never seen one of them.
That's a good point.
Have you ever seen a man sculpt ice in real quick? Yeah. He can do it perfectly without messing up the ice. Sculpture, just craftsmanship, people and their skills, they can do some awesome stuff.
Yeah. And remember, nobody owned up to it at the time because they'd got done for criminal damage.
Well, why would you want to own up to it? That just kills your publicity.
The mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah, the more mysterious it is, the more publicity you're going to get. I don't see that as a win.
Yeah. People will be looking for your photos and sharing your photo. I mean, there's all kinds of. But if it was real, because that's what I had. The question I had was even if this was real, this means nothing. What does it even mean? Well, it looks like a pentagram there. Ooh, you know what I mean? It's very human.
Yeah.
It was the aliens. Everyone knows this.
I was going to say, now the mutilated cattle, that's interesting. I don't know what's going on there, though. Harvesting. Remember how UFOs used to be these flying saucers and now they're these lights? It's weird, eh? How aliens have evolved their technology so fast and we can't.
That's the first litmus test, isn't it? If somebody tells you they've had a UFO or alien encounter, if it's contemporary with the time, then pretty much you can forget it, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Because for some reason, these aliens and UFOs have kind of followed human fashion through each decade.
Yep. good thing we have cameras and video cameras and all this technology that we can document all this stuff and lie to people more efficiently. You know, it's such an awesome web tool, to brainwash people with. It's like, look at this photo, took it from space.
Yeah.
This photo, an alien.
Sorry about that. I had a guess. I was sort of listening. I don't know the conversation, but the original conversation. What was your opinion on crop circles? Whole bunch of jump in saying they're all hoaxes. I gave my opinion, and then I don't know what happened.
I think the other guy was talking about how they're using competitions and putting in like a lot of MK Ultra people as winners and stuff.
Yeah,
which
I heard.
Quite honestly, I kind of want to respond to that now that it's a little quiet. And I think that there is some of that going on, but I do think that they do use a lot of useful idiots just by like people that are really into space. Like they'll promote those people that are like really asleep.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying that this is how they shape the culture. Like they make it a thing, and then everyone else kind of like tags on.
Yeah, no, totally, I agree. But here's one thing that I've seen in universities is they'll put out like a award for like if you do a competition about space, anything about space, like moon colonies and things like that. And I've seen some of the people that are like winning awards and doing all that stuff, and they're not MK Ultra. They're just like super useful idiots that they're getting awards, so they'll just keep doing space stuff for awards. So it's a combination. I agree that what you're saying is true because I know they do that, but to what extent? Like, what do they use? They combine a bunch of stuff together.
Well, first they had to create a camp of people that would, of psychologists they grouped together, and they would torture and abuse these people, right, as children, and they became their handlers. And then those people were sent out into the wild with triggers embedded into their brain. So they may never see these handlers, but maybe once a decade. But they'll be triggered by something maybe they see in a movie, and then suddenly they think they have this organic inspiration to paint a certain type of image, and then they'll just have a whole portfolio of like shattered glass in space background images and stuff like that, and they start applying for these very specific jobs with all of the companies that have calipers as their logo, like Adobe, or they'll apply for a video game called Apex Legends or something because it's all caliper based, and it's
I think there's a chance of that. I think there's a big chance of that happening. Like the people that are really at the top being some of them being MK Ultra, but from what I have seen is it's more from the top down. Like someone from the top is saying, all right, create this competition because we want these people thinking about space. And then the people below that rank, that like the people will just put out, hey, this is a competition. And then the useful idiots will just go to those competitions and be the ones that actually, like the foot soldiers that actually bring about the, you know what I mean? Like the propaganda when all the people at the top have to do is just, hey, there's a space competition, and all they have to do is sit back and have all the useful idiots, which is most of us or most of the people that are asleep. I mean, I'm not asleep, but as you can see, like that is another way that they can totally do it. It's just one person at the top sending out signals and people at the bottom just being so asleep that they just
I agree. But
gobble
those
it down.
all of those people are spun off of the main group, though. Like, here's an example I just posted. This is an advertisement on Facebook for Photoshop. This is an MK Ultra artist. Okay, you see the butterfly. You see the space propaganda. You have the wings. You have like this surreal
I
color
agree with that.
differences. Like, you can tell by the way it's put together. If you actually look up this artist and then look up their portfolio and look at all their associated follows and connections on Instagram, etc., you'll find that this is a web of people that have found each other inorganically.
But you can see, but you can see exactly when you look at the art. When I look at that art, I can look at it and be like, "That I know that guy knows," right, or something like that. Because
well, they don't know. Like, these are people who are inspired internally in their brain. They don't know why they're doing what they're doing. They were abused and given this personality as a child. They were programmed. They don't know why they were programmed because their brain has been split.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I've researched some of that stuff, but I'm saying that's not exclusive to other ways that they use their tactics. So like they use what you're saying in combination with other stuff. But yes, I'm kind of on the same page with you. So
this is a painting I did in acrylic before I found the flat earth truth, but pay attention to the bottom left corner and afterwards. I didn't realize afterwards though, people pointed out it kind of looks like a handicapped wheelchair person, but I painted that in acrylic long before I found flat earth. If you notice the way the clouds are on the top of the mountains, and it kind of like I was sort of hinting at flat earth in the painting without knowing it. I was thinking of heading west on the Trans-Canada Highway and on the Alberta with a, sort of a Toronto type thing, like the CN Tower thing going on in the city. And on the left was just empty fields. And then you're heading towards the Rockies. Thanks, Bong South, for the thumbs up. Yeah, that was long before I found flat earth, though. Wild, eh? Weird.
Yeah, like we kind of internally know how reality is, but the way that we overlay our judgment on what reality is just kind of funny when you wake up.
Yeah, I think they set the framework like it is very contrived, like with programming people. And then there are people, like the other guy was saying, that fill in within that framework. Those are really the only people that be supported that are going within the framework that was contrived and set up. But just like any other false flag things too, you have like it doesn't matter whether it's real or not. A real one, they'll just spin the narrative and the news will make it go the way they want. And then so it doesn't matter if you just have the crisis actors with the fake one, or somebody actually does go on a rampage, it has the same effect. They'll use whatever comes. But I definitely believe society, like culture and all that, is contrived, and it's as you can see, like you'll only be supported if you're within like a certain framework. So your ideologies, what you think, like all those things is built within like a matrix, within a set of parameters. So you're allowed to go off the path, but only in a certain amount and in a certain way. So it's all still within that framework, which I believe they invent, and if they enforce it.
The other thing is people might as well be MK Ultra, like, because they've been sitting in front of screens for so long watching like space stuff. It's like they might as well be the MK Ultra people that are bringing about, this stuff, because they technically were just on their own.
I think that's a good point. Don't you think, Riggs?
Yeah, I think they traumatize people through our culture, like movies and music, art, like some things. Some of that stuff is traumatizing. Like, I remember Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like that traumatized the shit out of me when I was younger. Like I had to leave the theater for like 10 minutes when the scene with the gunny, the guy that played the drill sergeant, he was a cop, but when he was came into the car and he's gonna have them help like clean up the bits and pieces in the body and all that.
Or did you see the remake or the original?
That at that time that was the remake.
Yeah, okay. The remake is going to be gory and horrific. If you watch the original, you'll laugh. There's so little blood in it, like it's retarded. When I was younger, I guess I wasn't looking at the screen when there was screaming going on, so I just pictured imaginary blood happening in the movie, you know?
But I remember like it like that was traumatizing as hell too. So I don't know. I think that a lot of stuff like that can be used to help traumatize, like in news, all the stuff they put through the news and actual terror attacks and news cycles and stuff like that. I think that could be helped to program people too, to a certain degree.
Totally. And even like think about when you're a little kid when I was a child, I remember magicians, like a magician would put a child's hand through the hole and pretend to cut it. Dude, that is evil. Like looking back, that is so evil. I can't believe that people let their children do that.
Yeah. It's I don't know what I forgot how much it scared it, like fucked up like every time I'd walk by the street, like with the drains, like if I was alone, I'd be like, oh god, I better hurry up. And I don't know, there's a bunch of them that were really pretty messed up. And like Chucky.
Oh yeah, Chucky was kind of like.
Yeah, that makes you think all your toys are gonna kill you.
Yeah, but the first It and Chucky those days in the 90s, those are the fucking scary ones. The new It was horrible. My wife and I, we couldn't even finish watching. We tried to watch it twice. I thought it was the biggest bunch of nonsense. But I remember as a kid, that first It was, that terrorized me at fucking school when we had PE, when you do your physical training and shit. And you could get dressed in the change rooms. I fucking hated that. I was petrified.
Yeah.
Certain films, their reputation precedes them, like The Exorcist when it came out in the cinemas.
Oh, The Exorcism. Yeah, that dude, that fucking scared me.
People were really frightened by it, apparently. It was just a bit before my time, but I remember reading about it later that people were, fainting in cinemas and all that.
I remember this movie. It was like two young boys living in this house with a mother, I think, and one of the boys was like really mean, and he will do really bad stuff and get the other brother in trouble and stuff. I think they threw like a rock on the highway or something like that.
Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
It's like a really simplistic movie, right? But it has this evil child, like bad child.
Damien.
He ended up dying or something like that. Like
was that
right?
Omen.
Was that with Macaulay Culkin, the good son?
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah. There's a lot of movies
that kind of movie, like you're just a child, you don't know what movie you're watching, and then you watch that and you see this little kid being like, I don't know, that definitely makes like a child see a different perspective of, I don't know, weirdness.
Most of all that horror junk is about desensitizing you. It's a reinforcement thing for believing the lie.
Yeah, maybe they wouldn't have had as big of an effect if you're not not as young. But I think definitely when younger people watch some of those things, it can traumatize them. Then you don't even realize
right.
it. Go ahead.
You scare yourself into a panic watching that, and what ends up happening, I guess I could say psychologically speaking, is fracturing of the mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd believe it.
I grew up on a diet of those films, and I always was aware that they weren't real. Right from an early age, my nan got me into horror films. And what always scared me was books, like reading stuff. I found that far scarier than watching.
I forgot about all the books I read. Because, yeah, I think the guy that said that it desensitized you, that's probably true, too. So you probably desensitize all the adults, so they don't realize the lesser stuff that's still terrifying. They don't realize how much it's affecting the children because you're already all desensitized to it.
Yeah.
Well, you've created this...
Movies never made me sleep with the lights on. Books have.
Let's make this false paradigm inside of memory cells. So that
and as a child, go ahead, bro.
That's what I was saying. You colonize a separate part of the brain with all of this stuff in it, and there's your fracture. That's the start of it.
Yeah, and they probably, like, even in the regular mundane stuff, like, I guarantee you they study, like, ridiculously into the effects, even, like, shapes and sounds and patterns have on the mind, and even stuff that looks innocuous, like innocuous or benign, it can probably have an impact. So I think with kids stuff, some of that stuff probably jars and can help program in certain ways that you wouldn't even recognize or be aware of.
And as a child, you know, you might take some of these images like almost like information. So it's filling up your brain and you start thinking about it. Why would a brother kill? Why would a brother kill his brother? You start asking these questions, you know. Like, what will be the reason? There must be a reason. The little brother wants to murder people.
Well, the weird part about all this shit is you have all these people that love horror movies. Oh my God, they love them so much. They know all of them. They own all of them. But they can't seem to grasp the concept that God exists, that we have a creator. But they think fucking werewolves are real and aliens and shit.
I used to be a right movie head till I discovered Flat Earth. And now I don't watch them at all.
Oh, and Interstate 60 isn't free on YouTube anymore. It was for the longest damn time.
Actually, I put it earlier and it was free for me. Maybe you're in Canada.
No, I'm in Texas, pup. I don't know what's up. It might have me in a different location.
Turn off your VPN, bro.
No, I don't have one. The only thing I need is
I'm in the US, bro. I'm in the US and it's free.
That's so weird.
Yeah, but Texas is a different country anyway, so yeah.
Right. There we agree.
I was going to say, welcome to the Outer Limits.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think for me, it was growing up watching The Twilight Zone and Dick Tracy that really got me into wanting to find things out. Because Dick Tracy was always solving crimes, and then The Twilight Zone, you had a puzzle.
You guys ever watch Unsolved Mysteries? That was pretty intense. I don't know, for a kid. Forgot about that.
Yeah, but some of that stuff, like when you, like if you were to go back and look at it right now, like some of those old episodes,
Yeah.
you'd figure it out in 10 seconds, like what the fuck happened, like who did what was, who was guilty, what was really going on.
I remember going to the DVD store, and there was these DVDs of I don't remember the name, but it was actual footage of, let's say, accidents or people,
Faces of Death.
Yeah,
Face of Death. I remember that.
That was a whole genre called. He actually had a name for it. I can't remember.
That was horrific.
Still exists. It's called Stuff Movies.
Yeah, I remember I seen some guy get his face mauled off by a bear.
Yeah, they were like a mixture of real and fake.
Yeah, that can't be good to watch though.
One of the ones I remember, and I still to this day, I don't know if it's real, but there was they were making like a scene for a movie or something, and they strapped this guy to horses from his arms and his legs, and I guess someone made like a loud sound, and the horses started running, and he was detached from his body parts. They tied this guy from two horses from all extremities.
Yeah.
And the horses ran to different directions.
Yeah, there was a lot of animal cruelty in those films.
I was going to say that sounds like a Pablo Escobar scene of a movie. That's like, tactics that they use in the occult. So yeah, I wouldn't doubt that they did that.
Well, Sergio Leone, when he made those spaghetti westerns, he used to run cliffs for real, like to get the shots. Apparently.
So while we're on goodness or weirdness or whatever it is, the Spanish Inquisition, one of the torture devices was a cage that spun, and they would put you in there, and it would disorient you so much that your body couldn't function. And at a period of time, you would actually die from the lack of body functions. Everything would shut down. Everything. Earth cannot spin because there's an experiment that shows people moving on something, in something, and they cannot live. Cannot. It's the weird thing that nobody gets about like the old stuff that's happened. Even if it's a bad thing, you can still take the information and move forward. If the Earth started spinning today, within a week, everybody would be dead. Because you can't equalize. I mean, if somebody wants to build something big enough, I've got an idea. But you'd have to build something about the size of 2 acres in a big circle, and a house or two on it, and ball bearings up underneath it so it'll spin. If somebody wants to see if they can live while they're so-called spinning,
Well, at 1,000 miles per hour, no thanks.
No.
I'm pretty sure a Glober will be up to your challenge. They know they can survive while spinning.
Right. Well, see, here's the thing. I'm thinking somewhere between 5 and 10 miles an hour.
Oh, that can't be too hard. Don't people live on trains?
But see, here's the thing, though. The slower you move, the longer amount of time it's going to take before you actually die. So I'm trying to increase their chance of survival. Because if we spun at 1,000 miles an hour, they would be dead within an hour.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and for insurance purposes, we can do that. If you do it slower, you could say it was of natural causes.
Now, if you're going to build these houses on a rotating platform and the houses are on a curved surface while it's rotating and, sort of kind of not really level while you're living in the houses, yeah, that makes it more hard.
Oh, hell no. Just make it flat. Just make the whole platform flat, build the houses on it, and then boom. No curvature, no nothing. But 5 to 10 miles an hour. I say start about 5, just spinning the damn thing. 5 miles an hour. They got probably 2-3 hours tops before they start fucking, puking up their guts, maybe 5.
But
Go ahead.
If you don't want them to survive, that's not really fast enough, is it?
Well, that's the thing, though. They have to live for a period of time. That's the whole challenge. That's the experiment. They have to make a period of time. So there has to be a time frame set and a speed set that is going to be constant. I'm not trying to do all this variables, different axes, BS.
How fast did that old thing turn?
Because if I make it even bounce a little with a hydraulic arm in the middle while it's spinning, all I'm going to do is have entertainment. All I'm going to have is entertainment for me, watching a Globey go in the air and then smack the wall that's coming at him.
Do you know how fast the old torture thing moved?
Anywhere between, I say, like 2 to 15. But I mean, it was on. The hell are those pin swivels? Something like that, probably with bearings in it, because you're looking at like a 50-pound iron cage, and then 100 and something pound
person.
Well, I don't like that word. Two very good reasons. A person is not a living thing. It is defined in every single legal law dictionary as a fictional caricature. Plus, number 2, God is not a respecter of persons, and I love Yahweh, and He loves me. So I don't want to be a person. I'd rather be a real boy.
A real boy?
Oh, man, okay, it was at one time.
Well, what's like the right terminology without all the extra stuff?
People. I am one people. We all together are people. We're individual people. We are people as a group.
What do you call one person? Not a person?
Man.
A people.
One man?
Man.
Okay.
Man.
Yeah.
Man.
One people. It's singular. I don't know why everybody keeps thinking people is plural all the time. It's singular first, then plural.
I don't know. I was just trying to be general neutral by saying a person. I wasn't really going into this big, deep philosophical, people aren't real. Or
it's just man or woman. That's it. That's all there is.
You said 100 plus pound, and then I said person.
Right.
Well, it could be a dude. It could be a chick.
Well, shit. Let's weigh the Easter Bunny while we're at it.
How much?
I'm glad somebody got that.
Dude, Hank would have liked that.
I'm super semantical when it comes to that word. I studied 14 years. I heard it almost every damn day. It's irritating as shit.
That is part of fixing the problem. You really do have to remove a lot of words from a vocabulary because you cement the word and its meaning in what you're doing. Like that's why you'll never hear me say the C word. I always call it cooties because you give it more power.
It's like all these people. Like, yeah, I know what scientific theory is. Okay, define it. Well, I don't quite know what it is. Like right this second, like what?
My interpretation of it, the way I think of it, I believe it means this.
And then they start that shit. Yeah.
You want my definition? No, I want the definition.
I got a definition for you, and it'll trump everyone.
Yeah,
in my opinion, is that it means something.
Right, but that's where so that's where a lot of the problems start. That I see for a lot of people is that we use what little bit of this so-called language we have incorrectly because a bunch of stupid people did.
Language?
It's all babble. Only pure tongues.
I was just gonna say, like, is there a bad way to do sign language?
That finger between your pinky, your thumb, your index.
Yeah, but I mean, like, is there like more than one way to do sign language? Like, did they even go after the people that do sign language?
Right, but sign language might as well be writing in all caps. Which, I have a fun with. What teacher and what grade did they teach you to read words on a page in all caps in sequence?
All of them.
I keep seeing people keep giving me half a peace sign. What's that all about?
That's so stupid.
All right. I only asked when that was taught, and if anybody can remember, because I don't remember ever being taught how to do that. Ever.
Write in all caps?
And to read and to write in all caps. How to comprehend what is there. To identify what is there and to know what it means, how it is. Huh? I never learned that in school. Never happened. And I got straight A's in English and in reading. I made run-on sentences that had the teachers mad at me, but I used punctuation correctly so they couldn't say anything.
Do you still have the A's that you got from doing it correctly? Do you still hold them?
No, I don't have any of that stuff anymore, dude.
Well, so you didn't get any A's because if you it was
be on the transcript at best. But that's the thing, though. They never taught us how to do it. So how do we know how to do it if we were never taught how to do it? We're assuming something. And there's a big problem with assuming because now you got presuppositions going crazy.
You see how fictional it goes that we say, "Oh, I got an A+ for doing this right," but think about it. It's all fictional. You didn't get anything.
Who determined it was A? Now I hear it's S.
Right.
Now you get an S. Where's the S? Where is it?
they lost me in physics and chemistry when they were trying to teach me. Here's this equation to tell you how far Jupiter is away from Mars. Okay, well, show me where the equation is. What's in the book? Where? It's in the book. Where? Me and her went back and forth on that for a while. She was not happy. But I never found this equation that didn't exist. Right. In all my years, I've never learned how to read all caps together. Never learned what it meant from any school or education center at all. However, what I did find in my own studies is that it doesn't mean what you think it means at all.
So what does it mean? You're saying reading in all caps or typing in all caps?
Thought it just meant someone
Words.
yelling at you.
You're not making words. There's nowhere in the so-called English language where that is applicable, unless you're denoting a corporation or a fictional person, a person. That's the only place that it exists. Other than that, there's only one way to interpret it. Each letter is separate by itself. Which means you're not making a word. You're just typing random letters of the alphabet.
Okay, but can you conduct contract law with all capital letters?
You're not supposed to, because it's using it like that is its own thing, but it's in a made-up world.
Yeah.
That's the only place that it would mean something, is in that little made-up world. That's it. Anywhere else in reality doesn't mean
So
shit.
basically, you in this new world with all the capital letters, you could make new rules that are not based in the real law because it's a new world. So
Well, like Microsoft, Chick-fil-A, McDonald's, those are all fictions. So in that case, in that little space, it exists like that. That's only to notate a fiction. Go look at any stock ticker. Every single corporation name, all caps, all caps, all caps, all caps. Everyone. On any legal documents like the W-9s and stuff like that, you'll see it in proper.
So we shouldn't ever use all caps, right?
Well, I don't know how the hell. That's why I asked. Who taught you how to use it? What it means? What you were saying when you were doing it? Nobody.
no, wait. Which is the correct way? Because in school they teach English in a certain way, but is that actual English or is that just this slave language?
They're technically all at this point slave labor.
Because it sounds to me that the English that we learn in school is not the same English that when you go to the law side or to court or contract law. It's not the same language.
Right, but if you go back to original so-called English, it's Saxon. Saison. It's not even what they speak in the so-called UK. It's not the same. I had to relearn everything they taught me about history and science and law.
Why?
Because it was all wrong. Everything they told me in school was wrong. The Betty Ross flag wasn't. The Betty Ross flag wasn't even ready. It wasn't adopted by Congress till 15 years after that battle that they said that the Betty Ross flag was at. It didn't happen. Go back and look at the congressional records. They adopted this flag on this day. It wasn't even fucking ready. When that battle happened, didn't exist. It is smoke. There's more inconsistencies, right? I liked learning, picking up knowledge. However, all the crap that they taught us, for the most part, in school was all wrong. Sure, they taught you math, basics of geometry, kind of how to use it, but they didn't teach you sacred geometry. They didn't teach you anything beyond.
They didn't teach the real good stuff.
Right. They left all the good stuff out. They watered down what they did teach you. So watered down that, you know.
So they didn't teach you any of the real good stuff. That they send you to a fictitious world of business.
Battle of 1812. I was told in school that it was about slave trade. All of the slave trade, not just one group of people. There was a bunch of groups of people that were being traded. But it wasn't about that at all. 1812 had absolutely nothing to do with that. Under the Articles of Confederation, slavery was already against the law. And the Articles of Association, too. Points people overlook.
Yeah, back then the world worked on slavery.
Right, but here in the colonies, all right, let's back it up to the 1600s, all right? Here in the colonies, all you had were indentures coming over, people who had no money, no this, no that, to pay for their way over here, so they had to contract with somebody that owned land, owned a farm, owned something, and had something to offer them, a job. Right? Slavery wasn't so-called legal in the colonies until 1650. Johnson versus Casser. And that was the first precedent set. They still had to set more. Those were under the Crown Courts. Had nothing to do with the vote of the people. The people never voted for slavery. Never happened. Because, all right, how did slavery start? Somebody had to have voted it in. You can't just make something a law without voting it in, right? Right. Okay, so we agree for natural organic constitutional law and how that's supposed to work. Nobody ever voted for slavery. Nobody. Never flipping happened. There's no ballot. The Crown Court started it. But the man who started it is a big thing here in America. It's going to shock everybody to see who he was.
Black guy.
He wasn't. He was an indenture. He came over 1610, 1620, something like that. Did the same thing. He was an indenture in the beginning in the 1600s. He came over on a contract. He worked. He got his 50 acres and his bag of gold on his year of jubilee. His contract was up. He became a big deal. He started his own business. The case, Johnson v. Casser, goes into it in great detail, which is why I'm avoiding most of the big stuff, because I want people to read. There's a reason why they don't bring up these things during all these times of the year where we're supposed to be talking about history. There's so many things in history nobody brings up because most people, I guess, I don't know, haven't gone back and learned it.
We're too busy talking about Netflix series and stuff.
The war in 1812, the southern colonies were not being represented. We were having problems. The problems were not being dealt with by the Congress. The Congress that said that they were there to what? To fix these problems that we're having. How weird. So they weren't doing their damn job in Congress. That's what started the 1812 war. Brits were already, the Congress was already gone. Go back and look at the congressional record in 1781. Go actually look at what happened, what the minutes were. People yelling, cussing, shouting, arguing, fighting. Go look, go read. You're not going to like what you find. You're going to find king's men all over the place. That's not what they told us in school. They told us that all these people didn't like England. Didn't like the king. George Washington hated the king. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. I'm not buying that. Not now.
I see NASA Rocks is still here. Do you want to unmute yourself now and say anything? Tell us about your heliocentrism or something? Any flat
He's
Earth
a flat
questions?
earther. He's a flat
he is?
earther.
Sorry, NASA.
I mean, he probably doesn't know it yet, but he's a flat earther.
Dude, tell him about my new experiment.
Experiment? What's the
Yeah, I got an
natural observable
experiment.
phenomena?
Well, it's unfortunately it's not observable, but I'm working on an experiment from
Look, it's not an
from
experiment.
a theory.
You know what science is? Just messing with you, bro.
I know the natural observed phenomenon.
The phenomena is people operating on level ground. The theory is that they'll be able to operate on moving ground as well.
The shoe is the observed phenomenon.
What is your independent variable?
Ground moving.
The ground moving. How do you prove that?
Well, I'm setting up an entire rig for the so-called ground that an individual is on. And it's gonna move. We gonna spin it.
Fun.
That was a good one though, crashing at it like that. There's no observable phenomenon other than the ground ain't moving, but people want to say that you can do something, so you got to do something to knock that shit off. You got to show them
Knock it off.
It can't happen. It is not plausible. It's like somebody saying that we can shoot, pies through a cannon and they'll go, 800 yards. All right. I'll load up a cannon with some pies. We're going to watch everything go like a blunderbuss all over the field in front of us for 60 yards. whoever gets time to dig into the history on that Johnson v. Casser, enjoy. It's really going to take a bite out your butt. Anybody want to talk about how it does matter that we have gas pressure, that we need it to breathe, to live? Flat Earth bodybuilders, though. I like it. Let's make a TV show out of it. We're going to have to build some props, though.
Oh, if you do get into like any kind of nutrition or fitness, it's the most polluted propaganda nonsense next to anything else, really, because nutrition's the one thing that the Rockefellers kind of controlled. So they run into the same lives that we do, but they don't. They kind of stop. They only care about nutrition.
I can grow my own spirulina, buddy.
Hello.
Hello.
Who
Good
said
day.
hello? Who said hello?
General Thomas.
Hello.
Howdy.
No.
Hello.
Do you believe you are attached to a spinning ball?
Well. No.
Congratulations. Did you have any questions?
No, not really right now. I'm just trying to listen, eh?
I mean, I can go on about American history all day long. There's- I hear you typing. If you're gonna type, you're gonna talk. So, Gemsy, what will we call my idea if we can't call it an experiment? Because either way, we're still testing something.
Yeah. A test. Right?
Sounds good to me. Let's put this theory to the test.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, that reminds me of First Kings, man. Let's put your God to the test. Elijah standing there making fun of him. Ooh, you know, I'm thinking about it. The more I think about it, we could do a poll and a challenge. Whoever could make it like 2 weeks, miles an hour on this giant 2-acre platform. Look out, NFL. Here I come. Get somebody with a nice deep voice as an announcer. Will Becky make it this week?
Will Becky make it this week?
Here we go. See, we already got half the show ready.
I don't even have my production software on.
They already gave me the idea how to set up the platform. That one's fairly easy. It's slightly expensive, but still easier than other ways. Just use ball bearings up underneath the platform. They want some reality TV, though. There you go. All these idiots from somewhere else, all these other schools can come in with their so-called calculations, hype it, whatever. But we're going to prove that you cannot live on something that is spinning.
What about gravity, though?
What about
Which one?
gravity?
Specific gravity or just fantasy gravity?
Like, why can't you like live on a spinning ball?
It's an
You have this
impossibility.
thing. you have this thing inside your head. Your inner equilibrium. And if at any point that's off for too long, your brain shuts down and your body dies.
What?
Have you ever been on a merry-go-round?
No, I've never been on that.
Well, have you ever been in a car accident?
No.
It's not very comfortable.
Have you ever been at the end of a car hitting you?
No, I've never actually been hit by a car or in a car accident.
Good for you.
Yeah, I was going to say good for you.
Why
'Cause I've been hit by cars, not in other cars.
Why was that relevant in order to answer a question?
Force exerted on you. The change in reference to where you were to where you are now, the discombobulation that goes with it.
Alright, so Earth aside, what do you think about the other planets?
If you think that you're going to just move around and do random whateverness while whatever underneath you is going in one direction, I have a perfect test for it. However, there's nobody that I know of that's been able to survive longer than a period of time with the thing that they are attached to moving.
So, like, what you're saying is you can't live on a thing that's spinning, right?
Well, wouldn't you agree?
Well, the different, what I think, history and stuff, we evolved on this planet, right? Or on the flat Earth.
You think history?
So, in time, everything moves with it, right? So, if I don't know how to explain it or tell you.
Yeah, you don't know how to explain it because you have never experienced it. That's why you can't explain it.
No, but it makes a bit of sense.
Yes,
with
you haven't
evolution.
experienced it.
There's a liquid in your ear, all right, that tells you whether you're moving or not, what direction you're moving, what intensity you're moving that direction, when the direction changes, where you're going next. It tells your body, your brain, the rest of your senses. All right? If you're moving, it is moving. It is moving the opposite direction up against those hairs. So
you're very sensitive to that.
So if I turn left 45 degrees, I should feel that shift in that liquid in my ear. If I turn left another 45 degrees, I should feel that shift if what I'm standing on is moving.
No, but you move with it.
Okay, I'm standing still. All right? Even if it's moving and I'm standing on it, all right? I left face, 45 degrees or 90 degrees. All right? My inner ear, that liquid, is going to go with the flow and not with the direction I'm facing.
Well, maybe that's because you move with it.
With the momentum, right? But the liquid is going to shift. It's going to shift. Try and swing around a Coke bottle and then move it a different direction and tell me that damn liquid doesn't shift. It's going to shift.
It's because if you move it, all the liquid has a force and it goes between sides until it's all settled down because gravity pulls it to the ground. That's
liquid doesn't act like that. It follows against the direction of the movement.
What makes you think that you're actually moving and not motionless like your senses are telling you?
What do you mean?
Like, what is actually pointing out to you that you come to the conclusion that the ground you're standing on is moving in motion? How do you come to that conclusion?
Let me think about it, eh?
Oh. You've been
think
thinking a
about it.
while.
Heck, people that pace north and south, north and south, north and south, every time they turn around, they should have a wobble. Pacing would be almost impossible. Because by like the 20th time you turn around, now you're all messed up. Now you got to hit the ground. It's like you've been spinning in circles for a minute.
I don't have an answer to to give an answer to your question. That's fair.
So all you experience is motionless Earth.
Well, you experience that, but yeah.
Exactly. So if someone claims that the ground you're standing on is moving, wouldn't they have to provide evidence for that? Because that's a claim.
All right, so like, maybe I have an answer to your last question. If the Earth is moving, right? Yeah, the things in our solar system, right? They move around.
Yeah, but you're on
closer.
Earth. Why are you going to the hypothetical solar system? The Earth that we actually experience in reality is one thing that we can work with, right? But the solar system, what work can you do on that?
Back at my point.
So you're going to hypotheticals, but that's why you're starting with if. So if imaginary land Narnia, if Narnia was real, I could speak to Aslan and tell my friends.
I'm not saying that Narnia is real.
There are talking lions, you know. That's kind of your argument at the moment.
So, like, if all the other planets are moving in circles, right, and they're moving they're spinning. Sometimes the planets are closer, and sometimes they're not. That like shows that we're moving, right?
Oh, if I see a light in the sky, and the light in the sky is
because we
moving,
experience. Sorry, man. We observe the luminaries moving, right? And when you call a planet, what we observe, if you go out there, you observe something in the sky, a light, right? A cycle that they do, the luminaries, they reset every year. We can observe that. Everybody can observe that. But then you go to imaginary land and you imagine this place to be a thing that you have never experienced. You start thinking and imagining that you can go to this place and, you know, set up base and play golf in that place. And that's just imaginary land. So
you're saying planets are not real?
No. What you imagine them to be, the image that you have been given of, like in movies, cartoons, and you imagine these places to be, that's not real. But what we observe, everybody observe from here, from the ground, the luminaries, yeah, observable phenomena. We do observe them.
Well, if you look with a telescope onto the planets, you see that like they are there, right?
What do you see?
If you see it through a telescope, you see the planet like spinning and just floating in this vacuum, eh? Don't you see that?
Yeah, you see that, right? But how do you determine? You think this is how far they are, how big they are?
How far they are? I don't know that because I'm not that smart.
You don't know
I reckon
that. You don't know the sizes.
Yeah, well,
you don't even know the medium that they're in, but you come in with these pre-assumptions and presuppositions saying that these planets, I could go there and they're this big and they're made of this stuff, and that's just like I'm saying, it's just imaginary.
But science, with certain spacecraft, have been there. Mars, the Moon. We've even been past Jupiter. So, and then you see the time.
No, that's the La La Land that I'm talking about.
Hold
that's
on.
Hollywood.
Hold on.
That's Hollywood cartoon imaginary things that some people believe that's real.
Can I finish my sentence? We've been past those planets and on the planet, that's Mars, and we got the Moon. We've been on the Moon. So we've been past Jupiter too with Voyager or something else. I don't know exact the name, but we've been past a few moons of certain planets and planets itself, and you see with the cameras and pictures that we can take of those spacecraft, you can see those things. And plus, science goes on the planet Mars and takes samples back. So did they on the Moon. They bring it back to Earth. And I think with the movement of the spacecraft,
cameras are not science. Cameras are not science.
Well,
and this is this something that you believe to be true? Can you verify it?
You see spacecraft launch into space in months and months. They do it a lot.
You've seen a spacecraft going to space? You've seen that?
Yeah.
I've seen things leave the ground and go into the air, but I've never physically tracked one going so-called to outer space. Never been able to do it. It's not possible. Guess what?
It is. If you
believe
buy a
it's
plane
going to
ticket and go to the place where
it doesn't go that way. Like in the first minute, I have to start moving the telescope one way or the other, to the left or to the right, watching it, something. Because it's not going
because
up.
we're moving. Because we're moving. That's basically it. If you think about it.
But if you think we're moving, then you have to prove that we're moving. You haven't proved that we're moving. So how do you prove that they're?
You just proved it yourself.
A rocket turning. I got a video, a GIF of a rocket turning, hitting a man in the butt. Does that mean it went to Uranus?
Well,
no.
What you're saying right now doesn't make any sense.
Have you seen David Blaine? You know who that is?
No.
Okay.
Don't know who David Blaine is.
Well, do you know of any popular magicians?
No.
No. Okay. So do you think it's possible that you can be fooled to think something that's not actually happening?
I know one. Do you know Milan Vallandigram?
No.
But
where have you seen his stuff? Like on YouTube or where?
I saw one video on Facebook.
Is he into rocketry?
What kind of trick was it?
Oh, dude, it was years ago.
Wow. Okay. Well, there's.
I don't even remember it.
Well, anyways, the idea of magic is, it's very complicated.
I don't believe in magic.
Well, you don't have to believe in it. The idea of magic is just sleight of hand. What they're claiming is happening is not happening, right?
Exactly.
Right. Okay. This is the same thing that's happening with space. There's a sleight of hand happening. They send a rocket up. They have an audience of people to view the rocket, and then it goes to cameras, and then it goes to film, and then there's a cut scene where they're suddenly in space.
Cut scene?
Yeah. Do you know what a cut scene is?
Yeah, a cut scene.
It's production work, right? They splice in. Do you know what continuity is?
No.
Okay, well, one of the producers, what they do is they keep track of continuity. So if in a movie somebody's wearing a necklace in one scene, and then the next scene they have to make sure that they're wearing a necklace. If they're filming the next day, hey, don't forget to wear the necklace. It's part of continuity. So what they do is they're showing you a rocket going up, going off into the distance, and then you have nothing but footage. And that footage is going to continue the continuity in your mind so that you think you're going to space. What they're really doing is they're creating a production And what we do is we analyze the footage, and we on both sides we analyze the launch, and then we analyze the footage they give us, and we found them all to be fraud in many different forms. But a lot of the fraud is the same way that they've been doing it for decades. But we found that all of the footage from space is fake.
Why would they? Right?
Well, I mean, if you walked into a room and there was like 10 people slaughtered on the floor, do you ask yourself why? If you don't, I mean, yeah, but does it mean if you don't have an answer that it didn't happen?
No, but you saw that happen, right? So.
I mean, I could think of 20 million different reasons why somebody would, slaughter 10 people, blood everywhere, body parts, but it doesn't mean it didn't happen if I didn't figure it out. If I didn't have a motive, it still happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm telling you, just because I don't have the exact motive, I'm not on the other side. I didn't do it. I don't know why they lied. I could give you a bunch of good ideas, good reasons that they might be able to lie for, very good reasons.
Listen,
but
what if
I don't
you
know
were
exactly
sent
why.
up with a spacecraft to space and you experienced it yourself? What about that? Right? What is your thing then?
Well, everyone here is not here to deny evidence. We've looked at the evidence. We're coming from an experienced point of view, telling you what we found.
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
So what we're telling you,
system.
Well, that's a recording of Bill Nye.
That's Bill Nye, the science guy.
What was your question?
You can't leave it.
What was your question? I got distracted.
I was like, you can't leave it?
No,
he wants
before
to
the
know
distraction.
He wants to know how you have gas pressure without a container.
What? I don't think that was his question.
That's what he's alluding to.
This guy's talking to him. Go ahead, keep talking to him.
Keep going.
Just if you can try to remember your curiosity before the distraction.
Yeah, I had a lot of questions, but
he was asking what was the lie.
Yeah, well, I couldn't tell you exactly why they lie. Right? I'm not going to deny that, it's a bunch of people murdered everywhere.
I asked you if you were to be sent up in a spacecraft and actually leave space, then what were your thoughts about that?
No problem, man.
If you come in the Discord and then tell all of your friends that.
Of course. If I was able to witness and give real testimony and evidence to these things that people are saying are true but have no evidence for, and I had it, I'd be like, yeah, this is what I got. But that's never happened. There is no evidence.
That's still a hypothetical. It's still in an imaginary land.
It's and I know you're too soon to this conversation to really understand what I mean. But the arguments, I'll just tell you what the argument is that you'd have to be a specific distance, somewhere like 30,000, no, not 30,000. Yeah, you'd have to be 30,000 miles away to see the whole Earth from space. That's never going to happen.
I'm pretty sure that's like 80.
That's way outside. That's way outside our orbit and everything. There's no way.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah. So
some people might promise you they might do it one day, and they might charge you you might pay millions of dollars for them to promise you they're going to take you to space one day, but it's never going to happen.
Oh, we can hope. I hope I can get into space one day.
Every iteration and example of space. What is this? Who's doing that? Anyways, every example of space that you've been given, they all look different, and they all claim to be doing things that we could easily disprove. I mean,
how
they're not
can
real.
You disprove that? How can you say that's not real? You didn't make it yourself, did you?
No, but we spent time going through these things one by one.
Give me one example or a few examples when you think it's fake.
Where I think it's fake.
Why do you think it's fake?
How much time do you got?
Oh, I've got like a lot. Don't need to do anything. It's a Monday. It's fake.
Okay. He just opened a beer. He's opening some beer, so he has a lot of time.
Okay. Do you have time to go over this? I think it's like a 6-hour compilation of NASA fails where it shows them faking space and there's all kinds of errors and production errors and continuity errors with the footage, where it's clear, like obvious.
I don't have an answer if I have 6 hours. I've got a lot of time, but I don't.
That's what I'm saying. Like we've spent
I've
years.
got like 3 hours or 4 hours, but not
like this specific topic. I've spent 6 years. You're not going to be able to catch up to me.
What, you spent 6 years on flat Earth?
Well, no, not flat Earth. Discovering what is true.
Yeah, that's why.
No, he actually spent all of his life in flat Earth because we stand in it. We were born on it.
If you just like try to find what is true, I mean, it's.
Well, just show me one example that like what you think it's fake. Just one example. Just one quick one.
Do you have like some NASA footage that they can just post real quick or a GIF? Just some examples.
I could. Yeah, there's many examples, but I could give him the documentary American Moon, and that one has like a.
Yeah, so what do you think about the moon? That's what I'm like. Y'all busy making Earth.
It was made. The moon landing that was made in a Hollywood basement. That was made here on Earth.
So the moon was made on Earth.
No, come on, man.
Film, like the movie.
Are you tired? Is it late where you're at?
I haven't slept. That's it.
Okay, I can tell. Look, you just, you're new to this. There's a lot of information here.
I joined yesterday.
Yeah, I know. I can hear it. You sound like a nice dude. There's tons of information here. If you want to just like, I don't know, lay down and like watch some of this stuff, maybe you can digest it and come back with some more questions. It's just, I think that's more fair. Is like you need to give yourself a better opportunity to actually digest this stuff because it is kind of mind shattering to realize that stuff you have been told your whole life. All of these like foundational things that you've built your framework of reality on may be different. It's a little bit too much to digest right now for you, I think.
Well, I'll do that, but I've got one question.
He can handle it. Go ahead, ask your question. Any of your questions, go ahead.
So what are your opinion about the moon? I asked that a few seconds ago, but I gave a completely retarded answer.
Like, what's the question though? Like, what do you mean about the moon?
What do you think about the moon?
I think it's one of the two main luminaries in our sky that control the weather.
Yeah,
and the time of day.
How do you think it got there?
No fucking idea. I don't think anybody knows. But I do. What I can tell though is that the patterns of these luminaries that are up and not around. Okay, the pattern of these luminaries are not. They're not random, and if they're not random, then they're intentional.
But let me tell you this, right?
Hold on, and if they're intentional, then something put it there, and that's all you need to know.
So, listen to me, okay? I'm not necessarily saying the Earth is like round and stuff, or like whatever you guys believe. But what if, right? It was round, and another huge space rock. Let's say Earth was a huge space rock. They both crashed into each other. Had warts on it. Stuff in the rock itself crashed into each other.
How do you, bro?
Then it formed.
How do you, dude?
Into a ball, and then the Earth formed into a ball too.
Yo, my dude, how old are you, bro?
I'm 16, man.
Just let him get it out, man.
And just slowly in time, the moon moves away and away, but like not much. And just through time, the planet cooled down, and I know I'm bringing up evolution, I know, but evolved.
You're bringing up a lot of bullshit, but yeah, what's your point though?
His main point is space, but I gotta break it to you. The vacuum of space that you're thinking of, that all this stuff is happening, that is an impossibility. It goes against natural law. It doesn't exist in the real world. It's only a concept. So while you're basing it off this vacuum of space, everything you're saying is based on a fictional idea.
Right.
Okay.
So here's what they did, man. They got together a bunch of creative people who wanted to write stories and fiction, and then they took the best ideas from that fictional framework and made it into a reality story. And they used propaganda to get you to believe the fiction.
A lot of propaganda. Like
so all of these ideas that you believe in space came from people who wrote books that were fictional books.
Okay.
But what was the point of your question, though? Like you were talking about the moon and like things blasting together.
How do you think it got there? And then I said,
"Oh man, you're off in the weeds." I
forgot the best part, the coolest part. The moon never moves. You just see one side, right?
Right.
And then it's exactly 400 times smaller than the sun, where they just match up right over the top of the sun.
Yeah. Is it not just more likely that the sun and moon are actually just the same size and about the same distance? I mean, you really have to twist your own brain to kind of come up with something different than that, right?
I don't know about that though.
Well, go outside sometime, look at the sun and the moon.
Oh yeah.
And realize that they're just right there, and they're about the same size.
They are like that, and maybe the sun is further, and because
why?
Then it wouldn't be right there.
If it were closer, then we will all burn up.
That's just a story you're told.
What if the sun and the moon were about the same size? Would we still burn up if it were closer?
I don't know about that.
It would have to be smaller, right? It'd have to be the same size as the moon. So then it probably wouldn't burn us up. It'd be like a lamp in your room. You'd have to get really, really close to it for it to burn you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Depends if you're in the habitable zone or not.
So what you're experiencing right now is that you're realizing you have no idea what a flat Earth cosmology might be like. So what you're doing is you're taking this globe Earth cosmology where the sun is at the center and it's massive and all these planets are everywhere and everything's twisting and turning and spinning, and you're trying to apply it to a flat Earth cosmology, and they're completely different. You have to think about the universe entirely different. So imagine this. Imagine if like the Earth were a football stadium and that was the whole universe.
Oh.
There was just for the sake of argument, not saying this is true. Imagine there was nothing but the football stadium. That's the whole universe. So you have to rethink this, man. The sky is like a clock, okay? It spins, and the axis is in the center. All right?
Dude,
this is how I know, and that's what I told you. Like you really destroying your framework. So, get some rest. Come back. You seem like a smart chap.
That's so ironic.
It spins with an angular speed of 1,000 miles per hour. That's like 1,600 kilometers an hour. And car tires explode at 1,300.
I think a car tire is
How
not
about that?
made up.
Yeah, car tires.
But a
They
car
explode.
tire is not made up from the same material as like the Earth, right?
Well, yeah, there's just too much to go over right now, man. I think you're not ready. It's okay.
Okay.
It's so funny.
It's ready.
Down for a little bit.
You're like, hey, you should get some rest. Here, by the way, I'm going to destroy your entire reality with this video. And you're going to go sleepless for a week. But hey, you should sleep well. Come back when you're well rested.
Yeah, he's not going to get any rest. He's going to be like, his eyeballs are going to. He's looking straight up at the ceiling the whole fucking time. Like, God, those flat earthers just blew my mind.
I don't need sleep. I need answers.
A little test to see if you're open-minded enough or critical thinking enough to be able to handle flat Earth is you take a time lapse of star trails and you get real close to the screen and you try to make your mind imagine that that's a firmament moving instead of you moving. You like switch your perspective. If you can do that, you're literally able to break free. Give it a try. It's pretty cool. You ever seen the GIF where it's like the train is going one way, but then you can like switch it with your mind and make it go the other way? You guys ever seen that? I'm just talking to myself here.
There's a bunch of this.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, so my phone cuts off sometimes. But there's like a spinning woman, like a ballerina. You can make it switch directions. You can do that with your mind on a flat Earth. You can literally look at star trails, and you can picture that that's a dome, like a big giant salad bowl with lights in it just moving. Boom, you've put yourself on a flat Earth. You're no longer welcome in the heliocentric model, by the way, when you do this experiment. You'll be kicked out. You'll be banned from the heliocentric cult. Oh, how dare you think of other ways? What the hell? Get him. You're an idiot now. 2 seconds ago, dude had a PhD, but now you're an idiot.
Or just on a more simple level, go stand next to some buildings and contemplate. Do you think these buildings are moving? Have you ever thought that your house is moving? Sorry, they're not. It's just so simple. I don't know why you would ever think that the earth is moving, like, at all. So
you have to imagine it. You have to make your mind go there. I remember doing that shit. I was in it for 36 years, man, making my mind imagine that crap. Scaring my subconscious, destroying and making my whole life like meaningless for no reason.
Right, you're looking up at the sun and you're like trying to picture falling backwards.
No, I'm looking at the sun. Actually, I'm looking at the sun going, "Oh, you son of a bitch, you're going to expand and kill us all one day. So whatever I do means nothing. Dirty bastard."
And
you're giving me
thinking about this. Thinking about this, you feel it doesn't make any sense because you will have to discard all of your senses to think about this. So that's why it doesn't make sense.
Never even used my senses to understand that the earth was flat. You know what I mean? Like, I never used them. I really when I went to the beach, I never thought of it. You know, I just
wait. You never used your senses to make it to the beach? How do you?
No. I never used my senses to see that it was flat. I just like never thought about it. I never used my senses to determine whether it was a curve or flat. I just went to the beach to have fun. I just didn't even didn't use the opportunity most of the time to think about it.
It's not a question.
So set. Yeah, it wasn't a question at that time either. It was just
it's not something.
Wait, but to make it to the beach, you must use your senses.
Right.
You know, to cross the street and to walk, you gotta use your senses, bro.
But I didn't use them to detect if the Earth was flat or stationary. Is what I'm saying. But now I do. I can actually use my sense and be like, there it is, boom, flat, stationary, boom, all the time.
You actually using your senses all the time, but you don't. We don't like think about it too much, right? Because
it's in your subconscious.
Your senses are pointing out that the ground is motionless. When you look up and you see it, you observe the luminaries moving. So your senses, your vision is telling you, hey, the luminaries are moving.
Yeah, you have to do that. I mean, it has to be subconscious. That's why subconscious is a very important topic that I talk about a lot. And what the subconscious is going through when you teach it that you're literally dying already. And the second you're born, it was an accident. You're already a mistake. You're a speck of worthless space dust. The sun is going to kill you. If not, one of the astronomically fucking high numbers statistically that something else from space will kill us all. You know, that's a mind bending experience for a, you know. And what it does is it breaks the mentality of the mind of the child at that age, and it divides everybody that learns this crap into YOLO life syndrome or fanatic life syndrome.
Absolutely.
YOLO life is like, who gives a shit? Who cares? We're gonna die anyway. Whatever, YOLO, right? And the fanatic is probably most of us. The fanatic life syndrome we all suffered from is where you develop a syndrome where, like, oh my God, if I don't educate my children and educate my children and educate my children how intelligent they need to be about space, then how can we all progress as a society and become intelligent enough to stop one of these catastrophic events? Oy.
It's a big spiral. It's a fractal disease, man.
It's a mental. It fractures your mental, like you said, and you spiral out of control. Then every movie comes out and it tells you, like, literally, dude, I was working offshore drilling for oil when Armageddon came out. That movie Armageddon, where they went and got offshore drillers to go save the world. Yeah, I was literally dude. I mean, that's why it hit home for me. I'm like, they literally made a movie about this shit. Like, they have other occupations where they make movies about if you're the smartest person in the world, the CIA will come and get you when the alien.
Or you telling your boss, if NASA phones, I'm not here.
It's ridiculous, man. They're just messing with us, dude, and it's legal. They can mess with us. They can legally mess with us mentally. Nobody forces you to go watch Armageddon.
Mm-hmm. Hello.
Nobody forces you to believe this crap. You just do it. Nobody forces you to get vaccines.
I mean, we could use all the same tools they have. Like, I've often told people that one of the ways out of this is just to create better propaganda. I mean, literally use the same tools that they are using. Like, we could literally right now all get together and make a movie about killing these cults and mafias and taking their Earth back as a featured film.
Yeah.
It's art.
Theaters, I guarantee.
It's artistic expression. I mean, we could do all the same stuff, you know, and if we do that enough, we could slowly brainwash society in cultivating that. You know, that's what they do is they take an inch and an inch and an inch and an inch until they have all the inches, and they don't care how long it takes as long as they get it done.
Let's do it.
You want to make a movie?
No,
I've got a flat Earth script I've been working on.
I wouldn't do a movie.
What are we doing though, Rick? Are we bodybuilding or are we?
Oh well, that was just a question.
That's a part of the act. You know, each one of us has to be, 250 pounds minimum, right?
Well, like, that's what I was wondering. Like, all these ad homs are associated with flat earthers, but what if, like, in the future, the recent future, like, or the near future, like 5 years from now, everybody associated bodybuilders with being flat earthers? Wouldn't that be kind of funny?
Yeah, I think Arnold Schwarzenegger, he's a flat earther.
Right? What if somebody was just like, oh, he's jacked, he's got to be one of those flat earthers?
I'm actually, no joke, I'm actually trying to associate plant-based with being flat earth.
I think it's
plants work on a flat earth. Yes, correct.
Yeah, but
good TV show, Flat Earth Bodybuilders, and you have props in there for density, buoyancy, things like that in the show.
What are we doing, like benching the massive laser as we measure the no curvature?
Well, like, say you're lifting something, and the next thing you know, you're up in the air and it's lifting you. and you instead of doing squats, now you're doing pull-ups.
In
Oh,
Russia,
look at that.
there's a Russia joke in there somewhere. In Russia, you don't do squats do you?
You can like
I don't
run with the Coriolis and against the Coriolis.
But that's what I'm saying. Like you could have something worth a damn. But so I said, for Flat Earth, for a show, would that be great?
I would to add what you were saying, man. I like when the chick did the Adele song. I don't know what's her name, but Flat Earth Adele song. Welcome to the Other Side or something. Does anybody remember that or heard that one?
Yeah, I heard that song. Yeah.
Yeah. See, they use specific notes and tunes to open things in your mind to program you. That's a perfect example of what that guy was saying. You could use these particular tactics and reverse them on them.
I mean, literally just look at all their forms of propaganda and use it against them.
But you got, you know what? You need to even go even further, and you need to use words in reverse. Just like Aleister Crowley taught Led Zeppelin and the Doors and all the greats how to use words in reverse, because the human mind reads words in reverse, forwards, backwards, up, and down. It reads the same word no matter what. If you put "the" on the wall and you spell it backwards, you will still see "the." If you spell it upside down, you'll still see the word "the," no matter how you look at it.
The thing about truth is that it's like good drugs; it sells itself. So all I'm saying is that if we put the propaganda out there, it will eventually overshadow the fake propaganda, because people will resonate with truth subconsciously.
How do you say flat and stationary backwards?
I was gonna say the same thing. Like, we wouldn't even have to really try that hard.
That's going an extra step. Like, you just need to make it more straightforward.
Yeah, everybody knows what the truth is. They're attracted and gravitated towards it.
The truth is inside them. They just don't identify with it. So you have to make it palatable. If you know how the stomach works and how your taste buds work, sometimes it takes 2 or 3 weeks before you even like the taste of a certain new type of food that you've never had before. And that's all it is. Like, you just get people to be to like the taste of truth, and that truth response is already built inside of them.
Versus that sweet nectar of lies.
Yeah, you can't.
Concept.
Like, everyone internally knows, but they may not know directly. Like,
yeah, it's like eating your vegetables versus heroin. If you're if they started you in school with shooting up heroin, you'd be like, "Oh, I think I'll take that heroin, please."
Well, these are extreme examples, but fundamentally, yes.
I feel like when you sit in front of a TV with Iron Man or Marvel comic books flashing in your face, I think that triggers things just like a drug.
Like, Iron Man's good. If you raise somebody and you show them, if you raise a child and you just show them Iron Man videos their whole life, eventually they're gonna admit to you as an adult, like, yeah, it probably isn't healthy to watch a bunch of Iron Man videos. The impact, probably uneventful impact, but they would at least probably be able to admit at some point in their life, yeah, maybe it wasn't super healthy. Or like, as a child, I sat in front of a CRT screen and now my eyes don't work very good because, all the radiation. I mean, they know that internally doing something too much is probably not a good thing, right? Mm-hmm. So truth is something that sells itself over time. So just putting truth out there and brainwash people to the truth over time will eventually sell itself. People will naturally gravitate towards it and identify with it.
Literally, just stop making fun of it. Just stop ridiculing Flat Earth, and maybe everybody would know about Flat Earth, right?
All I'm saying is you don't have to trick people. Like, you just need to put it in their face.
Right.
Awareness. If someone's aware, they're immediately going to be with you. I mean, you can't be against something like that if you're aware of it anyway.
Yeah, awareness is oftentimes awareness is something that is like a feature that you adapt to. Like you're not going to be aware right away sometimes.
Fact.
I think that's the absolute hardest thing to do. Is to make someone like aware. Like, well, you say wake up, but they're in like two different states. There's like a sleeping state, and then there's this awareness that we're in, where we can actually see things. And I don't know how you snap. See, I don't think there is a possible way to snap someone out of that. I think they just.
It's like snapping somebody out of a chemically induced coma, right? You can't snap somebody out of that, right?
You can't do it. I don't believe there's any possible way that you can do it.
It's hard. It's hard, man. It's hard. I think it's a chemical. I think we're being inundated with chemicals that actually slow our cognitive growth and give us the illnesses and things like that. That makes us subject to, vulnerable to believing bullshit, because apparently we're so stupid and dumbed down that only the brightest can understand the simplest things, like curvature and things, right? So we're like all dumbed down chemically. That's my take on it.
Oh no, I know that. Yeah, there's so many chemicals and so many different things.
Yeah.
I can believe that if I wanted to, because my nephew is still alive, and he is not supposed to be alive.
Damn, dude. Hit going wrong.
So what if they tell you that Iron Man is real, right? And that you're stupid if you don't believe in Iron Man, and they just keep showing it to you over and over again?
I love to use Iron Man as Jesus. That's my example of Jesus, because it's like the same people wrote the same script as Jesus and Iron Man. Iron Man gave his life at the end to sacrifice, to save all of humanity. He literally has holes in his hands and in the bottom of his feet.
That's because they're just unoriginal.
Yeah, so nothing's original. Everything's just like the repeat of a repeat of a repeat.
That's in the Bible
story told different way. Yeah, so that
nothing
that
new under the sun.
Exactly, so that everybody can have their own flavor of God. Some like Hulk, some like Thor, some like Iron Man, some like Captain America. They got a little something for everybody. If you're black,
it goes into Jung's archetypes, and you can get crazy deep into that shit.
Yeah. They divided us a long time ago, I believe. That's why we're finding it so hard to unite, is because everybody's a different kind of religion instead of a human first.
Generally, most people limit the creator first. Then all the crap sticks.
Yeah. I believe if we had a creator, something created us, they would not have any contact with us if they give us free will, true free will, and the ability to do whatever we wanted on this land, this biodome that we're in. I believe if a creator gave us free will, they wouldn't interfere with us in any way. Just because why in the first place would they do all this? It's an experiment to see what we'll do. That's all it is. It's an experiment to see what we'll do.
Because that's a paradox.
Have free will either.
That's a paradox, though, because he interfered by making us in the first place. So, again, paradox.
Yeah, but just to see what your creation will do is the experiment.
So beyond that, him not interfering doesn't make any sense, because he's already made us. He's already interfered.
Yeah, but what he's saying, I know what you're saying. So, like, you have the free will to decide that you came from a creator, you didn't. And then if someone were to intervene and come down and say, hey, yeah, I'm your creator, and show all these different things that we know are impossible, then now you have to accept a creator without...
You just hear and you're just like, oh, I'm here. Boom. You don't know anything about anything, except for what's going on in nature. You, oh, this smells great. This is a peach. Oh, it tastes great. Okay, I can eat this for 900 years. It doesn't kill me. Awesome. Excellent. And everything's working. Yeah. and then you introduce this maybe another creature that comes from a different land and teaches you something about a god, and now you have to eat this particular thing here that gives you colon cancer and heart disease and worms. And now it makes you controllable and things like that, and now you got a government and you have rulers and things. Could it be that simple? And my phone cut out on me?
No, you're good.
Oh.
I just don't get how people arrive to these points. I've seen too much.
I got all my information from religions, multiple religions. Everybody has a Adam and Eve story. Everybody has a Noah story. Everybody has the same exact stories. Why do everybody have the exact same stories? Because they all came from Baal, which is a Nephilim that climbed aboard Noah's Ark, survived, recruited his son Ham to start re-education programs all around the surviving world of the floods. Okay, he started over in India. He was Kale, and now he's the savior. He came around over here, and now he's Lucifer, and he's Jesus. And he went over here, and now he's Santa Claus or whatever they call it. And he's the hero and the villain of the story in every single book. Okay, for these people that survived the Noah flood, and that's literally all that this is. And when you make different religions like that, eventually they'll grow to the size. Well, they'll war with each other. Well, then if you know this and you can bank off of this, then you're going to win off of these things happening. Noah's son Ham created Egypt, by the way, if you want to know how important that guy is. He also gave birth to but his grandson is Nimrod, if we want to know how important these people are.
Yeah.
Super important people.
Sorry,
I follow the genealogy.
I got a side question, and all the other servers are just busy chatting away. Anyone live by Florida? Or around Florida? Anyone living by Florida?
What, like in Alabama or Mississippi or
No, I
Cuba?
I just came across this, and like, if this is legit, like, right on to the Florida people, going to rescue and save them.
Probably. Let's hear it.
I put a video in chat there. Is that legit? Anyone around Florida? Is that legit? People actually fucking being human beings and being nice, saving people.
What happened?
A bunch of Floridans are taking their boats down to Cuba to save them from the shit that's going on in Cuba and just bringing them back here. Is that?
Man, that's what Americans do. That's really, if you want to know what real Americans are, it's like when somebody needs some help, you go and help them. That's why we got recruited into going to fucking mess around in the Middle East. We all thought we was going to help some people. It tricked us into thinking we're helping some people.
Well, that's legit, man. That's 100% legit. But like, if all these boats just rescued a bunch of fucking Cubans, man, that's insane. That's awesome.
Yeah, look up Cajun Navy when the hurricane hit in Texas, and they were bullshitting with the relief funds and rescue efforts because people didn't want to sign waivers saying they wouldn't boycott Israel. Yeah. The Cajun Navy came to rescue, bro. It's like a whole ton of people from Louisiana just came with their airboats and their fucking crazy boats, and they just started rescuing people out of their houses and shit. That's what the regular humans are, man.
Well, yeah, no, like, obviously, yeah, like, but it's just rare. Like, this wasn't on the news. I didn't see this. Has anyone seen this happen? What, 2 days ago?
It should be everywhere, right? That should be worldwide news.
Fucking right. It's showing how people are, shit.
It'd be hush, 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 right?
And then I came across this other one, and I'm like, I haven't looked into it, but he's saying 5 presidents have been assassinated recently.
There's one in Haiti. I know that.
Yeah, they all refuse the magic juice, and they all,
Yeah, well, fuck. Jesus Christ. No, I'm just straight up blown away by the Florida thing. That's awesome.
Sad thing is, a lot of those Florida people with them boats are probably going to go over there and get a vaccine.
Hey.
Yeah, they'll lose a good bunch of lineage. What do you guys think about the vaccine here in this generally woke community?
We're not talking about that here.
Okay. Yes, sir. I understand
Not
that.
on the live stream. Yeah.
I got
Go in
you.
a different room.
Yes, sir. 100.
Let's just put it this way, safely. I'm up here in Canada. Bill C-10 has been passed. I asked a question on my Facebook that I never go on Facebook ever. My last post was like 4 years ago. Went on there, asked a question, made a little statement that didn't interfere with anything, but it was about the topic, and my question was unanswerable. It was answerable if they have the proof, but it was anyway. After 2 days of generating 78 fucking comments, my account got deleted to the point where I had no email telling me it got deleted. My email doesn't even exist in the system if I were to try to reset my password or any of that crap. So for me, yeah, no more talk about that shit, because wow.
And so we face that same kind of censorship with the Earth, and that's not true, right? According to you?
I feel like the most intimidating thing is to make people understand that theoretical concepts aren't real, and I think that destroys their entire premise that they use to get over on people. You know, like the fear tactic. They have to have your imagination for you to be victim to this fear. So that's when you tell. I've had so many people tell me I don't understand what a theory is. I'm sure you guys have too. You don't understand what a
theory,
of course.
Yeah, a theory. You don't understand.
Theory.
Scientific theory means something
A scientific
different.
theory with an F.
Yeah, yeah. A theory. Yeah, a fairy tale. Yeah, man. Just like, dude, he's like literally trying to say Smurfs are real at this point. And I'm like, that's what you got. You got Smurfs are real because it says so. Do Smurfs live on a planet, by the way? If the Smurfs live on a planet, then Smurfs are a scientific theory, aren't they? Because the Smurfs have to be subject to the theory of gravity on their planet or whatever. It's just make-believe city. Make-believe city.
Wait, Smurfs have their own planet? If Smurfs, I mean, can't they only
think about it.
Size depending on the Wait, so they're strangers to our planet? I don't know a lot of Smurfs.
I don't know. Are we watching Are we watching Aliens? You know what I'm saying? Are we watching a different time? Yeah.
And how do we know that we actually understand them? Is that the real language? No way they speak English if they're from another planet. Come on. It's delusion.
It's ridiculous.
Some kid drank too much NyQuil when he was sick.
What happened?
Yeah, I'll probably never get the whole no God thing, or not seeing, not getting it, nothing, because it's like not believing in the container just because, but it still interacts with us because we have gas pressure. It gets weird.
We have gas pressure, we have prismatic effects that we see in the sky. I mean, it's very weird.
I mean, dude, we have the sun and the moon. They both yield crops from their light. That interacts with us. air moving, currents, ocean, storms.
You know, people say, how do you explain seasons on a flat Earth? Essentially, they're saying, how do you explain the weather, as if the globe explains the weather.
Well, they think it does, but they don't know that they have absolutely no idea what they're talking about.
How could they think that the globe explains the weather? They don't even know what tomorrow's weather will bring, or next month's weather will bring. They just know, well, you know, there seems to be these periods where, you know, it's cold and when it's hot, and the only correlation that they can make with that is the analemma of the sun, right?
Isn't that Munchausen's?
And what's that? Some kind of mental disease, right?
Yeah. I think that would fall in the category, if I recall correctly.
I just had my one of the guys that I work with, I just had him ask me, why would they lie?
Why don't millionaires give you $1 million?
Now it's not about the earth that he said, why would they lie? And it wasn't like he was saying, what, like, you know, oh, they're not lying. What do you mean? Why would they? Like, I was very tactful in the conversation that we had, because he was, you know, being a good citizen, telling me that, okay, Eli, you've made it this long, and you know, I know you're strong, and you know, you're very amazing to work with, but I know I said the other thing was serious, but there's this variant, and this variant is very, very, very serious, and I just want to show you the numbers and this, that, and the third. And I very tactfully, very subtly asked him just small questions over the span of 40 minutes. I didn't do it in succession. Like, every now and again, I asked him something that there was no answer for. While not saying, you know, this thing is fake, this thing is bullshit, he would just say something that, you know, was stated. And I'd say, well, did you actually verify that with, you know, with the CDC? Does that correlate with what the CDC is putting out? Not that, you know, the CDC is telling the truth, but I'm saying, like, it's very easy to see stories kind of take different ends of the fork in the road. And just that alone is like, well, it'll bring questions to anyone who's a curious individual. But let me see. One of the things he said was, you know, this variant is very, very deadly. And I said, you know, he said he knows people in India, they're the ones that are getting hit the worst, and blah 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 blah. So what I said, you know, I work out there in the streets, and one thing I can't stand, aside from the people that walk over them, is the people that lay down for people to walk over them, and I'm talking about the homeless. And I said, all things considered, and I don't take anecdote as science, right? So the only thing I know is, based on the information that has been given to me, I would have expected something to change. I wouldn't have expected, because he's saying, you know, I might want to be careful being around my mom and older people. And I was like, you know, I'm not saying it's not a thing to be worried about, but all of the homeless people that I've interacted with over the years, they're still out there. None of them are missing. I don't.
I sent you a video, Elijah.
And then he says, "Yeah, that's very true." And
they added to that, Army.
Yeah. And then he's giving me these the numbers are lower and they're higher, and look at Israel. And I said, did you ever like cross-reference any of this with the CDC's numbers or any coroner's reports out of New York? Have you ever? And he's like, well, no. Why not? He's like, I guess because I just trust the. And I was like, that's cool. I was like, but you see how you're telling me that he understands the difference between correlation and causation. And I'm like, that's the thing. I was like, I love science. I love math, even though I'm not as good at math. But one thing I know for sure is that science has nothing to do with correlation. It's only intended to deal with causation. So all of this correlative talk that's going on, if there was science behind this, none of that conversation would be happening. He is like, that's true. That's an interesting point. Like, I'm not here to tell people what to do or what not to do. If I can't verify something, I'm not here to waste my energy on being a skeptic. If I can't verify it, it doesn't exist to me. That's how I live my life. Can't put all this extra shit on your mental. I say that to say, based on what he's saying, because I haven't been paying attention, it seems like because no one's wearing any face protection. No one's doing anything. Like everyone's acting like it's 1999 and they can party. But the news is also saying that this is dangerous. And there are places that are starting to lock down. So I can see this place locking down. I can see it happening. I don't know if it's going to happen, but based on the numbers, based on what he said, based on mom saying that the news is trying to make it seem like she's dangerous to her friends for not getting the thing. And it's like, I could see that they're gonna lock this place down and blame it on people like me. I asked them, I said, effectively, wouldn't I be like kind of some terrorist if I'm telling you that there's no way in hell I'm ever getting the jab?
Well, Biden said the other day they're killing people.
Yeah,
he said it before he got on the plane. Yeah, people like you and me are spreading, quote unquote disinformation. We're killing people.
Yep.
So when you're talking to your friend, his first thought about you is you're a murderer.
So that's what I told him. I beat him to the punch. I said, so technically, I'm based on the government. I'm a terrorist, or I will be. He's like, I don't think I'm like, well, not until they tell you I am. And he thought about it, and he is like, huh. It's like there's a lot of food for thought that went around in that conversation.
Show him that video I sent you. It's a guy from India.
You guys know what the first step to war is, right?
I don't think he'd be ready for that.
Make guns?
No, you have to dehumanize your enemy with propaganda. So they'll fight.
So Elijah, did you see what Rex posted in the admin chat?
No.
Go up and scroll up a little bit. It's the countries that have the highest resurgent in cases are the most vaccinated. So you want to talk about correlation? It's directly correlated. Most vaccinations, most spikes in cases. So Gibraltar and Cyprus, Cyprus has the most cases per population, right? And they have something like 90+% vaccination rate. Gibraltar claims to have 100% vaccination rate, and their cases they have the highest rate of increase in cases recorded. So, want correlation? Here's your correlation.
But why would they correlate?
Yeah, to correlating with vaccinations. So the D variant means
he sees.
Well, all I'm saying is the D variant must come from the vaccination itself.
Yeah, these are not. We don't even know if there is an actual thing for them to say, "Look, see, this is the thing, and it's growing. The numbers are." We don't even know that. But as far as this thing, like what you said, the way that he interprets that was, and this is what he told to me, because this is basically why he was telling me what he was telling me, because he was scared for my life. He was like, you know, this variant broke through, you know, because, you know, Israel, they were the first to be taken care of, and they're mostly, damn near everyone has been vaccinated there because they're so small, right? But then they have a high spike, and it's like he's saying, well, that's just because the variant is out now. So that's the way he sees it. He doesn't see it as, well, there's a correlation between, or could be caused between the vax and the number of cases that are growing. He seems to think, well, the numbers are growing because there's a variant out there and it's punching through the vax protection. That's the way he sees it.
Yeah, well, the way he sees it, he's just trying to justify what he already believes by cherry picking data.
No doubt. And I had to be very careful because, you know, he's taking it, and his family's taking it. They're heavily invested in it. So it's not an easy conversation to have. I had to be very tactical, but I know I reached him in the end because he said to me, he said, if this is like the government and they have like the black hat on, and it's like, because he was like, it's one thing for this thing to be neutral or positive. It's like, if it's neutral, all right, well, they lied and this doesn't actually do anything, and it's just them doing what they do. And if it's positive, well, it saves me. But if it affects me negatively or people negatively, like, you know, that would be the scary thing. And I'm like, and then I asked him the question that we like to ask all the time. I said, well, you know, like I said, I'm not in the business of being a skeptic. That wastes way too much time. I don't hate the government or love the government. I don't give a shit about it. But when have they ever told the truth? Any conspiracy that has ever reached the surface, can you give me one instance in which the government is actually truthful? And he said, damn, that's a good point. And I said, yep.
The time the government tells the truth is when they're like, we have a warrant for your arrest. Pretty much they're never lying when they say that shit.
Yeah.
We're sending a bunch of guys to come get you. That's when they tell the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the fact that he would think that, like, is if because it almost seemed like I've been loyal, and if I find out that they were lying and they manipulated me, all hell is gonna. That's the kind of spirit I got from him, and I was like, had I not handled this conversation like the way I did, and I handled him as a glober and just said what I wanted and said the truth regardless of how he felt, that would have went differently. But perhaps, he's going to be looking deeper into these things on his own.
Now, Elijah, is he aware that it is an experimental vaccine? Is he aware of that?
It's crazy. I didn't know that. I was telling him, I was like,
still experimental.
Yeah, I was telling him, I said on Fox, like they have this woman who her children, they wanted to do the right thing, get and do the clinical trial, and one of them has irreparable damage, and I said, I don't know what's in the vax. I don't know who's getting sick with that. I'm not talking about any of that. My thing is, why the fuck is Fox News telling me this information when the government wants me to feel safe about taking this? And you and I already know that CNN is Fox and MSNBC is all the same. He's like, yeah, I agree there. I was like, so why are they doing the political mumbo jumbo that they always do when elections happen? What's going on here?
Okay, Clash, you know the answer to that, man. Because the actual end game is to create division. That is the only point. It's just to create division.
Yep.
Of course, you're going to get contradictory information. That's the point. If we're fighting amongst ourselves, we're not fighting them.
Yep, that's exactly what they want. And people, that's the one thing people can't believe for some reason. Oh, they just want us to fight with each other and attack each other. That they don't actually have a way of manipulating everyone, putting everyone against each other. I have my own brain. Of course that is. What I would have noticed something like that. Yeah, all right.
Well, it's sometimes, I guess, useful to compare it to other types of information the government puts out and to see if, there's controversy. So, like when the government says, yeah, there's a hurricane off the East Coast, there's no debate about it, right? There's not contradictory information where there's like one weather channel saying there's a hurricane and the other weather channel saying there isn't a hurricane, or one saying it isn't as bad as this other one. When you start getting like things that are certain, they're not debated, right? So if the claims of the government are so certain, right, there would be no debate. We wouldn't be talking about it.
Exactly.
Just the fact that there is a debate, that's the red flag right there. It's a debate? Oh, red flag.
I think I'm going to try to incorporate that into my debate style. Like bring on some really strong cases and point out to people, you see, when this happened, there was no debate because it was actual. You see this event, there's no debate. You see that tree those kids are sitting under? Yeah, they're debating about something, but I guarantee you it's not about that tree being a tree.
Well, my red flag is all the stuff that you're not allowed to debate about. It's the lack of open discussion. It's the lack of. It's just total censorship. If they're censoring it, that's the red flag.
Average person doesn't realize that though. They think they're getting the full discussion.
But you know what's wrong with these liberals? What's wrong with these Democrats and these leftists? The one problem that I had when I was a Democrat, I didn't know that. I'll put it this way. I thought that I had the moral high ground.
Right.
So, above all else, it wasn't really about information. It was about emotion. Because whether I had the facts right or whether I had the facts wrong, the one thing that was drilled into me is that I had the moral high ground. So that right there is the mechanism that causes people to be closed-minded, because you'll tell them information and then all they have to do is see you as the other side, and then everything you say will be null and void to them. Like if I say anything that remotely sounds conservative whatsoever, I'm all of a sudden potentially a pedophile / everything that they think the right wing is, because that's what they've been programmed to think. And it's through that mentality, I'm righteous and they're not. That's how all this shit gets by. Because they think, vaccines are good for people because I'm the one that wants people to be saved and I'm doing this for the good of science and all of this and these and I'm an atheist and and those people
You
on the
believe
other
in
side,
science, progression, shoulders of giants, all that shit.
exactly, and the other people are just religious zealots.
Right. They push the religion thing a lot, but to be fair, we don't really do a good job at separating that sometimes.
You know, that's I'm so upset by that, because I'd say the left is faux. They're like, but well, maybe it's the black community, because maybe there's a difference. I don't know about. I'm bringing this up because even though I want to say like the left is like atheists, the black community is kind of is and kind of isn't.
Well, they don't know they are. Some people don't know.
I believe in Jesus. Don't you disrespect grandma. You better go to church. But also, I believe in the heliocentric model. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I believe in evolution, but God must have did it somehow. As a matter of fact, I'm not even going to think about it because I don't have time for it because I got bills.
Right. Well, why wouldn't God make a planet?
Yep.
I mean, they just don't even know the discussion. So.
Yep.
They don't know there's an alternative. It's the problem.
So they'll see the hypocrisy is they'll see, like, you know, the other side is religious zealots and they're actually just fundamentalists that'll fucking burn down a whole town in the name of the Bible because they've misinterpreted it or they were actually I don't know what the fuck. I don't know how they logically. I don't know, because whenever I was in this shit, like my position was always my hands are up. I don't fucking know what's going on type shit. You know what I mean? Like it's just to see one side say that there's another side that's like super religious and they don't realize that they're the most religious people there is. It's like, it's hard to deal with.
That's what I'm saying, man. They literally do not comprehend any alternative. They don't know of its existence at all. So.
Oh, you're going. Thank you.
That's the problem getting the word out about flat Earth is it doesn't seem like a feasible alternative cosmology to the average person that hasn't dove into the details of it to make sense of it.
That's because cosmology is BS. Because it allows you to think that you have an entire depiction of the world you live in. So that's what I mean. In that sense, like, because what is cosmology? Like, even ancient cosmologies, oh yeah, they had a cosmology of a flat Earth that no one's ever seen its entirety.
Well, I'm just saying in the sense of a crude vision of what reality is, where it is,
So
how it is.
we're kind of agreeing, right? Like, cosmology would be the imagery of how these material parts move.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so off that alone, like, they have us thinking, well, you know, we need an alternative. We don't have a full picture. We just know what we experience. We wouldn't call that a cosmology. We would just call it my experience. Like, there's nothing to, I don't know.
Well, would we get a whole picture of it if there's, to say, a firmament dome in the way, limiting how high we get up? Wouldn't we have to appeal to some sort of cosmology for the whole picture if we can only see so much of it?
Yes. Because even with the dome, there's still the heavens, right? So people are still going to try to make up the part that they can't actually perceive.
Because if we can never see the whole of it, then it would have to be revealed to us, and that's where the
Yeah.
cosmology comes in. God or something
Oh, yeah.
like that, revealing what the whole shape is.
That's true. It would have to be that. It would have to be someone greater, the creator, namely, to actually say this is what this is.
And all the ancient
He'd have to come in here, take us out, put us on the side, like in some some separate tank that we can live in, clear out the water, clean it up, put it together, put us back in there, and then we could potentially have an idea of what the fuck just happened to us.
Yeah, I mean,
You know what I mean?
otherwise, a bunch of pieces like NASA does, except they just cobble it together and paste it around a ball. We would have a bunch of flat pieces, and then we'd have to say, what are we going to do with all these pieces? Are we going to keep them flat? Are we going to shape them into a cube, a triangle? What are we going to do with all of these pieces that we have? What's going to be the whole that we're going to go toward? And so we'd have to use a certain amount of, I guess, faith to say that it's probably, for the most part, flat, unless we have revelation of a cosmology beyond that.
Yeah, Elijah, the way you just put it is kind of the way it's going to go. I mean, by the text itself, right?
Right.
That's why I go with the biblical cosmology. It's got all the flat elements in there, and it's got the firmament dome.
Now, I
But
do
eventually
wonder
you do
how
have
we
to
found
have-
out.
What was that?
I said I do wonder how we found out that we had to be contained.
Well, if you look at the sky, you see that it does appear to be solid. The star trails bow up and down. And if you're on a train, you only see the scenery going by in one direction. It doesn't bow up and down. So if you're talking about what the stars would look like based off of pure motion, you should just see stars going by like that train. You shouldn't see bowing up and down. You'd only see bowing up and down if the sky had a solid nature or it was perspective or something was twisting the light. So it's pretty intuitive to say that we're covered by some sort of curved structure.
I
But
think it's a
eventually-
flat top, but whatever.
What makes you say that it's flat? With the bowing up and down, I mean. Because with us having to put all these pieces together, eventually we're going to need some sort of model to put this flat piece and this curved sky piece together to bring it all together, basically. So what makes you say that the sky is flat with all that curving?
Well, I mean, with all the curving, I mean, it could just be that the things.
Is he cutting out for you guys?
Yeah, it's breaking up a bit.
Yeah, it's kind of.
I heard it could be all that, and then it went silent.
This building, I'm listening and not listening at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, if,
I'm not even on the right floor. Well, give me like 2 minutes. Like
no problem.
120 seconds.
Metallic, I've got a question for you. You might be the person who could answer it. I've been thinking about this for a while because it's like just the whole concept of how the globe came to be, into the consciousness here. And I've heard some people here talk about the celestial spheres before, and some of those images that people show about the ancient cosmologies actually show kind of like a sphere around the Earth. So I feel like, the possible dome shape at the top, which is indicated by rainbows and certain other phenomenon like you were talking about, make me think that, we can't just like sit here and say, anytime somebody talks about spheres or globes, we're like out on it. You know what I mean? Because I am sometimes tempted because for various reasons, which I don't want to get into too much, I found something the other day about an ancient kind of like apparition where they were describing the Earth as a globe, which really annoyed me. And then you wonder where it came from, but then you wonder sometimes in the past when they're talking about globe or sphere, they're talking about celestial spheres, right?
Well, they're basically trying to get at the notion that the sky has some sort of solid nature with that bowing up and down that I was talking about. Because normally when you go in something like a train, you see the scenery pass by in a linear fashion in the opposite direction. You do not see the scenery bow up and down generally if you're talking about, one motion. And so it would be very comfortable for them to say that the sky at least is solid. Now, if they go past that beyond, say, a dome covering the flat surface to, say, a sphere going from the top to the bottom and around again around the surface, that's something else. That may be a bit of a bridge too far for, me. But at the very least, it's trying to get to the sky being a solid structure that appears to be curved.
Yeah, the bottom part, that's the part you don't like. It's that, that one meme, like a lot of people put it in here where it shows all the ancient cosmologies kind of in a compilation. It's the one in the upper right. I can't remember which one it is, but yeah, I hear what you're saying.
I think some of that is from the as above, so below thing, this desire for equality top to bottom. They're saying if it's solid and it's bowed on the top, then there needs to be a mirror image on the bottom. So part of that may be philosophical as opposed to really, examined, but it is trying to get at somewhat of a truth that the sky appears to be a curved, solid structure.
Now, for me, and I mean, this is all very new to me. No one really cares about rainbows like I do, so I don't have too many people, putting their brain power with me on this. But one of the reasons I think it's a flat surface is because I do think what we see is the sun is holographic in nature. And I say the same thing about the moon. And that would be easier over a flat surface. And then you have the surface, you have the layers of the atmosphere, which is not curved. So I would assume they're also level. That doesn't mean that the container has to be level. But when it comes to rainbows, one thing that I came across was something called conical refraction. And it's just a correlation, obviously, because, I can't say, well, the sun is this and its light is beaming through this and it's causing this. I can't say that. But one thing that seems to resemble what a rainbow looks like is conical refraction. And that's when you beam, a laser light through or accumulated light through biaxial crystal. And but it's not
in a cone shape.
But like when it comes out the other side of the I'm thinking about it now, and I'm like, I don't think it's straight up flat. Like, you have like a fish tank, and then you have like the top, and it's just like it's flat, and it's that single layer of glass. I don't think it's like that. I think it's multifaceted. I think it's a structure that's not just square or domed. I think there's multiple layers, and I think that it's all made in specific. I think it's made specifically, and I don't think it's specifically a level surface or a curved surface.
Well, the question begged would be if it is, flat or curved or whatever, where does it touch down? And so you can cover that with a curved surface that, curves down and touches down somewhere by the ground. But if it's, flat on top, would it be like a box, or where does it touch down?
It could be like a box, or it could be like a cylinder. like is that what that's called? Like no, where it's round on the all the way around on the side, but flat on the top. I don't know. It's many different possibilities.
Because if you see like a hard edge like that, you'd expect to see, like when we have hard edges and shine light on it, it has a marked boundary where it goes from the top to the side. Unless
Right.
we have people witnessing something like that, I'd probably go with something round. Especially since you can have a curved surface like billowing curtains and see the light come through with a decidedly curved aspect simply by the curved shape of what the light is playing off of. So I think that we're seeing a lot of these whorls and concentric circles from light playing off of what appears to be a very curved surface. So I'd be pretty comfortable going with some sort of dome firmament of some sort.
But
We're
then
never really going to get to the bottom. Sorry, Elijah.
biblically, when they say the expanse of heaven, which is the firmament, and then the firmament being spread out, this to me means that it's level up there, because it's also I forget who said something like, it was to the effect of it's the firmament being the floor of heaven or something like that. And I'm
Doesn't
like,
it?
well,
That's possible, but there's
and
also
you were North Star could definitely correct me or help me out with that.
Yeah, maybe. I know you've heard the one about the tent, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the tent shaped like? Is it like a yurt? What is it shaped like? And are you saying there could be like a flat surface at the top and then the dome, like a flat surface in the middle, center at the top, and then a dome shape?
Say that again.
So when you're saying like it could be different shapes, are you picturing the projection coming from like a flat top at the very center, like at the very arc, the very peak of the arc, and then there could be a dome?
Yeah, that is how I vision. That is how I vision.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been on the rainbow
It could be
things for a while, man, too, man.
pyramid,
It's,
it could be anything.
yeah.
It could have two planes on the inside and outside with curved structure within the glass. I don't know. I just don't think it's straight up one or the other. Like I just, because like, say for instance, well, like when the sun goes down, right? Like we've seen that video where it was Dave Weiss, and he set up the camera to give that kind of sun setting perspective, but it was actually just moving across like a clothing line. And I'm like, that is what we see. I can't say I see anything outside of that, you know. But I can take data from the people that say that it's the ball, and based on what I know, based on positions of the, like all of the information they've given it, and say, well, the sun is making this curve path. Maybe it is. I don't personally know.
It also has a certain architectural structural appeal because arches are known as extremely stable structures that can hold a great amount of weight simply by their curved shape. So if there are waters above, it may make a little bit of sense to have a domed arch keeping out the waters above, from a biblical standpoint anyway.
And whether it moved like in a straight path or, you know, like a arcing path, if it's projected, couldn't it be either?
And then I was asking somebody, I forget who it was, we were talking about it. What exactly is glare? Like, what is it? I know what we think about when we say the word, and we have, but that's like saying, what is a sunset? And then someone pictures the sun going down, and they're like, yes, it's setting below the horizon, which is a curve, right? So it's like when I say what is glare, and someone says, yeah, that's just like, that thing that happens when you take a picture of something with too much light. Like,
what's that?
No, I'm just saying, like, when I ask somebody, like, what is glare, in the sense of like taking a photo, say, like, that's just like the camera being exposed to too much light. I'm like, all right, cool. Yeah, but what's with all these shapes? It's like, well, that has to do with the shape of the lens, and I don't buy it, honestly. I again, I could be very ignorant, but I don't fucking buy it, because you see that little dot, like when you that little dot when you take a picture of the sun and you move it around, and you have this little like flare, and there's this like this dot in the middle of what looks like a hemisphere, actually. And that's one thing that if I was just going to say, well, glare is this, like if I was determining what it was and I was just going on intuitive nature, I'd be like, well, this is just showing me the structure of the filament, of the light, or whatever. Like you have the source, and then you have this curved structure around it. And this is just showing me what the shape of the structure of at least where that light is propagating through. That I think that's what it is showing.
It does have kind of a corona look to it, like an area of light that reaches well beyond the object, because you have the glowing object itself and or the area around the object that could be a source of glare, and or the lens where the light's bouncing off of the lens itself that could be a source of glare, and or the eye itself where there's this extra light beyond the shape of the image that appears to give this corona effect beyond the object itself. So some of what we think of as glare is a little hard to peg down, like which part of the object is the object itself and which part is just, glare. But it appears to essentially be extra light from the medium around the object / the lens of the object / the eye. But where is the glare happening, if anywhere? It's a little
right.
Little question.
Is it being caused by the camera, or are you taking pictures of the light that's not visible to your eye? Like you get what I'm trying to, like, is the structure up there causing it, or is the something in the camera causing it? So I'm not even talking about the glare and the second sun. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the part that everyone does call glare, not that part that doesn't move. And it's probably hard, like, to picture. I'm just saying this stuff. I'm looking for, okay, here's a picture right here. I'm gonna post two. So what we look at and perceive to be the sun, that's obviously not the sun. Because when you put a filter in front of it, doesn't it appear like the thing that they call glare? Like it appears like the little dot in the middle of the thing that they call glare. That's what the sun looks like. Not that big thing that we all say, yeah, that's the sun right there. No, when you filter out light, the sun actually looks like that little dot right there. So I'm saying, well, my lying eyes, even though that looks like the size of the sun, but okay, it's just glare. What? Well, I guess that really should have been a question. Like, should I not believe my lying eyes when I'm saying, oh shit, look at that little dot. It looks exactly like the sun when you cut out a lot of that light.
Well, the thing is,
What can be
we need
said?
to see what the sun is. If it's like that pen light shown beyond that glass, cupola there, then at best we would get a concentrated light reflection off of the dome with a bunch of possible glare around it and a bunch of extra light anyway. So how much of it is the object? How much of it is a reflection off the surface? And with these solar filters, what exactly are they filtering? Are they filtering the extra light from the medium around the object, the extra light off of the lens, the extra light in the eye? I mean, some of this is highly theoretical. That's why I don't even go there with these solar filters, because how do we know which part is being filtered out? Southern Israelite superimposed a solar filtered sun, which was smaller, on top of the unfiltered bigger sun, that glare sun that you put in your picture, and he was able to fit like 40 suns in there. And so some of this is highly arbitrary. Which part of the glare we cutting out, and it seems that these solar filters at best polarize the light at a certain angle so that it enters as straight on into the camera lens as possible, and we say that that's the true form of the object. I don't know if that's justified, because there may be other rays that are part of this sun too. I mean, it's just too theoretical.
Well, I would say that if I didn't have the video of, is this it right here? Is this the video of the sun passing through the clouds? Because again, with that, that's just like, a natural filter, and it cuts out all that extra light, and all that's left is what? Is that little dot. On top of that, whenever I've taken pictures of the sun, I'll just manipulate how much light comes into the sensor. So I'll put like a piece of paper on my finger, and it'll turn into that little dot. Now, if what you're saying is true, then the light, I'd be able to see it. There would be no way that I could manipulate the lens to make it appear as though the sun is less substantial in size. You get what I'm saying? Like, like if I were to look at a street light, right? Just a street light, and I were to say, like, point a camera at it and try to filter out some of the light, I'm still gonna get the diameter of the street light.
Well, the thing is, we have three possible definitions among many of what, if anything, glare is. And so it's just too theoretical to say what, if anything, is glare. And so, with that theoretical stuff, I mean, it's just really hard to know. And plus, we're assuming that the solar filter is giving us a true size. I don't know if that's
minus the solar filter. What I'm saying is, when I take a picture with no filter, matter of fact, if I look at the sun and I squint my eyes, like, the glare goes away. It's just that very focused point of light that, like, you begin to even see it. And then one could say, well, what if that's just how our eyes work? I mean, the little dot in our eye, the pupil in our eye, looks damn near about the same size, apparently speaking anyway. Right.
Well, you do get a bit of solar filtering even by looking at the trees through the looking at the sun through the trees. It's a bit more glary, and then you pass by these trees like in a car, and all of a sudden the sun appears to be somewhat filtered and be more of a discrete disk with less rays emanating from it. So in a way, you have a solar filter there, and I guess they're saying that, by a similar principle, we can make these cameras with their lenses to kind of filter out certain portions of light to give a more true size on the object, but different filters give a different size of sun. So since, they do that, it makes these, solar filters and all this stuff, kind of questionable if we're talking about the solar filters anyway.
Interesting conversation, to say the least.
Yeah, and if the sun is shining on the glass surface from beyond, it's not really going to have a true shape. You might just see the specular reflection or the specular highlight on the glass. That could be any shape depending on how focused it is.
Isn't
And the
that
real
typically
sun
what
could
we
be
see, though?
gone. What was
Isn't
that?
that typically isn't that okay? I would say that that's typically what I've seen. Like when you filter it, it looks exactly like quote unquote the second sun. It's like, okay, well, the second sun looks just like the sun if you filter it. And on top of it, it when you like say high altitude shots, right? When you look at the sun, it doesn't look like a disc. It doesn't look like a disc at all. In fact, half the time that I video the sun, it doesn't look like a disc. It only looks like a disc when it's setting.
Well, if we're filtering something off of glass, we're just looking at a lit zone. That could be any size. And so it would have to be a discrete object, and we'd need to see that disk preferably, or that sphere or whatever. Otherwise, at best, it's just a zone off of glass, that could be any size depending on how you focus the light onto, said object or said firmament. So there's a couple possibilities here. I do believe that the sun is solid, like a construct, like a disk myself, but there's a couple possibilities here,
Yeah, yeah. I think it's a combination of well, number one, we don't even know what light is, really, right? We just experience it. But and I mean, in order to get white light, you combine the red, blue, and green colors, and that's how they make white lasers. And I think the sun is something like that. Maybe a bunch of brilliant mirrors and a bunch of brilliant reflectors. A whole bunch of different. Yo, it's crazy that as I'm talking. Oh, hold on. As I'm talking, I just walk upon a store with like 6 globes inside. No, I'm gonna take a picture right now. This is rich.
Repeat the lie long enough, people start to believe it.
Elijah, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Have you seen the there's a video on my channel. It's a solar eclipse, and they're viewing it with a solar filter. Have you seen it?
No.
Okay, so let's give you a little rundown. It's only a couple minutes. It's sped up, obviously, because otherwise we watch it for 30 minutes. So it was taken by some astronomers, some observatory in Chile. So the sun is setting. They're looking at it through a solar filter, and eventually, through the solar filter, eventually the sun turns into a blob and turns into a line, right? But then they take the solar filter off, and boom, the sun is still there.
Yeah, I want to see this.
Yeah, I'll post it. I'll find it real quick. Yeah, the sun is still there, man, when they take the filter off. The sun has not set. So
So that just proves the whole light attenuation and extinction thing. That you wouldn't see it forever, because you can literally block it out by a filter.
Yeah, I love when they say that the sun doesn't change size and it doesn't do this and it doesn't do that. I mean, shit, there's like 9 different types of sunsets where the sun completely morphs into a different shape.
That's what I'm saying. Like, yo, like, how could it? Because when people think about sunsets, they just think of the movie version. But there's like so many different types. It's like, so basically, they're just cherry picking.
You got it. Cherry picking. Half the globe. Well, I wouldn't say half. I would say 90% of the globe stuff is cherry picking. Like seasons, like, oh, it changes temperature and it gets colder in the winter, and warmer in the summer. Yeah, most places, but not all places. Like I was talking to Kai about this. I recently found out that it's in San Francisco. It's warmer in the winter and colder in the summer.
Oh, that's interesting as hell.
Yeah, I'm sure they have some probably refraction or something, refracted heat.
Hey, Indio.
That right there, that lone, what you just said just now debunks the globe. Just like water does, but we make things super complicated. But that right there debunks the globe. To build a narrative off of making me believe that the seasons work the way they work because we live on a globe, and so when it's winter, things work this way, but then they don't. It's a wrap. That's it. That's it after that.
Yeah, and that's just one example. I'm sure there's, I know of one other example that would be like Tasmania. Tasmania, like in what is equivalent to our July, it snows there. So, and it's like the equivalent latitude of Detroit. Now imagine it snowing in Detroit in July, right? I mean, that'd be pretty crazy.
Hey, Indio, is that the video you were talking about? The one I just posted?
Hold on. Let me look real quick.
Sorry.
Does it got a red thumbnail?
It's from an aircraft, so maybe not the right one then. Do you remember what the name is? But this one is interesting.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Okay.
I'll get it real quick.
No problem.
Called Eclipse Solar Chile. Okay, I'll post it in 2 seconds.
What happens if the Earth was flat? We'd be able to see the sun from everywhere. Like that video alone, the way you described it to me, it debunks that whole notion.
And once again, Chile's one of those places where it's super dry. I find it kind of funny to have like really, really low humidity. You get completely different observations than like what we would call normal places. So you got to think, man, that most of astronomy is composed of people doing observations in the so-called northern hemisphere, which has certain weather conditions. Right, and same with like compass readings, like compasses point north, all this crap. But when you go to different places on Earth, like none of that becomes true anymore.
Yeah, the moon. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say in the description, I think the original video, if people want to check it, the original video is linked in the description. Any video that's on my channel, if it's somebody else's video, I'll link the original in the description.
I asked you about this before, but I forget your answer on it. Because me and Solar were going back and forth. Now, like I said, I love to read. Reading is awesome. I'm not that good at math. Not that I'm not that good at math. I'm ignorant to it. I have no time. I don't care about it. I don't love it. I just don't. You know. But I could learn it because I have before. Now,
Not your cup of tea.
After I was out of school, that was it. I forgot it. Don't care. You know. So, but as far as that video that you had with I don't know why I keep thinking his name is Paul Blart. Paul Larson. So those guys all talk about how they ran. He and his colleagues, right? They ran simulators and they did all of this 3D modeling and.
I don't think they did any 3D modeling. I think they just did the math or whatever. They made a physical model. They made a physical model of like the globe versus the elevation of the ISS, right? They made a physical model of that.
So the point is, Flat Earth Solar said that the math is wrong, that you would be able to see the curvature from that height. And I just wanted your opinion on the math because I have no idea what it's even.
That's wrong. I'm saying, no, listen. It's because you're not far enough away. You got to be able to see the whole ball to see a curve. You got to be able to see like a significant portion. You know what I mean? You got to be far enough away.
But from a 1 foot observer height, the horizon should be at 1.22, meaning that even a 1 foot observer should be able to discern some kind of, that's what we're supposed to be able to see. And I also agree with your point that you do need to be sufficiently high enough to see the full ball, but that curvature, if you can see it from 1 foot, you should be able to see it from virtually any height, just in greater magnitudes or lesser magnitudes.
Okay, so let me try to explain it like this. So, you know, we see in perspective, right? So you have like the 3D world out there is being projected onto the surface of your eye or a camera lens or a camera sensor or whatever, right? So it's being projected onto a flat surface. So, for instance, if I drew a circle on the ground, it would actually look like an oval, right? It would look more like an egg, actually. So what you have is, if you're looking out at the Earth, right, to tell, like, since it's being projected onto this flat surface, to infer that it's a curved surface, the edges have to be higher than the center, right? When we look at
they have to be lower. They would have to be lower than the center, wouldn't it? Like the center would be the apex, would be the highest part of the oval, and then the sides would be below, which would create that slight curve, the convex shape. So even a very, very flat, like if you were looking at it, you drew that circle on the floor and you lay down right on the floor with your eye against it, the midpoint would still be the higher point and the outer sides would be lower than that higher midpoint.
But how could they be lower if the horizon is the distance to the horizon, like off to the sides, right? It's still the same distance and it's still going to have this same dip angle. It's going to have the same value. So say the dip angle is 10 degrees in the center.
It looks like you just cut out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you cut out midway.
I think he cut out. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. To me, in my mind, if you're living on this ball, then the curvature should be evident. Like by living on it, let alone when you start ascending in altitude, you should be able to discern some curvature. So I wouldn't say that you could go up 100 kilometers and still see it perfectly flat.
It could be a flaw. it could be a flaw in the mathematics themselves. That what we're using is because this would be because this dip angle stuff is not actually derived from like spherical geometry. It's derived from the side view circle. When we do the Earth curve calculators, right? We're just using a circle, right? And we're calculating the angles from that. We're not actually using like a sphere. So maybe there's some the side.
Cut out again. Yeah, so if you're at any angle,
they use so you've heard of Gogolber say this, like Wolfie 60-20, right? If I look at the horizon, like here's my eye level on my heads up display, right? This is my eye level, and look, it's the horizon is dipped down from that, right? From eye level. That's what the Globers say. I'm sure you've heard them say this 100 times.
Yes.
But every point on the horizon is supposed to have the same. Every place on the horizon should have the same dip angle.
Yes.
Right.
And no matter the edges of the image, the sides of the image, doesn't matter where it is on the horizon, they should have the same dip. So if it's dipping the same, right, from this eye level, it can't appear curved because the center will be the same as the sides.
Not sure I understand.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand as well.
So say I have a picture, right? And I draw a line across the center of the image, and that is my eye level, right? Okay. And if I draw a curve on this same image, right, and I measure, right, the angle between the eye level line and say the edges of the image is going to be larger than the center of the image. That's how you tell it's a curve, because it's not a.
It would drop down on the edges further, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's not the same angle.
Exactly. So they got a big problem because when you match it up with reality, you have a flat, straight horizontal line across the horizon. So off to any angle, right or left.
Am I cutting out?
Yeah, you are. Off and on. Sounds like you're back.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, hold on a second. It's a stupid Discord app on the iPhone. It totally bites balls. I gotta restart it. Hold on.
So after you guys are done explaining this, I just
you cut out now too. Oh shoot! I'll just talk then. That's all really the math you need to know, man. A ball. If you rise up, it's going to drop down. But I like what Indio is saying because those dip angles would be different on a sphere. If you look to the right or left, there would be a different drop angle. I think I understand that now.
Hello, how are you? Okay, so we could talk about it in terms of pixels, right? So if I draw a line across the image, let's say it's 2/3 of the way up the image from the bottom, right? And I draw a curve on that same image, a curved line. Arcing, an arc, right? The center of that curve is going to be closer to that eye level line than the edges, right? So say 10 pixels versus at the edges is 15 pixels, you can turn this into an angle. Doesn't have to be pixels, it can just turn it into an angle. But those angles are not going to be the same. They're not going to be equal angles. But it could be a problem with the math. It's just that because, like I was trying to say, in 3D graphics, they don't use any of this crap to create the images. They use something called what's called homogeneous coordinate system, which is I don't want to get like super crazy math geek nerd stuff, but it's like a form of Clifford algebra, which is like a generalized, more general form of like Euclidean geometry, I guess you'd say. Anyway, the point is it's not obvious, or it might not be true that like Euclidean geometry, like of a plane, just can automatically be converted into 3D space like that. I mean, it's possible.
I agree with what you're saying. I've heard it be described like your hula hoop vision, where you're always seeing equidistant outward. So say you've got a visual limitation of 10 or 20 miles. You're seeing 20 miles all around you in a circle. I agree with that completely. What I was talking about is that if you're looking at the 10 o'clock position and the 2 o'clock position, and those are both 20 miles away from one another, and say they're two pieces of land that jut out. Now, you know that those distances might be 35 miles or 38 miles. And in that distance, you see no discernible difference. So there's no curvature on that horizon, which is almost 40 miles. Whereas what you're talking about is your circular vision limit. Yes, it's set at 20 miles, so you're only seeing the 20. So therefore, the dip angle should be the same to all those points on the 20 miles from you. But if you take those two known distances at the 10 o'clock and the 2 o'clock, on the outer extreme of your 20-mile limit would now be about 35 miles apart. And especially over water, over that 35 miles, knowing how much curvature we should see, there should be some kind of discernible.
There should be an arc of some
in the middle.
Yeah, there should be an arc. I understand exactly what you're saying, and that's like if you look at say I took a circle, right, and I say I made it the same scale as
that's from.
And you look at it from the side, you're going to see some arc in the center. You know what I mean? You're going to see an arc, just like you're saying. If they're 30, 60 miles apart,
So just from here on the surface, there should have been some way to see that we're actually on a sphere. And then as you go up, you see it all in its glory and majesty or whatever. But
so are you saying mathematically from 250 miles, hypothetically speaking, mathematically speaking, you would definitely see a curve?
Depends on what math you're using. It just depends on what math you're using, and this is why when people make claims like math is reality, they're just nonsense. Like you can use one mathematical method and get a result, and use a different mathematical method they're valid within themselves, but they give different results. I mean, this is all over mathematics. There's all sorts of contradictions and paradoxes, and
yeah,
shouldn't be a surprise to anybody.
So if you do take the math,
thank you, Solar, for challenging me. Though it was uncomfortable.
Well, he's not wrong. He's not wrong at all. I mean,
no, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying thank you for challenging what I was saying that day, because even though I was, even though I wanted it to be true that you could see curvature from the ISS, I didn't go on repeating it because I wasn't sure if what you were saying was true. So thank you for challenging.
Well, I appreciate it, and I said it at the time. Like, I know we both got a bit sort of heated trying to explain our points, but it was I always see if someone poses something slightly different and you have to think about it a little bit more deeply, I see that as productive. I see that as progress. And I hope that you often do that to me as well. You say, have you thought about it this way? Or maybe think about adding this into what you're talking about. And it's the purpose is to make you think deeper about it, and also to not just like mathematically, if you take the 250 miles and you work it out in feet, you can work out how far that horizon should be all around you in a circle fashion. And then if you work out the 10 o'clock and the 2 o'clock, there would have to be a discernible horizon or some hump. But you should also see that from ground level. And that was my only thing that I was objecting, was that was to me the most mind-blowing thing about Flat Earth, was that at 1 mile, I'm supposed to see drop. And then at 2 and 3 and 4 miles, by 3 miles, a whole 6-foot man is supposed to be below my feet. I was like, never, come on. Like you're supposed to be seeing it from a 6-foot observer height. Like it's supposed to be evident, but it's not. And then we go up higher and it's still not. So then they say, well, you have to go up higher. Always have to go up a bit more. Go a little bit higher, then you'll see it. And then what we know about cameras is they have the barrel distortion. So as you do get higher,
I mean, people
it
don't
does seem to curve a bit, you know?
Well, I mean, there's problems with, like, I'm not going to get into that. Lenses at low pressure and cold temperatures distort images. They create something what's called Petzval curvature, but I don't really want to get into that. There's something like the ball that they say the Earth is a lot smaller than people realize. They just hear 3,959 mile radius, say, "Oh, that's gigantic." It's actually a lot smaller than people realize. So if you take the Bolivian salt flats, right? So you got this perfect mirror. You should be able to do, like, within 200 feet, if you do the math, right? So the resolution number I is 0.02 degrees. 0.02 degrees on the ball Earth is only 200 feet, right? So you should have a visual distortion within 200, if you have a perfect reflection, right? Where all the angles are equal. You should be able to see the angles, you know, what you're seeing reflected versus what you see in the sky, because you can compare the sky versus what's the reflection of the sky. And because of, you know, the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection, all those angles should be equal. There should be no distortion, right? But if it's a ball Earth, then you're going to see distortion because it's a curved surface. You should be able to detect that distortion in the water, right, at the Bolivian salt flats within 200 feet of the camera. You will start seeing an increasing amount of distortion as it moves to the horizon, but we don't see any distortion in the Bolivian salt flats. It is a perfect reflection.
Well, I often say to people, like, the United States is 3,000 miles. Your entire radius is 3,959. Just visualize that for a second. Think about the United States, and then think about that being your entire radius. So in that amount of distance, you have to go from one side of an equator all the way to the other side of an equator equidistantly. It's not like in their minds, they think from United States to China, and probably that would be the radius. Then it would be so massive that you probably wouldn't really see. But it's not that big. Like 3,000 miles, 3,900 miles. Like, shit, that thing's tiny, man.
And then
And really, I think that's kind of the disconnect, right, between us and the Goldbergs. Is like they didn't do the math. They didn't really take any action to comprehend, like, what is this? What are the values this model actually mean? Were you talking, Elijah? Was I talking over you?
You're roboting, Elijah.
Anyway, the point is that they've never really they never did any real analysis to say, okay, what does this mean? What should I see? They just say things like, oh, the Earth is too big. The Earth is too big to see curve. And then you ask them, how big is it? I don't know. Well, then how do you know it's too big if you don't even know how big it is?
Just because it's always a little bit bigger than what you thought and what you need. It's so big that we might as well call it flat, but it's not flat. How could anything work on a flat surface, which we're all on right now, but we're just on the flattened part of the ball? How could anyone exist on the flattened part of the ball?
The crazy thing is, I was reading the Bible.
Yeah, that is crazy.
I'm still on Genesis. So, don't
take your time.
Don't diss me because I haven't made it past Genesis. It's just I'm the type of person that if I don't understand something, I'm gonna keep reading it and I'm trying to get past it so that I can just reread it 6 times, but I can't even get past Genesis because it's so, I don't know. But anyway, the point is, when I got to the Sodom and Gomorrah part, and it talks about these cities and other cities on this plane of existence between these mountains, I was like, wait a minute, what is that distance? Then I started looking up planes, and then I come across the information that says, well, planes make up 1/3 of the Earth's surface, not the portion that's in the sea, but the portion that's on land, 1/3 of that. And I'm like, what? So then why the fuck do people think that's the? And then I looked up abyssal plains, which make up 50%
Yes.
of the bottom of the rest of it, of the ocean floor. And then I said, well, hold on. If the plane goes from one, and like if you have the continent, then you have the slope, and then you have the plane, and then you have the slope, and then the continent, then all of this tectonic nonsense, none of this makes any sense. It's all connected.
It's all rigid.
And it's all flat.
But plane in their mind means curve, just it's equidistant from the center.
Right.
So mathematically it registers as 0 altitude change, but actually, we're just not understanding, from this fictitious central point. That's why it appears.
They don't understand that we just don't accept, because they think that they need to re-educate us, and we're simply saying, no, I don't accept that because there's no evidence that that's true. They won't accept that. We don't accept it.
Because they are only parroting consensus. And if someone told you something, I was chatting on another channel called War of Words. I was saying to them, if you have no idea of anything and 5 guys come and they all tell you a story for why something occurred, in your mind, you can only allocate 20% probability to each of them. They've all got 20% chance of being real, because these 5 guys all gave me their story. But then there's this little thing called the scientific method that you can then go and apply to figure out, okay, option 1 is bullshit, option 2 has probability, and maybe option 5, and the others are bullshit. And you can rigorously test those, and you can find out what the actual cause was. And you don't have to trust any one of those guys. You know it. But that takes work. And no one wants to go do the work. It's much easier just to believe guys. So when 5 guys present their option, if you're one of the people who just take each one of them as probable, then you probably fall into the category of thinking every religion is all the same. And how should I trust Buddhism over Christianity over, because to you, they're all just stories. And everyone's told you a story, and now you must decide who you're going to trust, which storyteller are you going to trust. But you must never trust a storyteller. You must go and discern if it's true or not. And it's that going and doing the stuff yourself that then will make you so adamant, because you went and did the foundation work. So you know why you came to that conclusion. It's not someone told it to you, and then when you ask them a question, they go, because there's no foundation below it. It's just an assumption based on what they heard. And that's when I'm the most adamant, when I've actually gone and checked it myself, and I know these numbers off by heart. Gone down to water, and I've looked across over 40 kilometers, over 50 kilometers, and you can see the shoreline. And you go and do the mathematics, and you see that this doesn't make any sense. It cannot be a ball of 3959 with what that curve is meant to be when you stand at water and look out at it.
The latest comment on my video that I did with the long distance observation was, how did you determine the amount of obstruction? Looks like you are way off. My answer was, using the Globe Earth curvature calculator.
Yeah, they always assume you're way off because they haven't.
We got a piece of advice. Yeah. Well, no. Hold on a second. They'll just lie. I hate to tell you, having been in YouTube comments for a long time and post my own videos, they'll just come in and tell lies. They don't care. So they will literally say anything.
Yeah,
I had a guy arguing with me that plumb lines curve, dude. And that curving plumb lines, you know what a plumb line is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the dude's arguing that plumb lines actually do curve, and hundreds of scientists have measured plumb lines curving. Like, this is ludicrous. I mean, seriously, but they don't care. But they have to say it because in the globe model, in Geodesy, plumb lines curve in their little mapping model. So they have to have them. So he didn't have any evidence that actually happened. So he just made it up, just lies. That's what they do. So they'll just say it's way off. So some random person that looks at the comments goes, yeah, he's just wrong flat earther. I'm going to just move on.
As I'm getting to a point where I'm actually don't even want to comment anymore or reply to comments because it's just ridiculous the way they come.
Oh, dude, it's a time. They'll just waste your time. They'll just sit there and it's a total time sink. I actually started turning comments off in my videos.
Right, because you just started doing your own observations, right? Did you think that when you had the personal information yourself, that all of a sudden you'd be able to flip copious amounts of globe earthers? Like, hell no. Like, that's what I thought. Like when I went to my friends and I was like, guys, yo, I don't think the moon landing is a thing. What are you, a flat earther? Oh my God, I thought you were smart. Turns out you're the dumbest motherfucker here. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, just be ready for no matter what good evidence you have for them to just be like, yeah, well, the problem is you didn't take into account. That's what it's always going to be.
Yeah.
Or you're misunderstanding how, I had someone tell me that I misunderstand how the horizon works. I'm like, how the horizon works. All right.
Maybe the batteries are flat.
Does the horizon work? Who engineered the horizon?
It gets up, makes itself a cup of coffee. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I'll mention though, you guys are talking about the curvature and the horizon and things like that, and that was the latest comment on my video. It's like, oh my God, it looks like I'm way off. Okay.
Yeah, I was just trying to tell you, don't take what they say to heart because they'll just, someone says you got the math wrong, just double check. If it ain't wrong, beat feet, buddy. You're just lying.
I put in everything there, every bit of information possible that's in that video. Math, screenshots, location, GPS location, everything.
You're not taking into account the gravitational refraction, sir.
Well,
I did forget that. So that's where I'm going to get it.
Everything that you detailed, we have with the Black Swan.
Yeah.
Like
it's fucking shocking.
Oh, and they're just like, oh, word. What was the temperature along that line of sight that day? Like, give me the temperature for every fucking inch, or it didn't happen. Like, okay, like I can't help you after, like, because this is when they tell you that they're mentally deranged. That's what they're telling you. It's like there's just sometimes it's too deep, it's too far. Like,
yeah.
I'm not here to tell. You got a new channel, right? Your channel's brand new, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just trying to give you just a heads up, man. Don't take it to heart. I shared your video on Twitter and stuff, so you could be getting like just the Twitter people are just crazy, insane people. So they might be posting in there too. You're gonna recognize the same names over and over again, doing the same stuff. I'm sure you got a guy that came in and said, show us the flat earth map or show us the flat earth model or some ridiculous stuff like that. There's the same clown that goes to every flat earth video and says the same crap over and over again on every single one. So that's what you're in for.
Oh wait, yeah. Someone says, "I don't know about you, man, but I can see a curve." Where the fuck does this guy see a curve in my video? Oh my god. Okay, that was 5 minutes ago. But yeah, I don't take it to heart. It's just like, do you actually reply to these fucking people, or do you just ignore it?
Well, that's the thing. The reason we're in this mess is because we didn't ignore them. Like, because that's what we should have did. Like with Flat Earth Society and Obama came out. We first of all, these are glorified fucking actors, all of them, all of your pundits on TV, your news people, anyone who's famous, they are all glorified actors. Yo, as a matter of fact, you'll notice that in the movies that hit those box office numbers that they like they always put the actual news pundits and the actual people who claim to be scientists in those movies, you know, right? Because they're all actors and people relate to them as as the characters that they portray. So what we should have done from the beginning is look at Obama and all these other silly motherfuckers like, oh, word? Okay. Anyway, back to my friends and family. Bruh, look at the radius. Have you looked into any of this geometry? Like, we should have just straight up, you get what I'm trying to say? Like, we kind of gave them legitimacy by answering to all of their straw mans and red herrings this long. Like we're engaged with them, and that takes away a lot of time that we should be dedicating to actually finding the people who want to know what's going on.
True that.
I mean, seriously, like that. Should it?
Well, let me tell you how I did it when I first started my channel. Just let me finish that. I just want to give them at first I would just answer every comment, and then I deleted assholes comments, and then I went to I'm only gonna answer. I'm gonna be okay, I'm only gonna answer comments for 15 minutes, and then I got to move on with my life, and then I moved to just comments off.
Yeah. I don't want to delete any comments. I had a few comments that I see were held for review. I released them. I don't want to be. I don't want to get ridiculed for saying I'm hiding comments or I'm hiding questions. I'm just gonna.
What I would do. Everything. Listen, if they have stupid comments like I can see Curve, I will go. What I will do, I'll go to their channel to see how old the channel is. Right. So you get a lot of stocks, or how many subs they have, or how many people they're sub to, or if there's anything on the channel whatsoever. If there's nothing on the channel, they have no subs, or the account's brand new, I just block them and delete their comments. Because they're obvious trolls, you know what I mean? They're obvious sock accounts.
Yeah, he's got.
You know Gem Panda, right?
What's up?
No, Gem Panda is Gem Panda. You know who that is, right?
No.
Gem Panda. Oh, you don't? Fuck, dude. He runs that flat Earth debate and more. Debate flat Earth and more. He's a doofus. Anyway, when I first got into Flat Earth, man, someone got a screenshot of all his sock accounts. Now, this is like so-called Big Glober, or whatever you want to characterize it. He's got a Discord. I don't know how many people are in there, like a couple thousand. He's been combating Flat Earth since the beginning. Anyway, that dude alone had something like 30 sock accounts. So, I mean, and he's supposed to be one of the upstanding ones. So I can only imagine what the degenerate ones are. They probably got hundreds of sock accounts. I swear some of these people must get paid, man. Like, how can you fight Flat Earth 15 hours a day?
Yeah, it's true. Eh?
Well, tell them how many sock accounts Kosho had.
Oh my God, dude, Kosho and Big Fokker, right? Between those two, I'd say 1,000 bans between this and the old server. 1,000 accounts banned. That's not even an exaggeration.
That's about fair.
Now, where did he have time to do this here while also refuting me at Jim's, while also being at Nathan Oakland's? 3 different servers. Well, how does he even have the kind of time to do this? Like, you know what I'm doing? Like, I talk shit about Flat Earth. And
have the time to hit on all the girls in their DMs. How does he have time to do all this, man?
I don't know. Like,
Dude,
because I don't have
Gosho's full-time job was hitting on chicks in
getting
DM.
citations. Like when I'm putting all my time into like gathering citations because they keep deleting sources and shit, and I got to recycle the amount of time that takes just for like 3-4 solid arguments. I don't understand how he has the time he has to. I just don't like. I don't get it. This is why I forget half the shit that I learned, right? Because I don't have time to keep up with it all. Like at some point, you just got to be okay with knowing that the Earth is flat, or it's gonna like consume your life. But their motivation on their side, because they're everywhere. Like if you go into like that dude's snack is like in every potential. Like there are certain servers that have a potential to go from whatever conspiracy they're talking about to seriously looking into flat Earth. Like they're on that cusp. Like, I've been hearing about flat Earth. I'm gonna finally decide to have some of these people over because some people say that there's this effing society and this misinformation. I want to get the information from the horse's mouth. It seems like there are individuals like Snack that pop up at all of those places. And it's like, how do these motherfuckers know where we are? Where we're trying to have conversation. Like what? How do they do it?
Probably have parents that are in the military / NASA / they're just scientists and shit. I wouldn't be surprised if these government operatives said to their kids, "Hey, get on this server and infiltrate it, and we'll give you a couple bucks or whatever."
Like you've detailed, Elijah, you can't put that much time into something unless you're being remunerated for it, and unless that there's some sort of support staff. The J Triggs spoke about that you were paid an amount based on how many hundreds of soccer accounts you had. So when you find someone who already has over 1,000 bands, it kind of shows you what caliber of person you're dealing with, and how Kosho, like you say, pops in and out wherever. It's almost like he's needed. It's, all of them. Like you say, you can go to a random chat, you start talking, and suddenly 2 or 3 guys will pop in that'll start repeating the same globe Earth lies in the same order, refuting your points with the same shit. And you're like, where the fuck did you just come from?
You guys hear me?
I swear to God, I watched them. Yeah, we can hear you.
I got a question.
I swear to God, I watched him ODD finish. Yeah, thanks. Anyway, ODD, when he had a stream, I literally watched him change shifts in his chat, dude. Like literally, dude was like, I gotta go. So some other Globers came in, was like, hey, how you doing? Blah blah blah, and they like changed shift, and the other one started making the same bullshit comments the other one that just left was making. And that other person was in there for like 8 hours straight. It's crazy,
That's
man.
what they
It's
do
craziness.
here.
A little shift change, dude.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, don't mean to change the subject. I just got.
No, it's cool.
I got a couple questions about.
I'll let you know that I'm very suspicious of you popping in while we're trying to expose the J-Tricks. But go on.
No, I'm totally. This is the first time I've ever been on anything like this. I've been listening for years. I just got a question about relative density.
Oh boy, yo. All right. Okay.
All right.
Go for
it. When helium is in a balloon, is the balloon the medium of the helium?
The medium of the helium would be the surrounding air. The balloon would simply be covering.
But is the balloon the actual medium of the helium? Because the helium is inside the balloon.
No.
No, because you have a paradox. When the balloon isn't filled with helium, the plastic simply sinks. And when it is filled with helium, it rises. So you have a paradox of which are you going to go with? Is the medium of the balloon rising or sinking at that point? It's
Well,
an
that's what
interesting question, but the medium would tend to be seen as the surrounding.
But when
Oh, I understand. Well, I understand that the
taking
air.
density into account, you do factor the container and the volume inside it to work out the relative density of the entire object. So in that regard, yes, the balloon and the helium would be added together to work out its relative density. So a heavier balloon material versus a thinner balloon material, that balloon would have a different relative density. But in terms of, is the balloon the helium? No, the balloon is nylon or plastic.
No, I didn't ask that. I asked if the balloon, because the helium is contained inside the balloon, is the balloon itself, is the rubber balloon, is that the medium for the helium? Because
no.
Inside.
Did you hear my point?
Well, let me ask it like this. Can you give us, if this is an example of the balloon being the medium, can you give us another example of this?
What do you mean? No, I'm just asking.
Well, you're asking the question. Give us another example. Give us another question about something else related.
So is the plastic container the water?
I'm not even.
Okay.
Is the plastic container the water? No. The plastic container that's containing the water is not the water. The water is the medium. The plastic container is containing the medium. The medium is the helium. The plastic is containing that helium called a balloon. Simple.
Also, media need to be contained. They do not, well, they do contain, but media, plural, also need to be contained. Water needs to be contained. Air needs to be contained. So if you're talking about a medium, normally it needs to be contained. The plastic of the balloon is a container. It normally doesn't need to necessarily be contained.
Okay.
Okay. It's not plastic. It's latex or rubber, and it's flexible. It reaches hydrostatic equilibrium with the air pressure surrounding it, so it is neutral to the environment.
Okay. So if the helium, okay, no, I'm just trying to just get my head around this, because the helium is not being if it's contained within a solid object, how can its density be affected by what's outside the container? Because, for example,
the balloon is changing.
Hold on. Let me.
The density. Well, I'm just saying the density of the balloon is not static.
Correct.
It's not static. It changes until it reaches hydrostatic equilibrium.
But like I explained, when you work out the density of an ocean-going vessel, you add up the empty space along with the metal, and when divided by the volume, you get the relative density of the entire object, and therefore it floats on water even though it weighs hundreds of tons in steel. So the relative density of the entire exterior of the ship is less, or it's less dense than the water, the amount of water that it would have to displace, so it remains buoyant. So it's the same thing with a balloon. You're adding the balloon outer case plus the balloon inner, the medium inside, adding them together, getting an average, and that average is still less than the air, so it rises.
It's a whole package. It's the latex helium package, really. Because the latex keeps it from taking up too much space, and it defines the volume of space it takes up, which has implications for density, which is, mass per unit volume, basically.
Okay, so when you fill a balloon with helium and it wants to go up, when you blow a balloon up, and it will take the same shape if you put the same amount of air in the balloon as you had the helium in, or that you had helium in. Just blowing it up the balloon is going to take the same shape, but yet it won't go up. So you're not changing the density of the balloon, because it's going to be the same shape as if it had helium in it. So why is the helium making it go up?
Well, they cover that by saying that even though it looks like it has the same shape, there's still a bit more compactness with the air internally. And so you can take like a aluminum ball, and you can make it a certain shape, but if you make it a really tight, compact shape of a certain size versus a hollow shape with this aluminum ball over here, the more hollow shape and volume of the aluminum ball will tend to rise in, say, water, and the more compact aluminum ball of the same shape but with more stuff packed in it will tend to sink. So it'll look like the same volume, but inside it'll be more or less compact in the current theory. So it looks like the same volume, but inside it's more compact in the current theory. Something.
Yeah,
Okay, well,
helium is lighter than air. That's why.
Okay, now lighter.
When you said density didn't change, that's just not that's wrong, because the volume changed, but the density is definitely different.
No, you blow it up.
Relative
to the same
density
volume.
has changed.
Exactly, the same volume, but the density of the oxygen that you're putting into the carbon dioxide or whatever is in it is different than the density of the helium.
Okay, so
same
now
mass, I'm sorry, same volume, different amount of mass, essentially by saying that there's more
Just say system. This
volume.
Just say different amount of substance because we don't want to get into the definition war.
Yeah.
Okay,
well, if you fill up the ocean vessel,
you know, stuff.
if you filled up that ocean vessel with water, all those compartments that need to be air to make the relative density of that object float, if you fill up those compartments with water, it will sink, because you've changed the relative density by changing what went inside of those compartments and their relative density in conjunction with the medium that surrounds them. So by placing water in a ocean-going vessel and there's water around it, it makes it neutrally buoyant, but it needs positive buoyancy to remain buoyant. So once it's neutrally buoyant, it's going to start to sink. Same thing with your explanation with blowing it up from your own oxygen from your mouth. You haven't imparted a lighter gas into that balloon. You've imparted the same or a similar medium to what the medium surrounding it is. So you've made something neutrally buoyant. So which means it neither goes up or down. But by injecting a lighter density gas, the relative density of the entire system will always rise. And you can take 1,000 explanations, but it's always the same. If the contents change, the relative density of that object changed.
Okay, now what I don't understand is how the helium, when it's contained in a physical thing, how is it being affected by the medium of the air? Why would it make it go up when it's not even technically it's not even part of the medium of the air, because it's completely separate, because it's encased within the balloon. So why would it? How can it be? Yes, I understand that less dense air will go up and everything. I understand that, but when it's contained within something, how is it being affected by the medium of the air?
But you're trying to think of affected. You're trying to think of affected like a force. Like, how is this force being applied to that thing if there's something dividing it like a barrier? But it's not like that. There is a natural tendency towards equilibrium. And if something is less dense, it rises. There's no handshake between the two, an agreement, and that they have to coordinate between themselves. It just happens. I mean, take your analogy back, like you said, it's got a surface or a container. So let's use a solid. How does a solid know that it should fall down? It's because it's more dense. Equilibrium. It's more dense than what's around it, so it falls. If something is less dense than what's around it, it rises. But you were asking the question, how does the thing that's less dense know to rise? How does the helium know to be benchmarking itself against the oxygen if there's something dividing it. But together, they just tend towards equilibrium. So there isn't like an agreement or a force, an actual one thing acting on another. There is a tendency. Now, the ball earth likes to say that the things are attracted down and that's why things move up. So the lighter air is being pulled, or the heavier air is being pulled down, and the lighter object is then being displaced upward. But the real crux of the matter is that when it's heavier, it will fall through the medium if it's relatively more dense than the medium around it. And if it's less dense than the medium around it, it will rise.
Okay, but that's
100%
the thing,
of the time.
It's not in the medium of the air. It's in the medium, or it's within the balloon. That's what I can't get my head around.
No, it is.
I mean, you
So the
could
balloon
say
is
when
one.
you blow air, you could say when you blow air into the like it's because up and down is really a red herring because there is no up and down. The heliocentric model is actually towards the center and away from the center. So when you consider the gas in this perspective, the gas wants to expand, not just go up or down. But I can give you an example where, okay, I have air. Air obviously expands to fill the container. But if I blow it into a balloon, it's going to fall to the ground. But it's still going to separate and expand in that container and have the collision.
Well, I understand that, but okay. So the air.
So you're saying up and down, but it's really that things do a lot of things. They go up, down, sideways, and as far as air goes, it just seems to expand.
Well, no, I'm only saying up because the helium will make the balloon go up. I mean, that's the only reason I'm saying that. I understand that gas is expanding in all directions.
But on the inside of the ball, right, you have the air pushing outwards in every direction. So we have, like thinking about a globe, it's literally the opposite.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird? It's literally the opposite of what we experience. You have a ball, but you have the air moving inward.
Closest.
Okay.
And that's if you're going off of the out of date gravity.
Can I try something? So imagine instead of a balloon, you take like a playground ball and you take it underwater.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you see what's going on there?
Well, that's the balloon seeking equilibrium.
Exactly.
But the thing is, the balloon is more dense than the air. So how can? I mean, why
is it more dense than the water?
Hold on, I'll tell you how. It's because the buoyant force can overcome weight, as in even a hot air balloon. Once the buoyant force increases, it's still going to try to reach equilibrium, even though it is contained in the balloon. It's still buoyant. So it overcomes any weight involved. Once that buoyant force increases enough that it overcomes whatever weight is involved, it can lift it.
Yeah,
okay, so why isn't the helium in equilibrium when it's in the balloon?
Okay,
because
imagine
it's contained in there.
In this big steel tank so that it doesn't.
Can I?
So we put it into this really thin plastic so that the density and weight from that doesn't affect the buoyant force.
Something else I just thought about. I mean, why shouldn't the balloon get heavier? Well, okay, maybe not heavier. Let me take that back. But what I originally wanted to say was, if gravity is a thing, then why is it that the balloon gets smaller because the air is escaping or the helium is escaping versus it's smaller because the molecules are more densely packed together because of gravity?
You'd expect gravity to pack it together?
Good question.
Well, the thing is, you're saying that the helium's in equilibrium with the balloon, but that's not true. The helium is constantly trying to escape said balloon and pound against the walls of the balloon. I guess a certain amount of equilibrium is there, but it expanded. And so there does appear to be a bit of a tug of war that goes beyond equilibrium, don't you think, with the latex of the balloon? And the latex of the balloon may not have been in equilibrium with its environment since it's floating when it normally doesn't float. But I don't know. We could be talking about charge separation, well, electric universe versions of uppity, downity, gravity. There's other possibilities. Maybe the balloon has a charge that makes it, float up toward a charged layer in the atmosphere, go down toward a charged layer. There's different possibilities.
Tethering, yeah, electromagnetic tethering. But you can use hot air balloons as well. That is an open balloon. So they take a basket with people and then they take a couple of 100 kilograms up just by injecting heat into the system, which is less dense air, into an open container. And you can gain and rise altitude and you can do all kinds of things. So
that's one of the things
manipulation of the relative density of the entire object. Did the human beings inside the hot air balloon ever become less dense that they should float? No. But together as a system, the entire system is less dense, therefore it rises. And the way that you think about a solid falling through air is because the air cannot support that solid. The same way that the opposing thing from above is that the air is normally too less dense to allow anything to enter it until something that's less dense, and then it rises into it. The same way that if you had something supporting that object in the air, it wouldn't fall if there was an object under it that could support it. But because the air is less dense, it can't support that object, so it falls. So there's no magic interaction. It's just moving towards equilibrium always.
Okay, so the balloon without the helium is more dense in the air, so it just lays there.
It's the same density. It's the same, a little bit more because of the outer plastic that made it more. Yes, I agree. Well, the outer nylon, latex.
So the balloon, the physical balloon is actually more dense. So when you actually add the helium to it, you're actually adding mass to it. So how can adding more mass to it actually make something that's already more dense than the air? How can that actually make it less dense than the air?
It does. It is less dense. The helium is less dense. Do you see the article I put on 51 minutes about the buoyant force?
If you add negative to something, it's going
not
to
being heard.
I heard you, Sonny.
I didn't catch what he said.
Okay, because I know it's hard. It's a little difficult for me too, but it's basically like pressure mediation. But also there's a thing, the reason why I think is what you're asking. That's the complex question, because is it electrical buoyancy or is it just the buoyant force? What is causing it is a deep question, but we have pressure mediation. The balloon's still going to go up because, you have greater pressure at the surface. It's basically like pushing the balloon up until it reaches that point where the pressure below it is equalized with the pressure above it, and it reaches equilibrium. That's why it'll get to a certain height, and then it will just sit there and float.
I guess the space that you're filling up with the balloon is filled with a much more energetic gas that now has lifting power. It has a whole lot more energy and lifting power to lift this object in a medium that's not otherwise supporting the object and would otherwise let it drop and fall. This energetic helium can lift objects and take it up with its energy up to the layer that it would like to go to based off of electricity, charge separation, or whatever possibly. There's other possibilities with this stuff other than a pull of, gravity or whatever.
Yeah, it's similar to if you were scuba diving and you're 20 feet down, and then you are buoyant at 20 feet down, and you're sitting there breathing. You're not going up or down. So then when you put air into your rescue device, your buoyancy. It's been so long since I
respirator.
You have a
rebreather
thing around your neck. No, it's a buoyancy thing. You can increase your buoyancy, go up or down by putting air in this. It's like a balloon around your neck. It's a little collar that you wear. Yeah.
Your bladder. There's something bladder.
Yeah. So you can raise your buoyancy, and then you're going to go up. That air that you're putting in there is contained just like the balloon in the air is. It still goes up because it's got this force where it's being pushed with pressure from beneath to a place. It's pushing it up to a place where it has less pressure beneath. So you get to the surface, and then that's it. That's where equilibrium is.
It's
So
like
it's
you're
similar.
looking at,
Well, why don't you answer the question? Sorry, real quick. Why don't you answer the question? If you're putting more mass, which gives more of a potential for a gravitational pull between one mass and the other, why is it going up?
You're asking me?
Yeah. If we live on a globe with
we don't.
Newtonian physics, but I'm saying if we did, then why would it go up? Because that's the nature of your question. You're asking why it goes up. I don't understand why you're asking, really. Because we don't know why. I don't know if you know that we don't know why.
Elijah, can I hop in? I just want to say I want to get him to think about something else, when he's considering this question, because the only thing that he's thinking about is the amount of matter. He's forgetting about the relative part. The matter that you're adding, right? You're increasing the amount of matter that is less dense than the air. So before, all the matter that you had was just the balloon, which is more dense than the air. So you must introduce enough matter that is less dense than the air to overcome the matter that is more dense than the air. So the more helium that you add, because the helium is less dense than the air, you have to add enough to overcome the more dense of the balloon itself. So it's not just a question of matter, it's a question of whether or not that matter is less dense than the air. If you add more matter that is less dense than the air, then it's going to rise.
Okay, that I do get that. But this is, again, I know you guys are going to get frustrated with me, but what I don't understand is that how can the helium that's inside it, yes, I know it's less dense than the air, but it's not in the air anymore. It's in the balloon, which is more dense than the air.
The balloon is a medium holding the helium within the balloon. The air is the medium the helium and the balloon are in.
Right. Oh, no. Okay.
So now it appears to be
okay.
a
That's what I
new
disagree.
package.
That's where I disagree.
So
The
you're trying
air.
to say that the helium shielded from the air, therefore it shouldn't matter the relative density since it's separated by this latex from the air.
Exactly.
I don't know if that's necessarily the case.
Well, that's why I'm asking, because I mean, is it? To me, it seems logical that when you separate the helium from the air, it's not. It may be less dense than the air, but it doesn't matter because it's not in the air. It's within something that's more dense than the air. So,
Because I think they say even helium has a slight amount of air that's still in there, so it may be more accurate to say the very pure helium air mixture that's mostly like 99% helium is put into the balloon, but if there's a medium of air still in there, there may still be, a medium differential with the 1% bit of air that's left in there possibly. So maybe we're predicating this, in a false way where there may be some air still in there even then.
Okay,
but
that's
you're
different,
still you're not considering that it's
separate from the other air. It's
No,
still
what
within
he's
the
trying to say
medium
is,
of the
why
balloon.
does the helium know that it's in the air if it's inside the balloon?
Unfortunately, it doesn't know anything. It's just what it is.
Well, no, so
that's the nature of his question.
Here, I might be able to help you. I might be able to help you real
Can I
quick,
clarify
sir.
this?
Without the
Hold on,
medium,
let me just make myself more clear for a real second. Okay, the medium. This is how I see it. This is how it seems logical to me. The medium is within the medium of the balloon.
No,
And
no.
the balloon
Two
is
mediums.
medium
There's
of
two
air.
mediums. It's the helium in the air. The container containing the helium is what's making the one medium float on top of the other medium. If the helium was not contained within the balloon, it would just rise to the top of the room and you wouldn't even know it was there.
Well, I know that, but it's
the only way that
for now.
I know of to answer your question is basically if you're talking about a wall of latex and there's still being some level of interaction where it's going up as if it's still in the air without that latex there. The only thing that I could cover that with is sound and vibration, radio waves, some sort of sound and frequency that is passing through the walls and still being communicated between the media. That's the only option that I know of that can pass through walls and still communicate, even though there's a layer of latex separation. So
No.
that would be some electromagnetic frequency or vibration that is still being communicated between the helium air balloon to go up or down.
I have to draw the line on that. Hold on. I have to draw the line. I have to draw the line on that. No, there's no communication. Wait,
Before you
I
draw
just
a
want
line, because what you say is going to spur everyone else to talk about this, and it's going to get away from the central point. Like I don't want to tell.
Yeah, you're right.
Tell Lemon later.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I wanted to hear what Riggs was saying because he characterized the other guy's point well, as if he had a response that hasn't been stated yet. I'd like to hear that.
I was just trying to help you guys understand what he's asking. Because I'm hearing a lot of responses that make sense to us, but he's clearly lost on the idea that, like, yes, helium is in the balloon, right? But the helium is not physically touching the air outside the balloon. So how does the helium know that it's supposed to take the balloon somewhere?
Exactly.
Because objects want
That's
to seek
exactly what I'm
equilibrium. Objects. Do you understand that objects like to seek equilibrium? Does that make sense to you, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. So an object wants to seek equilibrium. So when you just have the balloon and no helium, well, the balloon, you're right, it's going to currently more dense than the room air, and it's going to fall to the ground. But when you introduce helium into the balloon, now you're making it more dense. So the object now is a helium balloon rather than just a balloon. And the object wants to seek equilibrium. So it has a new density now that you've introduced gas to it, and it will rise because it wants to seek equilibrium. That's what's happening.
I just don't understand
I'm
how.
sorry, but I kind of don't like that explanation because objects don't understand shit. Yeah, I'm sorry to say that way. I mean,
I kind of agree. I agree. The wording is kind of When I heard it, I was like, sounds kind of gravity, kind of. But we don't Go ahead.
It's just the nature of things, right? So things tend to, go to where their density equilibrium is, right? There's nothing controlling what it goes up or down. It's just the way things work. It's density is less.
That's why.
Yeah, exactly.
What you're sitting here seeking an explanation for something that we know only has a description. There is no explanation, otherwise it wouldn't be alone, right? That's like saying, well, what is fire? What is water? I don't even fucking know, to be honest.
Yeah, we
I
can't
really don't.
answer why objects want to seek their equilibrium. They just do. So when you're changing the density of it, that's why it's changed direction, because the density will affect where the object chooses to seek equilibrium. Why it does that, we don't know.
Okay, well, okay. Again, I think only one guy is getting what I'm actually asking. Why is the helium actually changing the density of the balloon?
It's just like heat. Heat causes, you can take air, and if the air is heated up, I believe what it's doing is it's creating distance between the gas molecules, and there's more space, it's more spread out, and that's why it rises. So that's why it will rise to the top. So
that's like asking why things rise or why things fall.
I would have to say the nature. It's the nature of the gas in the balloon. I believe if you filled it with propane, it would drop to the floor. Propane's heavier than air, so it's the nature of the gas you're putting into the container.
But I get what he's saying, and this is why it's frustrating. This is why I'm trying to say, well, we don't have an answer. It's a good ass question that I would like to know the answer to. As also, why is the thing that's contained moving upward? Because basically what you're saying is because there's more energy, now it knows. Well, more energy equals up. Why is the question?
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, well, hold on. Hasn't this has already been explored once, right? I mean, so we have to just accept that there's more than just one variable. It's more than just density. Density is the most prominent one. It's the most prevalent one. It's the one that we observe the most and are more aware of. But there are other variables, such as, electro. We don't even really know all the different variables, but someone has actually, like, I was just getting ready. I was thinking to myself, well, maybe we can just say, like, Elijah's saying that we don't know, and we don't know this, the specific one, because there is not a specific one. There are many, right? And I was getting ready to say that maybe we should just say that we don't know, and tell the guy that's asking his question, okay, well, maybe you should go do some experimentation and test and see what can cause it to go up. But someone has actually done that. Remember, the guy that did, I post the video all the time with the helium balloons, and he introduced an electrostatic charge to it, and it caused them to, because he put a weight on them, right? And when he introduced an electrostatic charge to it, they rose, even with the weight on, right? So there's many factors in play here. So you can't just look at one, you have to look at all of them. If you want to determine which one, I mean, yeah, density is the most prominent, the most prevalent one, right? The one that carries the most weight, pun intended.
Yeah,
But
I mean, if you want to explore
Elijah
other
nailed
options,
it.
I'd go into electricity or sound and frequency to explain why the separated helium appears to still be going up despite separation from the surrounding air medium. It appears that you need something that goes to the wall, and sound, electricity, or frequency appear to be the only candidates available currently, but there might be other options as well.
I have a question about that.
Next up, can you tell me what causes entropy? I mean, that's pretty much what you're asking us. That's exactly the same question.
Why is hot hot and why is cold cold? How does it know to be cold?
That's actually one of my questions. Is there any known effect where like hot or cold will make something go up or down? That's
hot
could
air
that
balloon.
be one of the variables as well.
A hot air balloon.
There you go.
Well,
so who's asking
well,
this?
no, wait.
Elijah, I'm
If
not
I
taking
have
over. I'm just wanting him to look in the voice text chat and get that video. That's it. Go ahead.
Okay. If I have a hot rock and a cold rock, is one gonna sink faster? Or, I don't know. I don't think so. So I don't know.
Well, if you spin an object really fast by the De Palma effect, it rises and goes down faster than it normally would if it's not spinning. So at least the rate of, spin or movement of the object is influencing how it rises and falls.
Right.
That's just gravity, downity, whatever the heck they're talking about. So that might relate to heat as well, because heat is seen as movement that's really fast, a really high speed of vibration and collision. That might be a possible linkage.
So does a gyro at full spin fall at the same rate as a gyro not at full spin?
No, there's anti-gravity effects. It starts to weigh less.
Right.
Gravity.
Isn't it all about energy? Like, they're like, so no one knows why. What? They're saying that no one knows why hot air, flows into the coast. Isn't it just all about energy?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes.
I mean, even when you're down in the ocean.
So we do know why.
I don't.
And if you surface too fast, you come up and decompress and quite literally explode. It explodes out and balloons out your tissues like you were infused with a bunch of energy and gas down there in the ocean. And you come up too fast before it can dissipate into the surrounding medium, and you're gonna, explode or die. It looks kind of like, that you can be infused with gas, energy, and rise and float and potentially explode.
So why doesn't the skin from our bodies separate the medium from within, from without? Well, I guess that's the same. That's still the same question.
Yeah, it looks like it's not much of a barrier. That stuff is still getting through sound, frequency, vibration, and even particles.
Why wouldn't we?
The separation appears to be nominal at best.
Yeah, like think about that. What you said, who was that, Elijah? About our skin being a barrier between what's inside. Why wouldn't we float around like a balloon or get blown around by the wind if that was the case? So helium's going to try to go up to equilibrate, regardless if it's in a container or not. It's still the buoyant force. I would read up on the buoyant force. It's not going to tell us the mind of God of why there's a up and down and why things rise. Like, we're never going to answer that question, but we might be able to find out some of the actions taking place with the buoyant force, which is a real force, versus like gravity, which is not a force at all.
So did I
You
accidentally?
kind of know now.
Your mic is a little.
There you go.
Is this better?
Pull your mic out of your beard.
Did I accidentally stumble on? Because sometimes instead of providing an argument, I'll just.
Now you're roboting.
Ask a question, and it'll be the same, except with my own example.
Yeah, we're only getting like 1 out of every 6 words, so it's.
So it'll be. It'll be analogous, but.
You got to renew your membership.
All right, I'll be back.
Spiral or Elijah, did you guys manage to pardon me?
I don't think Elijah even saw the message in the text.
Yeah.
So,
and Spiral?
Maybe Spiral, Jimsy, any of them could, I guess. He was trying to post something, and the bot kept getting him, and I asked him to, after I saw what he was trying to post, and it went, messages on, I asked him to try it again, and it still got him. So I'll post what he was trying to post, and you guys can maybe look at it and see why the bot got him. But anyway, we're trying to get a mod to pardon him.
Oh, so if now in the future, I'm not like in sort of limited to doing things now? Is it everything back to normal? Or what's up?
So Beerman, was it a YouTube link?
No, not at all. Exactly what Truth posted now.
I just posted it in the live stream voice text.
But only the text.
Oh yeah, it probably gets you on the 5 grams, 5G.
Oh right. You know what?
So-
I didn't even think about that.
God.
Oh jeez.
All right, let me try it again. Hold up.
Yeah, you're right.
That's weird. Weirdos.
It got me again.
Weirdos at YouTube.
Yeah, you need to. Yeah, it's because of the 5G. So I think that
You have it in there twice.
yeah, you have it in there twice. 1.5, 0.1785 grams, 1.25 grams.
Just spell
So-
grams with a J. We'll know what you're saying.
So
Fuck it,
what I was going to say
I won't post it
earlier
again.
is, did I stumble? Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the chat. I'm out riding around. But what I was gonna say is, what do you guys think about that? Sometimes I'll ask the question, but I'll change, like, because they obviously think whatever they're saying is real, and I'll just change the example, and I'll say, well, does that make sense? Obviously, they'll say no, and I'm like, well, that's the same as what you just said just now. That's kind of, oh, I didn't I did share it with you guys. We played it earlier, this video of this girl on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and the guy says, so where's the edge? And she's like, well, where's the edge of space? Don't you think that's like kind of a ridiculous question? And anyway, we don't know because there are restrictions as to how much I, as an individual, can actually explore. And I was like, damn, this girl is spot on. But the point is, so when the guy said, well, that he asked the same question that everybody asked: why is up up? Why is down down? So when instead of answering that question, what if I'm always asking, well, if mass attracts mass and I put more mass, aka the helium, into the balloon, then why is it going up? I think that's an excellent question. Because how are they going to tell me because it's less dense than the air? It's like, no, but you're putting more mass. So if mass attracts mass, and something has more mass, and it weighs more, then it would be attracted to the Earth more.
Well, they should be able to answer that question based off of their own paradigm. If they say they have more mass, then their paradigm says it should go down, not up. So that shows that it's not internally consistent and that there's something else that's going on here. Now they try to cover it by saying it's more mass, but it's in a greater space. So something about the space or the volume has changed to where it's more stuff, but crammed into a bigger space. Essentially, less stuff per unit space than before, allowing it to float. So people need to follow.
I don't know about
the logical conclusions.
I guess I would ask after that, like, well, I mean that's how we got the Earth, and that's how we got the sun and all these other gases in the sky. Well, they were in a infinitely larger space, but they ended up coalescing together. So if I'm not going to see some coalescence in my balloon, at the very least, it should be attracted to the floor, no matter what I put in it, because I'm adding mass to it.
Yeah, that's a great question.
So the space.
And if you make it 1 kilogram.
So the space. I'm sorry. So to answer Lemon's point, so the area that there's more area, right? But because of gravity, that area should be becoming less and less in between those molecules in that balloon. So either way, it should cause the balloon to go down because there would be a more condensed area of gas, and it should be towards the floor.
Yeah, a kilogram of gas or a kilogram of weight in a physical object, they should both fall towards the ground due to their mass.
Well, not all masses take up the same amount of space. Appear to be,
I think when we're speaking on gases, it's like Mrs. Must say, they seek their equilibrium. So certain gases are lighter or heavier than others. So when they're released and not contained, they just seek out their equilibrium in the medium they're in.
All being surrounded.
So we need to ask ourselves what mass and or space actually is. Can they change or be tweaked in some way or modified in some way to provide more uppity, downity, less uppity, downity, floatity, whatever? That appears to be the key question.
Like I'd present this thought experiment. If we were to have a room that was sealed off, no air could get in, but it had some air in it when we sealed it, and 3 holes with tubes, and pumped 3 different gases in there, those gases would seem to separate themselves within that room depending on the density of their of the gas, right? It's like when you watch them do a carbon.
I mean, because that's not because the atmosphere.
It's like when you watch them do an experiment with an open aquarium and it's filled with carbon. Whoever that was coming in really low, and that carbon staying in the aquarium in the room. You know.
Yeah, my response to you was, damn it, what was my response?
You were just saying something about Atmos.
Well, wouldn't it be? Wouldn't it be homogeneous, like the way the air is now? Because it's not layered, right? It's just a different concentration of the mixture. So why would they?
Yeah, I was using a small room as an example, so we could sort of maybe, if we could put like colored smoke into the different gases, we could see the colored smoke separate into different layers in that small room, maybe. Just a thought experiment.
Well, in the heliocentric
also-
model, the atmosphere has layers.
Yeah, but also like what the layers are, the banding is such a large scale. So we might
technically. I was trying to make. Oh, my bad. I might be coming in delayed.
Yeah, but those bandings that occur is almost like the first layer might be tens of kilometers thick. So we here on the ground consider what we're in homogeneous, but there could be very distinct layers, but at much larger intervals than what we encounter. So we're thinking of like 1 meter above ground level, and then the next meter above ground level that we're going to see this layering, but it could be every 10 kilometers or every 20 kilometers, there could be a new layer. I think
Does anyone in here know where to look to find the answers to this question that I'm getting ready to ask without getting propaganda and washed out, convoluted, crap? So my question would be, like, what is the differentials of in which, how many layers are there differentials of different electrostatic charges within the Atmos? Like at which layer, like what's the charge here on Earth, like where we're walking? Like, I don't know, say within the so-called Schumann resonance or whatever. And then above that, what is it and how thick is that layer? Like that would be my question, because I guarantee you that because you have to consider that.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's a thing, because when I was talking with Get Beget, it had me like look into, because I'm trying to look into the validating there being more voltage the higher up you go, and it's a correlation actually, because what they say is that because there's less air, the conductivity is more. So it doesn't necessarily say that there's more of some energy of something, which is why you're reading more. It's saying that there's less of a medium, so there's more of
Well,
more
it's
voltage.
my question isn't whether or not that's going on,
How much
because I mean
voltage is
yeah, I
different?
know there's really no question in my mind if that's going. My question is like, does anyone know where I can look to find information that's not propagandized or, you know, washed out or convoluted or purposefully, you know, blurring lines and leaving important, you know, some accurate, good, credible information on this.
I would say that energetically there has that, to me, there has to be something going on, because you got clouds just laying on a layer of something. I don't know how else to describe what I'm seeing. And then there's multiple layers of that.
Right.
You know what I
and
mean?
there's
Like,
the energy flow from from the sky to the ground. I mean, it's like the ground is the ground, right? And it's a dielectric inertial plane. So there's definitely, you know, a synergistic nature with everything, where the energy actually, the flow of energy is from the sky to the ground. And it takes an anomaly or some kind of like, you know, freak conditions or whatever for, you know, the electricity to flow from the ground to the sky, or from the sky. I've actually seen it come out of a cloud and loop around and go back into another cloud. But those are anomalies. Like what we see normally and what we see generally is it flows from the sky to the ground. And like you said about the cloud layers. And then we have, you know, the vibrational frequency, and with the Schumann, just whatever, it all plays a part. And I just want to know where to look.
Yeah.
Credible information.
I DM'd you Truth. Maybe that will answer a few things.
The only thorough stuff I've found is this link right here. It's the Feynman lectures.
Yeah, that's
on the
same thing.
Electricity in the Sky. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Thanks.
Yeah, that's the exact one that I sent her.
I'd say that all the answers that you guys are asking right now and are exploring will be found in these lectures. It is what I'm going to predict, right? That's why I'm asking for it, and I'm
well,
definitely
they better be. Right? Because
Well,
then it'll be
you know,
like the globe. Like, wait a minute.
Yeah, well, or at least, you know, connect some of the dots so that you'll know the proper questions to ask to get the right answers after that, right? But anyway.
Yeah, let me grab that too, because I keep on saying I'm gonna look into shit and then I don't. But here's some literature that I definitely want to. Let me grab that up. Who? Rick Riggs, you posted it. Okay.
Yeah. Well, the great thing about that link too is you can see his other lectures on there for tangential information, so it can all tie together.
Oh yeah, this is good.
Like there's like a next and previous link on that page.
Funny how we both sent the same link there, Rig.
I've been posting that shit for 5 years, so I just haven't found anything better that really unbiasedly goes through the topic in the globe model, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the way I procrastinate and go on and stuff, you know, it's just I've actually had this 2 or 3 times, and I'm still not. I guess it's time. It's a sign. Just stop procrastinating, right? Because I'd say our answers are probably within those lectures. I'm going to predict that anyway, or at least the path to find the answers that we're looking for are laid out in those lectures. Because we can't just think in terms of density. Yeah, density is the most prominent one, but we can't continue to ask these questions, these particular questions, and in the realm of density and expect to have answers.
By the way, I think the limit of the electrical charge he claims goes about 60 miles, which I find kind of questionable because I'm pretty sure, like, if there is like a limit to how far we can go, I think it is about 60 miles, like the Go Fast rocket.
Well, we also have to think about the things that are going on too. It's a dynamic system, so these things are always changing. And when it comes to electrical charges, there are so many things that affect the electrical charge. I actually saw a video a couple years ago where someone had a voltmeter and a magnet, right, and a tuning fork, and when they pinged the tuning fork, and the sound frequencies, hit the magnet in between that area. There was a measurable increase of the voltmeter picked up an electrical charge. So,
Right.
and that's just magnet and sound. That's it. That's all it took. So,
Well, like you said, there's many variables. Like density is one common one a lot of people can relate with, like with pools and stuff like that. Like if Newton were in a pool, we'd have a different story to tell. But like magnetism, static charges, electrical charges, just there's all kinds of different variables. Sound, temperature.
So with
That can
that
change.
static,
Yeah.
sorry guys, with that whole static charge per meter and altitude, that has never been measured. Like, there's no study or documents that you can find that will actually
There
prove
is
that.
definitely. It's Eric P. Dollard. He proves that there's a voltage electropotential. It's not just a simply electrostatic, but that's why tall towers need significant grounding because of that voltage potential, which they do pick up.
Can you post that study or experiment so we could see if it is actually?
Well, I would say that the previous lady was asking about which document or which thing would actually describe this, and I would say it's P. Dollard's work, not necessarily Feynman.
Right. Well, I'm a subject matter in electrostatics, and I've run that across the whole gambit of people from, through the Electrostatic Discharge Association, different engineers, and people, without mentioning flat Earth, and that has never been measured. And every time I ask for it, it's been measured, but nobody has ever provided the documentation to show it. Yet I hear it in every flat
correlation.
And I'm a flat earther, but I'm just not buying it.
But that's the one thing I found, because Get the Get kept saying it. And the one thing I found that there's a correlation, but no actual device that detects the voltage itself. It's just, but I'm very ignorant. I don't know.
No, it's called you'd use what's called a static field meter, and then you would have to raise it up into the air, and then you also have to keep it grounded so it's reading voltage in relationship to ground. But there's nobody. I've been looking, because it perks my interest, and I am an electrostatics subject matter expert and a flat earther, and I can't seem to find it. And it drives me crazy that we all keep talking about it.
What's the highest that they've actually measured it then?
I don't even know. I mean, they claim that the ionosphere, so ions are charged particles, right? We use ionizers with it.
Who cares about that? Like, we don't even know if that's up there. I mean, like, what's the highest that we've measured down here?
I don't know, maybe 10 feet? But see, that's the thing. I haven't even found any measurements with that. I can't find anyone even standing on top of a 6-foot ladder. According to David Weiss, if you stand on top of a 6-foot ladder, you should have 600 volts at the top of the ladder and 0 volts at the bottom. But that's never been demonstrated.
Well, to me, that right there seems very telling of how important it is to have that knowledge and to know that, because it's like that they know, right? There's no way that they don't know. They can fly these military planes, and then they can test this stuff. They know, and if they're not sharing the information, or if it's not relevant in, if they're really compartmentalizing this and need to know basis shit just on the electrical charge of that, then it's pretty important, if you ask me. It's just very telling.
I just found a static field meter for $777 on Amazon.
But this is also why experts are often not the best source, because if you just type into Google atmospheric electricity, the very first search in Wiki basically tells you that the Earth's surface potential rises at 100 volts per meter. I've just posted now in
They
the live
also
stream.
told us there was gravity.
But who measured that? No, I guess his question is, but who practically demonstrated that this is the case? Is that included in the citation or the source?
Yeah, because all those experiments where they used to send up kites connected to grounding wire to measure the electrostatic voltage, and then they tell us that what was it? The guy with the light bulb.
Static with a kite.
It is basically measuring the electrostatic at a zone and creating that ground, like exactly like you said, your measuring device needs to be grounded, and then it needs to rise up into a certain altitude to measure the electrostatic voltage difference or the capacitance difference between. So it would be a grounded kite going up to different ranges to measure the different electrostatic potential. And what they found is that it is 100 volts per meter that you rise. And that's why aircraft have to ground themselves when they come back to Earth to rid themselves of all the electrostatic. When you look at a lightning burst, a lightning is measured in millions of volts. So there's millions of volts at certain heights being discharged back to ground. So you're either questioning that lightning is millions of volts, or you're questioning that we've measured the 100 volts stepping up. The atmospheric electricity it's pretty standard science. So I guess that's why most people don't think of it as top of mind. But electrostatics is always provable.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely provable. I mean, I work in the industry. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. We deal with it every single day. That's what I do for a living. So it's definitely real. The point is, though, is that I could never take a kite into a facility and measure static with a kite and a string. It doesn't work. That is no form of measuring device. That's a kite. And if you're talking about electricity coming down the line of the kite, well, static electricity has no amperage, therefore it doesn't flow. So anything you measure at the bottom of the string or cord, that's not static electricity because static doesn't flow. It's static. That's why it's called static. And as far as
I believe the experiments were like with conducting rods or like an aerial, so that there's that gap, that potential between 2 points. And then it was measured across that. It's not necessarily flowing.
Do they have any documentation? I mean, this is sort of like, how did they measure the curve of the Earth, right? And we're saying they did it with 2 sticks. That's ridiculous. But you can measure the static of the whole atmosphere with a kite or 2 rods. That sounds like 2 sticks to me. Also, the thing with like storms and clouds, one of the best ways you can mitigate or get rid of static electricity is to be over 30% humidity in your facility. Humidity kills static electricity. So how in a rain cloud made of water, which is like 100% humidity, how in the hell do you have electrostatics in an area that here on Earth, where when we test it, you can never create static in an area with over 70% humidity? It's just not happening.
That's a really good observation there.
Yeah,
it really does take a bit more studying. You know, it's with any kind of large scale object that's penetrating above the ground, you have to conduct something called equipotential bonding to make sure that the grounding at the earth point at the base is the same as the grounding at the top, and that's to discharge the electrostatic.
That's how they do it on airplanes too, right? Like,
but that's the
electronics.
point that we're always trying to rid any electrostatic if you're not back on ground. So it's demonstrable, I would say. But like you say, how does a cloud discharge millions of volts while next to water? I think we still don't understand.
Do you guys know how would you get rid of the static charge on an insulator, such as a rubber balloon that's static charged? Do you guys have any idea?
Don't you just hold it in your hand and then touch someone else?
Nope. So
not
you
even
have
if
to
you're on a
use
trampoline in the sun.
So you can't get rid of the static charge from an insulator by grounding it because it's not conductive, so it doesn't work. Now a piece of metal, a wire, you can ground it and it will discharge any electricity to ground. But an insulator doesn't do that. And so one thing about insulators too is, let's say I charge up a balloon, right? And then I take this balloon with let's say it has 10,000 volts DC on it, and I move it towards, let's say, your circuit board. It can induce a charge onto other things, conductors and insulators, without even touching it.
Correct, through capacitance. And that's also like how the lightning sometimes appears to travel upward to the cloud and not always downward from the cloud. It can be a connecting of the pathways from the ground. So I think it's about that capacitance. It's the being out of equilibrium, or being out of that equipotential bond.
But did you guys figure out how to get the charge off the balloon yet? It's not a trick question. I'm just testing to see, you know.
What if you hit another balloon against it?
Well,
then you'll charge up the other balloon. So what you have to use is a thing called an electrostatic discharge ionizer, and it shoots out ions. It's a little fan like those ionizers you see that hotels use to keep smoke particles from, you know, it makes them drop to the floor. Well, those use one charge, either positive or negative. A static ionizer shoots out an equal amount of like 2,000 volts positive on one pin and 2,000 volts negative. And it shoots out this equal balance of ions, and whatever's charged, if it's negatively charged or positively charged, it absorbs the opposite, right? Just like magnets. And then it becomes, it reaches equilibrium and no longer has a charge. And as you see in like the picture I posted up there a little while ago, the triboelectric charge series, you can see that things like Teflon will always statically charge negative, and the human body will always charge positive, along with many other materials. So it states there which way they charge. And so it seems like there's an assumption that electrostatics is always positive or always negative, but it goes both ways. So it really throws a wrench into things as we try to figure out how that affects everything in the world. You know, I hear Whitsitt talk a lot about electrostatics, and I agree with him on 90%, but I think there's little missing bits of knowledge there, like that vinyl charges negative and glass would charge positive, and not all static things charge positively. Sorry, and thank you for your time, guys.
No, I appreciate that. I was not aware.
I like that you're looking into this very deeply. Don't get too caught up with, like, why did they assign positive to positive and negative to negative? It is just a description. So we've done that so that our diagrams make sense. But is that truly how this thing is working? Is it flowing from the positive to the negative? We don't know. Is it flowing from the negative to the positive? Is it simultaneous in both directions? We don't actually know. With alternating, it flows. But we describe a lot of things. So a lot of what you're going to be learning now is descriptions of the way we like to think about it. So there will be anomalies in that description.
It's a measured voltage. It's not really like my own perception of things. It's the fact that one thing, well, it's like saying don't worry if a magnet is negative or positive on one side, it doesn't matter. Well, if you put two of the same side together, it repels. If you put opposite sides together, it attracts. So it absolutely matters. And now I'm not all caught up in it, but that's just the way it is. And I mean, that's what I do for a living, so I have to worry about it a little bit, or else I sound kind of retarded when I talk to my customers. But you know, there's just a lot to statics, and you know, you have to understand how you get rid of static and how you can create static to therefore really understand at least more so understand what it is and what it's doing, right?
Yeah.
Like we can't just call it static.
MacGyver, I got a question for you, man. Before I forget, I've forgotten like twice already. Have you heard of the concept of a charged battery weighing less than a depleted one?
I have never heard of that.
Okay.
I mean, it seems like if it's a chemical battery, I could imagine ways where it would weigh less once the chemicals are depleted.
Well, to me, like I'm guessing it has something to do with like general capacitance. If there's a higher potential to these chemicals, maybe they weigh less than some form or factor.
So I work with a lot of different types of battery tech in solar industry. And we use supercapacitors, which are dry cells, so there's no chemical. And they're ice cold even at full operation. So there's no chemical reaction taking place and there's no heat loss. But there are technologies, like there were lead acids, and acids could give off gases. But the gases originally would have been inside the liquid, so that shouldn't add or subtract from the system.
Well, I mean, just like a regular AA battery is one example.
So let me get to my point. There are certain gel substrates that they use now that when it's fully charged, it's a gel. And when it's discharged, it becomes a liquid. And there would be a density difference between the gel and the liquid. So thereby, when you recharge it, you cause the liquid back to coalesce into a gel. And then the gel carries the energetic potential to then be drained at a later point. Once that difference is drained, the gel returns back to a liquid, and then so the cycle continues. So there are certain chemicals that have a gel-liquid relationship that could cause a weight difference. But in all the other ones, supercapacitors, lithium, lead acid, all of those, they're exactly the same weight, full or discharged they're the same weight.
Well, I'm thinking so glass is a capacitor, right?
Glass has capacitance, but we all have capacitance.
Right.
But an actual capacitor or capacitor is like a spun coil that holds electrostatic on its surface, or it holds voltage on its surface.
The definition for a capacitor is two conductors separated by a dielectric. So if you unroll a capacitor, a typical one from your circuit board or something, it looks almost like a small like blue battery or whatever.
Yeah.
When you roll that, what it is it's foil, and then they put, like if you totally unrolled it, you'd have a sheet of foil with a sheet of paper on top of it. And then they roll it up, and the more rolls you have, the more capacitance you have. But you can make a capacitor with 2 sheets of aluminum foil, and the dielectric can even be air. The dielectric could be paper or anything that's an insulator, not a conductor.
And that's why like a double pane glass could be having a capacitance, because it's got that little air pocket between it. So there could be that is possible from what the other guy said.
Wouldn't glass be?
Yeah, it would be similar. Like
a capacitance just means like the ability to transfer. So if there's a higher capacitance, it wants to transfer more. If there's a lower capacitance, it wants to transfer less.
Well, what a capacitor does, so let's say you have a sheet, for basic sense, you got a sheet of foil, then a sheet of paper, and then a sheet of foil on top of that.
Yeah, you explained this. I was talking about the word capacitance. Capacitance, not capacitor.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is that depending on the distance between the insulators or the material, you can have more capacitance, but it's the ability to... Anyways.
But what was the battery question originally? Not about the weight difference, but how did we start talking about batteries?
I think that was my intro to the question.
It was the weight of the battery you guys were talking about, how you can lose weight.
You're talking about the same thing. I brought it up at the same time.
Ah.
You were before talking about why lightning would possibly go up or down or negative or positively charged static and clouds.
Yeah, it's like, with this thing, electricity, you've got wattage, and then the wattage is made up of voltage and ampage. But you can manipulate both the amp or the voltage and still retain the same wattage. And that to me has always been a bit of a mind bender. Like, if I only have 2 amps, but I put 50,000 volts, I can still get to 100,000 watts. But if I had 50 amps and I use 400 watts, I can still get to the 400 volts. I can still get to the same wattage amount. They're like inversely proportional. So you can always manipulate volts up or down and amps up or down while retaining the wattage the same. It's like these two different things, but they work together hand in hand to produce this electrical output. And once again, we just assign the name amp to one through ampere and volt through voltaire through the other. We've just assigned these two names and we say this is how it works. We can see that they definitely work in this relationship. But what the fuck are these things? What? Why? Why can I manipulate both sides, the amps or the volts, and I can still get the same output wattage?
Because the potential remains the same. It's all about the potential, I would say. I mean, I'm far from an expert. I barely understand this crap, right? But it seems like it's all about the potential. Whether you manipulate one side or the other, it's the potential that you're interacting with either way, right? So that's why you're getting the same results. It would make sense to me. Well, okay, so my question is, what is the relationship between pressure and potential? Because I know that the matter matters, right? Because of conductivity and the potential that the matter itself has. So there's going to be a relationship between the matter itself and the medium that it's in. The potential of the medium and the potential of the matter, like that. Really, I understand that. Okay, but what is the relationship between pressure and potential? Anyone know?
Higher pressure equals higher potential. So I would say they're directly proportional.
Okay, so what
So let me give you an analogy.
Less matter, but higher pressure.
So let me give you this analogy. It applies to the pressure and it applies to power. To understand power, the voltage is like how wide the river is, but the river can still flow slowly even though it's wide. But the ampage is like the speed of the river. So at the end of the river, I can still output the same number of liters per minute. Even if I made the river thinner, I could make the speed faster. And I would still get the same flow rate out the end as if I made the river wider, but a slower flowing river. I would still have, call it 100,000 liters per minute falling out the other end of the river. So I can manipulate the width and the pressure or the speed. So the ampage in power is like the pressure. It's how much force is going through that thing, whereas the voltage is potentially how wide the river could be, but that you can manipulate both of those to still get the same outcome is the relationship between potential. If I put a lot of pressure on a hose pipe, there's a lot of potential for the water to come out the other side.
Well, what Elijah just posted a few minutes ago is what made me think of that, because what he posted was at higher altitudes, at lower pressure, it says it takes less voltage to cross a given distance, increasing the chance for. So it's like it's increasing less pressure according to that, unless they're feeding us misinformation, or there's other things involved that we're not aware of, that we're not considering, or whatever. It's like either we're missing something, or. But why would that make sense? That with less pressure, it would require less voltage, and you would get more of an electrical nature across. Like, what did it say? It said, in other words, at lower pressure, higher altitudes, it takes less voltage to cross a given distance, increasing the chance for electrical arcs. Why does that make that doesn't make sense to me? That's why I asked the question, right? So, and what you said about how you explained it, because I understand your analogy, because I say that, that's how I look at it. I look at it as like, how water flows, because everything is going to flow with the current, right? And the energy flows from the sky to the ground. So there's going to be that flow of current, and anything within it is going to go in that direction, unless there's, with the exception of the other variables that are going to cause it to do other things, which are what we are exploring right now.
I think that description about the arcing at higher altitude, or where pressures are lower, has just got to do with how many molecules are between those two arcing points. So as there's less pressure, it means that there's less obstructions. So therefore the capacitance, or the willingness.
Matter then, right? There's no need for the matter for the conductivity. So you don't increase the conductivity by increasing the matter. It's going to flow regardless, right? Without the matter. So the less matter,
like if
you're saying the matter actually hinders it.
Wait. So if you're in a ball pit, let me just give this analogy. If you're in a ball pit like at McDonald's with all those thousands of balls, and you try and find someone underneath through the balls, there's a lot of obstructions, so you don't find the connection as easily. Whereas if there's not so much pressure pushing all those balls in, and those balls started to space out, you'd be able to bridge the connection quicker. And those balls represent gas molecules.
Maybe it's my remedial brain, but that didn't.
Nope.
Nope.
Truth. That wasn't answering your question, because the question still. Because I thought the same exact thing when I was looking into what Get Beget was saying, because ultimately it led me down the path. Like when I read what I read, I just posted the screenshot of exactly what you guys are talking about. So I said to myself, wait a minute, they're saying that the higher up you go, there's more conductivity because of the atmosphere. The atmosphere is thinner. And I'm like, well, under our current belief system of density, and I'm not talking about density, but talking about the individual particles themselves, right? Ultimately, what we're talking about is the amount of space in between. And so basically what we're saying is, when there's nothingness, aka space, aka the absence of a medium, this stuff can travel. Now, that's the only conclusion you can have when you're working backwards from that belief system. And this is what makes me think something is wrong with it.
Okay, well, what if it's not even about the pressure may play a part, but what if it's not even? What if they're pointing us in the direction and saying it's the cause is the pressure, right? But what if that's just a minute variable that maybe that's not even it? Maybe it's more that, like, okay, so where the source of the energy is. Before it gets dispersed out, it's more concentrated and it's stronger, like it's got more potential. And then as it disperses out and it exchanges energy, like as it flows, and it's kind of like, okay, well, if we're going to think of water, think of, how like a sprinkler system works. You've got one hose, all the water is in one current. And then as it, gets sprayed out into these different directions, and it goes in, it's got like each one has less of a, each stream has less potential. So the higher up you go, you're getting closer to the more concentrated source of the energy that is flowing towards the earth. And that's why.
If that's true. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I would rather think about that. Well, I mean, shit, man. Like, because the whole particle thing and the space in between it does kind of it fucks with me in my mind because I'm like, how could there be nothingness in between? Like, that's only that thought process is only coming from me accepting that there are particles and then there's either more or less and blah 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 blah. It comes from that paradigm now. The paradigm that I now accept it is more reasonable than the whole of the heliocentric model.
Well,
But
regardless,
my thing is, what did the guy say about the static? Because you're saying flow, and he said something about static, and is what she's saying accurate, or does the static
to what
have?
you just said before you go on to that, though, because it's like
Okay.
the thing about where you we're trying to, like, whether they're particles or not or whatever. That there are, regardless of how you understand that part, right? It's obvious that there's less things, that there's less variables reacting, less variables to like exchange and like rob the potential or for the exchange of energy. There's less of that going on. So it's like the potential would be greater if it's closer, closer to the source, where it's the energy is being dispersed and closer to the source of the flow. But anyway, go ahead, continue with what you were saying. I just didn't want to, regardless of the
Yeah.
particles, there's less variables interacting with it, so there's going to be a greater, because the energy hasn't been exchanged as much as like when you get closer to the Earth.
So I would like to hear the other guy that initially posed the question. I'd like you to hear. I'd like to hear your response to that. As far as the flow is concerned, like what? Is he still here?
Dude, I don't know. I've not heard from him since the Feynman lectures have been posted. He's probably watching those. I don't even know what his name is.
No, the guy he was just talking.
Oh, Flat Earth Solar.
No, the guy that Flat Earth Solar was talking with.
And MacGyver.
MacGyver. Okay. No,
Yeah, I don't see it.
Yeah. All right.
It's a pretty funny name considering what he was talking about.
I'll pick up.
It's good that he's questioning because it's fascinating. Like when you do work in power and then you start looking at this thing, and a lot of these narratives are just axioms. It's like using R when we talk about living on a sphere. It's like the moment you start introducing the R, you've automatically conceded that you're on the sphere, and everything else after that is going to have an R-based assumption. So it's the same thing even within power, is that a lot of what we know is built upon certain axioms and assumptions, and it just works this way, so we don't question it. It's a working thing. Don't mess with something that's working. And then when you really start to look into it, there's more question marks than actual provable things, and things that, like Elijah was saying now, do we really agree that the air is made up of all these little balls bumping into one another all the time? Yes, when we look under certain microscopes, we can see that there's movement, and they do look round when they move. But that could be dust on the lens. That could be a million other things. There's to say that that's actually everything that we see is these little balls colliding. If they are provably so, then it does make sense that at lower pressure, there's larger gaps between the balls, so connections can be made more easily through those gaps. But still, it's an axiom of how to understand this thing because it's almost unknowable.
But you have to accept the fact that nothing exists in between these particles.
No, it can't
And
be.
that's the part.
Yeah.
That's the part that I can't. My head doesn't work like that. I'm sorry. What do you mean nothing? I can't even fathom nothing. I can't imagine nothing. So to say, well, here are these particles, and yeah, there's either more space or less, because the space that you're talking about, nothing exists in between. And so you're saying that this thing is propagating through nothing. I don't know that. I don't know how I can begin to know that. Shout out to the ether, I guess. I mean,
Shout out to the- Yeah, no doubt.
it's a little different than anyone else because I go off of my experience. I don't really go off of anything that I've read or anything. I always bring up like when I'm smoking in my room, and it's a certain time of day where the sun rays are coming in my window a specific way, then I can see, waves of smoke. But when you look closer at the waves of smoke, you can see all of the individual smoke particles going in random directions. And it's like, so they're all going in random directions, but on a macro scale, when I look at it, it just looks like it's flowing in some kind of, like water or something. And I'm like, I'm experiencing both. So what do I do with that? I don't know.
Hey, Elijah, I have a suggestion for you. Next time the sunlight's coming through your window like that, you should use a magnifying glass to condense the light on whatever it is you're trying to set on fire. Might taste better that way. Although that's a good thing you just pointed out of how you can, in what you just described, essentially see that it's omnidirectional. Maybe not the gas itself, but the dust particles moving about with it.
Yeah, but at the same time, set within that, it appears to be this flow. I don't know. I because both are going on simultaneously. It looks like, okay, if I look very close, looks like they're all going in random directions. But when I step back from it, it just looks like it's in this fluid, flowy, wavy kind of thing. So hell if I know. I feel like they tried to separate it, and I feel like, I mean, what is there to separate? What? I don't know. Like, how can I know more than I already know? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Since I
They
came
totally
into this
prevented our
topic,
minds from even considering it when they
but,
gave us
but
gravity.
since I came into this topic, learning about, like, because a lot of this stuff, just hanging around QE, like that's where I would have been able to get, my sources and everything. But still, I'm not satisfied. Same as the globe. I wasn't satisfied then, and I'm not satisfied now. Thank you. I mean, I could be tripping. I don't know. I'm just investigating the way that I did when I first came here. That's all I'm doing. Just seems like a lot of things that we still, take on face value is low,
I see we do have a globe earther here in the voice chat. Pine tree. Pine free?
think Pine Tree's been around for a while. Not sure how long they've been in the server, but I am curious though what they've experienced or what they've seen that supports the globe in their minds.
Oh wow, 2019 joined.
Yeah, Pine Tree's been around for a minute. That's okay. They're not feeling up to it. I'm not trying to force anyone to talk if they don't want to.
Mic check.
Got you.
I was trying to tell the truth. If you want to know how long Pine Tree's been there, just count the rings.
Yeah. Count the rings.
Ah, sorry, that took me took me a few seconds. My brain had a bit of lag.
So was the electrostatic guy MacGyver, is that the same guy that does Cheech and Chong song? Or is that a different MacGyver?
You know, I think it is, isn't it?
It's the same guy?
I think so. Guys, do you know?
Anybody?
It'd be ironic if he was.
Yeah, it's the same one.
Really? He does a great Cheech impression then. And Chong.
Yeah, I recognize his voice. Yeah, same one.
Fucking American.
Fucking Americans. They got to be in science. Totally butchered that, but I can't believe that's the same guy. He's an electrostatic expert. He does Cheech and Chong. It's cool.
Since you brought it up and there's a little break, do you want to hear it? The Cheech and Chong.
I requested, Sonny, you on the DJ button? Are you busy?
You gotta give me a second to find it though. So just talk amongst yourselves for a minute.
You're the DJ? Sure.
Do what?
Can you DJ? That's fine.
Yeah.
Go
Or
for it.
Sonny or me one will. Or, I think there's other.
Yeah, I'm searching here as well.
It's way up there, I think.
Whoever gets there first. Great conversation this morning. I really enjoyed the conversation about buoyancy, density. Like, yeah, it's really strange. I mean, these things are basically almost everything we talked about are actually happening even in our own bodies, and we can't explain that either. So.
Yeah, you're right, and that has a lot to do with the health and the acidity levels in your body, the pH. You know, yeah, it absolutely does.
Lots going on. But I think the pressure mediation of the force of buoyancy is a very good thing. I'm onto something there. I know I am. Like once I started learning about the buoyancy for the buoyant force, but there's more going on than just that. That's not a perfect explanation. It doesn't explain why. You know, that's always going to be something like why it does it. Neil deGrasse.
Yeah. like the initial questions and the initial introductory explanations, density is sufficient. But if you're going to go deeper and go further into it, you can't do that talking about density alone. because it's not just there's so many other variables. You have to include those variables.
Yeah, and while I'm scrolling, I didn't want to throw a monkey wrench into the electrostatics and electromagnetism or that conversation, but I can throw a wrench into that because I work on high voltage amplifiers that use vacuum tubes. Well, a funny thing happens inside that system because there's high voltage DC current is going from the plate, which is positive, to the negative cathode. And the current is flowing from positive to negative like we all think it does, right?
Okay.
So here's the thing about that. In the amplifier itself, a small charge comes in and mediates the positive and the negative, allows electrons to flow at a rapid pace from the cathode by the zillions of electrons going the wrong direction in an AC. So we have DC current, right? We have this AC current come in. It's going the opposite direction, making electrons flow the opposite direction till it goes all the way through the amplifier, through the entire circuit, and out through the speaker's transformer, the output transformer, and to the speaker, causing it to make a physical motion that replicates the AC current that's coming in. It's astonishing. It can go both ways.
Okay. Well, think about this. Think about what we're not even paying any attention to or have any awareness of. If you can take, because, okay, think about all the different sounds, everyone talking, all the, industrial sounds, just like all the sounds of our world, right? Think about that. And then if you can take a tuning fork and a magnet and create a charge between the two, just by pinging the tuning fork and interacting like the sound frequencies with the electromagnetic frequencies, then and you can create an electrical charge just from those two things. Then Then think about what our world like. It's just anyway. I found it, so just let me know whenever you want me to.
I found it. I got it in the queue. If you want me to start it.
All right, go ahead.
I gotta take off for a while. Nice talking with you guys.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity do. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a fly like Earth? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man?
Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
So that was MacGyver.
Yo, who made that shit?
It's MacGyver.
That is hilarious.
It is.
That is awesome.
After I heard that,
that made my day right there.
After I heard that the first time, it's like when I'm out and I'm around people and they like do stupid, dumb shit, because it's like always, right? It's like you can't even hardly have a conversation with people anymore. But it's like I walk away and I'm like, fucking Americans. It's like ever since I heard that song, that's my answer to everyone.
India.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, that's your first time hearing it? The dude?
Yeah.
Well, we've all been enjoying it, and I just found out that the guy we've
That's
been
aw-
talking to for like 30 minutes or so, MacGyver, he's the one that did it. I didn't even get a chance to say, "Yo, that shit is awesome."
You know how many times I've watched that movie? That's from Cheech and Chong's next movie. Seen that hundreds of times.
Yeah.
Dude,
You know what's crazy?
that's a riot,
I just
man.
saw the movie. I
Gotta
just
try
seen
this
it
space coke,
in my
man.
new relationship. That had to have been like 3 years. So I just seen Cheech and Chong for the first time, like within the last 3 years. It's crazy. That's like when a black person says, "I never seen Boys in the Hood." It's like, what? Come on, bro.
But hey, I
I'll-
just had
I'll suck your dick. Never mind.
Now, see, no, everybody might not get the reference.
You just reminded me of the very end of that movie when they take the space coke or something and then they shoot off into
Yeah.
space. I'm surprised I haven't seen like a meme of that. You know, like, hey, look at this SpaceX launch.
It's an idea.
Okay, so now I'll just I'll share because I had a thought a minute ago. It's like while this song was playing, I was actually thinking about what we were talking about, and with the tune and fork and the magnet. So we know that they, give us the information that they give us. They give it to us in a way for social engineering and for cultural constructs, and they put in these like dogmatic viewpoints so that people get caught up in that lifestyle or whatever, and they are prevented from looking into things any further. So what about when they talk about worshiping a god and they ask their so-called quote god unquote, and I say that kind of in a generalized sense, like whoever the god is that they're referring to, right? So if you ask your God for something, then you can worship your God and give praise to your God, and you'll get what you want, right? So if they're praying for like praying for rain or praying for like say to take a wall down or some shit like that, it's like what were they doing? They all would get together and sing in one voice. So that's sound, and the earth has already got an electromagnetic, nature to it. So what if they're telling us these stories of these religious belief systems to cover up so that we'll think that we can just holler to some entity and get an answer when it's actually just right here, like the answer is right here within the energies within our world?
I don't know. I feel like I talked to God before.
It's like people saying that God's not here, he doesn't get involved. Like, just because he may not present himself to one individual doesn't mean nobody's had that happen.
But see how you're doing though. When I mention this, what do? Like cognitively, you automatically go to the like you lean more to the side of the God figure than leaning towards the side of how are all of these like collective voices interacting with that's what I'm saying. It's like it takes your focus away from.
Well, that's part of the
Can you
ether.
explain how did we get created, or what? How did we are to be, or we are?
Well,
I'm not saying
I know
there's not a
I know
higher
she knows
power.
we're created.
Oh,
I
then
know
that's it.
there's a creator, right? But
Yeah. Can
yeah.
I try to? So So you're saying like our innate or our ability to communicate, like have the dialogue in our mind, our ability to change things in our environment if we have the faith in said idea. Like, because if, for
the
instance,
knowledge
if
and
I wanted to
understanding,
be, if I wanted to be rich sometime into the future, like if I was dead serious, then I could do that saving pennies. Like you could do it, but the mental capacity it takes to be disciplined to do what you know needs to be done, not just on a daily basis, but on a moment by moment basis. It takes a lot of mental energy. But so are you saying that all of that is a part of the creation itself. Maybe
I'm
it's not
saying that the
necessarily.
walls of Jericho may not have fell because of their obedience for 7 days. I'm saying the walls of Jericho may have fell because of all the freaking racket and noise and going and moving in a circle and manipulating the energy within it's. Do you see what I'm saying though? Or like
Resonance.
the rain
Okay.
dances, right?
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
rain
Yeah.
dances and the beating of the drums and the chants and all that.
So
Yeah,
I guess so.
resonance.
So I guess we're kind of saying the same thing. So you're saying, could we not look at could we look at it from another point of view other than this supreme entity that's like like kind of like a puppet master in a sense? No.
Well, I mean, just I'm not saying like not even look at yeah. There's a creator, and I think everyone should try to achieve
What about the division of water?
well
Like
yeah. There's
split the water into.
that too. It's
Yeah,
like
I didn't hear them all claiming or crying or praying.
yeah. I don't
Did
know.
it?
Do we even know? Do we even know?
I
Like,
mean,
all the variables that were in play?
according to the scriptures, I said all he did was hit the. God told him, what did he give you? He gave him a sapphire staff, right? And he hit the water with it.
Well, I mean, that's the
Hey,
story that we're given, but what are there any other things that could have been in play? Are there any other,
Soundwave. Can you move liquids or solid objects with Soundwave? I'm not even saying I think that happened. I'm just saying,
Anyway,
if it did happen, maybe it happened that way.
I was just tossing that out there, food for thought, with like just the reasons for the dogmatic viewpoints and the culture. Like if we could remove those things and just look at it in a different.
Well, of course, Jericho fell because of resonance. That was what Tesla was working on 3,000 years.
And we don't even know.
Sound or does sound cause resonance? Like, which comes first, the sound or the vibration?
Well, you can't have resonance unless you have two things that need to resonate with each other, and when they get on the same frequency, then they're resonating.
So you don't get the sound without the vibration first.
Well, they both come. They both come two different ways.
Sound is how you interpret the vibration. It's like the vibration, the frequency, the vibration, the wave is how it moves. It's like
and I guess the shape of things is how the sound affects it, or in our ears case, how it's interpreted, maybe. Because I mean, when the wind blows and it hits your windows a certain way, it has this howling effect. Like wind makes noise when it comes into contact with things. And depending on the shape, you have a whole ass instrument that does a lot of magical sounding shit.
I mean,
right?
if a magnet and a tuning fork can create an electric, then couldn't you just pull energy out of there with sound and magnetism? Couldn't that be possible?
Yes, it is. It's also possible to pull electricity out of the air without sound.
You know what's crazy? I don't know if you guys experienced this, but I wondered, even as I'm looking now, like the sheet of clouds that's spanning my entire sky, and to the southwest, and I'm thinking, how far across does that go, and how many people are experiencing the lightning storm that I experienced the other night? There was no thunder. It was just the sky was lit up for like half of that morning, like till like 2-3 in the morning, and it just kept lighting up.
Well, I made an observation that I'm so apprehensive to even share in this room. Like, I would probably want to share it in a more maybe personalized environment. Maybe I could get up with you sometime later or whatever. But
Yeah, I'm definitely down.
Yeah, because it's pretty trippy, to be honest with you.
Another
But
aside, because I was
yeah,
just thinking about it just now, while you guys were talking, because I looked down at my veins and I was like, why do veins look like light? It's an elementary question, but I mean, still, whatever. Whatever. I'm whatever. Okay, moving on. Veins look like light. Move on.
See, where you're treading with like Jericho and stuff, you're getting awfully close to ether.
yeah. Well, I don't want to bring
What's
up.
ether?
Because I have an issue with those stories too, because we don't even really
Ether is a
know
thing.
we don't even know. Anyway,
We know
just
very
don't
little.
know, right? It's written. It's just written word. We weren't there, so we don't know what they're leaving out. We don't know what they're coating it with. We don't know what kind of cover they're putting on it. We just don't know. So I don't like to go to that. I just use it for an example because I know it's something that's well known by the concept of it, right? Is known by the
Right.
masses,
Well,
so.
we have chapels and buildings built specifically for vocal resonance to heal people.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's interesting. Like the way the halls make the choir sound. Yeah. Mm.
That's why when you go into a lot of those places with vaulted ceilings, you hear somebody chanting. It's resonating that frequency that changes how things react, like inside our bodies, outside of our bodies.
Then why does everybody that goes in there? Why doesn't everybody that goes in there get healed?
No.
That's the thing.
But wait. I believe you on, and this is why. Because that's what ASMR is. Like, it's undeniable to say that. Well, they do say that some individuals don't experience ASMR, so I don't know about that. But ASMR is, what is it? Autonomous sensory meridian response. But ultimately what it is you ever had a teacher lean over your shoulder and that either the air from their breath, you can feel it and it gives you like tingles, or they're writing something on a piece of paper and the sound from them writing next to you, it causes tingles in your body, or when somebody touches you and it gives you like goosebumps, like that feeling.
The nails on the chalkboard.
Right. When I go to church, when I used to go to church, I used to sit next to the drums because the feeling I got, it was like a wave of tiny gnomes massaging, like I felt like I was getting massaged by 1,000 little tiny beings. You know what I mean? It felt amazing. What if there is something to that?
Well, there is, because I mean, we can see different effects, like how important and how different effects from different types of frequencies, sound frequencies, electromagnetic frequency, all of it, right? So you're not going to end the elbow like, why isn't everyone getting healed? It would take like each ailment, if you could heal with it, each ailment would take a different frequency.
Possibly. That's one idea, but most of them come with it's the molecules, starting with like the water and the molecules of water inside the cells. If you can change that structure, you can upgrade the body all the way around. So you may only need one frequency.
And
now, if you're trying
to, that's exactly what they use to heal cancer cells. They used frequencies to destroy the cancerous cells.
Right. Now, if you want to fuse bone back together, that's another frequency. It might be a G, major, or whatever, but that's it. It's there. It exists. I mean, this goes back to the old school stuff, like pre-Rome, when well, Rome too, they did it too with the Catholic Church. They actually have there's a scroll that they have about like the pitches and frequencies to resonate like all together for healing and stuff like that. Old technology.
Yeah, I didn't really want to get that deep into this here, but I did want to mention, like, at least about being able to harness electricity just from using, like, the possibilities should be just from using, sound and magnetism. I mean, a simple freaking magnet and a tuning fork. And he was picking up, if I wasn't, I think it was somewhere around like 4 to 6 volts. I mean, just it was a tiny, it was just a handheld tuning fork and a little handheld magnet. So anyway, I would love to learn about this, like, because honestly, there's a lot going on there, and it's not just with sound. It's not just with magnetism. There is the electrostatic nature that's already in the medium, and then the relationship of the object, like the potential the object has, like all of these things. It's like a big soup, right? And when you're, considering whether or not something is where it's going to find its equilibrium, it's like, is it a top shelf soup or is it, a lower shelf soup? You got to look at the ingredients to know.
My son says that life is soup. He said everything is soup. He might be onto something. I don't know.
I like that idea with the tuning fork. I wonder what frequency you would have to pass through it, say through like a flute or an oboe, to get it to resonate and be a positive lead.
And then there's another level of stuff where you're talking about colors and the colors you see with your eyes and frequencies. So that's another thing, how we perceive frequencies and colors. That's all tied together.
Yeah, our perception is based on like how we're able to render it. It doesn't necessarily mean that you are seeing and receiving what is actually there. It's like it's all according to how much you can render. Like, for instance, it's like all the lights, all the different colors of the lights that we see. Everything that we see is based on the light spectrum that we're able to interpret, right? Does that mean that that's the only light spectrums that are out there? No, it just means that's the only ones that we're able to.
Yeah, it's like the range that we're in.
We can't interpret others.
Yeah, and there's even people talking about like when they're on other states saying that they see things that they can't see when they're in like a normal state. That's also interesting. But here's one thing that I also blew my mind was, you know how you said we're in a soup of like, we're always in a soup? Well, when I talk about colors, it's interesting because the color is represented by what color it's next to, and there is no color that is not next to another color. And so you perceive colors by the way that they are arranged around other colors. And that's something else extra, like another level of perception that we need to be aware of, is like everything is next to everything else.
Yeah, like why? Okay, in the rainbow, why do the colors line up in the same order every time? Yeah, I mean it's kind of like that, right? Like the.
Exactly, and there's even like in nature, there's hints. Like it blows my mind that tomatoes have like a yellow flower, but then when you'll get like a berry, berries have like a white flower, and then when you have passion fruit, they have like purple flowers. So, is there a reason why the code, like, is there a color code to fruits and plants that we're just not even aware of. Because that's something that I just go, why is it yellow? Like, why wouldn't that flower just be another color? And it has to be that way for a reason. And it may be a simpler reason than we think. We're just so distracted with so many different things that we're just not really tapping into the nature that's all around us. So that's just something else to think about.
Yeah, and it may be simpler than what we think, to the point that to where we're just like looking over it, just seeing over it. We're missing it. It's like missing the trees for the forest, or where.
Yeah, it's like flat Earth.
So
It's like
yeah,
flat Earth. It's so in front of us that we couldn't see it, but when you see it everywhere. And it's like, I know that there's something else that we're not seeing that is right in front of us that we just have to see it.
when that may even be like the most prevalent variable to consider. Like, regardless of what everything else does, maybe everything else functions and operates relative, in relationship, like the synergistic nature of it. Maybe everything else works that way based on that, like the frequency. Like, so if you change the frequency, then all these other things are going to behave differently, because the relationship's going to be different. It's going to interact differently. And all these things, that could be the foundation of it. It really, I mean, it seems to be at the foundational level anyway. And if you think about this and you consider this with all this 5G that they've got out here, and how much electronic devices, and with the patents for manipulating the nervous system and everything, like, this is where this is where the next war is. And maybe I don't know, I just believe that we really need to understand this.
I agree. And that's why when I look back at like old architecture and I look at how they design it and how there's like domes and points going up, to me, I just see some kind of technology that is right in front of our faces that we just cannot see. And from my research, it seems more of like an electric type of, like, it's a technology tapping into something naturally electric that's around us. That's why a lot of those castles are also surrounded by water. So, and they put it a lot in like video games. So if you go to Super Mario, like 64, when they came out, they have a castle, and that castle surrounded by water. And I just feel like those in power, whoever just is hoarding the knowledge, they kind of know a lot about this stuff, and they put it in front of our face, but we're just out here trying to figure it out. So.
Well, if you're looking for sound, just sound, you're on a good spot. But the other stuff does get pretty interesting.
Yeah, and on that same vein about like frequencies and stuff, just looking at how fruits grow, right? When you look at cross section of almost every fruit, you find like a toroidal field looking geometry. And it's obviously something that we don't learn about plants, that they don't also just grow with the things that we give them, but they're also growing with like the electroenergetic portion of the things that we may not even be aware of too much. So.
Well, like with solar panels, or with keeping things cool, like say the roof of your house, different colors may change certain things, but as far as electricity, unless you're building panels, it really won't do much. Now, certain minerals, certain types of minerals mixed together,
I guess my entire point is that it is important. It is relevant and it is important. You know, the words that you say, the sounds that you make, and like all that stuff seems to be foundational. You can understand how the electrostatic nature of something works. You can understand the electromagnetic nature, and you can observe that and see how it interacts, and you can interpret that. But if you change the foundation of the vibrational frequency, then all of that changes. How it interacts, it will still interact, but it will be different.
Even talking mean to plants.
Anyway, bottom line is helium goes up. It's like all of that from the helium. Bottom line is helium goes up. There is no gravity. Gas is dispersed in all directions. There's no force pulling us down. The earth measures flat. We live in a contained system. The earth is a dialectical inertial plane. It's the floor of the universe. As Sonny puts it, the Antarctica basin.
Did you get to see that Who Wants to Be a Millionaire clip that we listened to earlier?
No, I didn't.
You want to play it and mute the bot just in case Who Wants to Be a Millionaire has like you know.
Well, you can just send it to me and I'll. If you guys have already listened to it, you can just send it to me and I'll listen to it on my own time.
What is this?
Yeah, who else hasn't heard it yet?
I haven't heard it. Play it.
I just heard whose line is it at? Oh, sorry.
Is he coming across low?
Yeah, but he's not as low as he has been, so at least he's audible.
Because I turned him up to hear him, and then you talked, and where is he?
Well, I just heard Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and I just thought that was funny because I added like the waiting music to the soundboard. It's actually pretty funny.
That is epic. That is
so epic. Yeah. Go ahead and set that up. You ever want to set someone up? I got it ready.
Do you want me to play it like through the bot for everyone to hear? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but first mute the live stream.
Yeah. Oh.
Just a little incentive for those on YouTube. Sometimes we do this.
So we grow like plants.
Pretty neat clip, huh?
Yeah, I liked it.
I bet he lied
Hey.
about being in the Concorde. I think he.
How long ago did that clip air on TV? Does anybody know?
All I know is that she lost because she missed the spelling question directly after that clip ended. Yeah, it doesn't make us look good. It does. It's not a good clip for us. Yes.
Yeah, Homeboy was definitely lying.
Well, he probably seen curvature. I mean, you can see curvature if you're looking through bent plexiglass. Sitting inside of a tube, you're going to see some kind of distortion. That's probably what he
I
saw.
bet he hasn't even been on the Concorde.
Maybe he
Yeah,
hasn't
so-
even been on
yeah.
the Concorde.
Yeah. He was so fast with that, right? I've been on the Concorde. Right, yeah.
Clear setup.
It's kind of
But it's
interesting.
crazy. Like they couldn't anticipate that. We would like find high altitude shots, or like they couldn't anticipate that to say that. Like prior to Neil saying you don't see the curvature of the Earth from left to right. Prior to him saying it, because we sent balloons up there, that's what it seems like. Because he came out saying that after people started bringing up all of these high altitude footages. Is that the word, footages? And I don't understand how they on their side could come out and say that he's wrong. And he's still, by the way, did I just see someone post a video earlier with him saying that dude didn't go to space? Because I can picture them coming out like flatearth.w, whatever website that is that's made to debunk flat Earth.
Yeah,
I
he
can
really
hear them
s-
coming out.
He really
like they
said
did
that.
last time.
He did said that,
What
right?
did he say?
He said that low Earth orbit is in space. So he said that a month ago or something.
Well, they said that the moon is in our atmosphere. They saying all kinds of crazy shit lately. All kinds of things.
I wonder how people hear that. When they hear the moon is in our atmosphere, they probably think, "Oh, that's some science shit that they said it, but technically it's some other shit."
Yeah, there's got to be some technicality that makes it like an atmosphere or something. But no, they're
Like
just
when they said
literally
they
telling
found
you it's right
water
there.
on-
But
Like when they said they found water on the moon, and then what it really was, forget what the fucking who is Drace here? I think it was Drace that brought up or found that article. It could have been Sonny. Somebody found an article where they said they found water on the moon, but it wasn't water. It was like something that you totally couldn't see, and it's like water molecules or stuff, some shit. I don't know.
Do you think maybe that
Yeah, Sonny found it. The water molecules were supposedly like so tiny that they were like tinier than a pencil head, but they supposedly saw them. But they can't see the lunar lander and all that junk on the moon somehow.
man, if we went to the moon, you would definitely leave a giant reflector. That's why they always say reflectors. But you would leave giant reflectors, like big giant reflectors, where a person from home could shine a laser and hit that thing. So solidifying any doubt. Or you can on 4th of July you'd shoot like red, white, and blue laser beams off of it, and it pew pew pew.
I think they're just making shit up and telling stories to keep people engaged and to make people believe they're still doing shit, because all of these things, it's like none of it can be tested or no one can ever like test it and check it and say, oh, you lied to us, you're wrong, or whatever. So except for the fact that we know that the earth is flat and you can't leave this place, but I mean, all of this, it's like the earth's atmosphere extending beyond the moon. It rains diamonds on Jupiter, like all this shit. It's just stories to keep people engaged.
Marijuana planet.
they got all these super telescopes that are supposed to see these galaxies in super high definition, super far away, but none of them can look at the moon and see what's on the moon. And the best shots we have of the moon is from a P1000.
How are they getting the information back? Because even as I understand it, even the wavelengths of light that we can't see, which is the radio waves, right? Like even they spread out, right? Like it's the same thing with the what is that called? You increase the distance, twice the distance, you get what's it called? Damn it! You get closer to
You're calling the
light, and
inverse
it
square
gets
law.
like inverse square law. Doesn't that also apply to radio waves? Because if it does, how would we ever get a signal back from billions of miles away? Or however far they say they are.
Well, I mean, within the inverse square law, when you're talking about light, like what is light? It's just how the only thing that we understand about it is how it moves in the medium, right? So it's just about wave, like the movement. So radio waves would be kind of like the same thing, right?
Right, but what I'm saying is like the where are my words? I gotta read. The concentration of the signal, it's gonna spread out over the distance. So
Yeah, it should.
the distance that it takes to get there and back, there would be no signal left.
Besides, they have when they use the radio telescopes, they need to make much bigger lenses or much bigger telescopes. That's why they have these giant dishes which they aim at the sky, and they're like, "Oh, we're looking at the radio waves." So to get the same resolution as the normal telescopes, they need much bigger lenses. Let's see here. I know I got a picture somewhere.
I mean, you can get a pretty detailed photo of the moon with a phone.
Mm-hmm.
If people think that they're able to do that, having the moon 238,000 miles away, then they're just not.
No.
Go ahead.
So I thought I was tripping when I said like billions of miles away. Like thought maybe it was like light years, which is like something like not that far away. But no. Look, one of the articles that I found, NASA finally contacts Voyager 2 from 11 billion miles away using enhanced Deep Space Station 43. So first of all, what the fuck is the enhanced deep space station? Are they saying we have another space station deeper in space? Is that what I've never heard of it.
You can understand the story however you can make it fit in your mind because it's just a story.
And how do you know you're actually contacting this thing without getting like a signal back and stuff? And it's crazy.
That'd be like finding a needle in a haystack at that distance.
Like the signal should have died long before it reached it, and then somehow it magically reached it, and then it should have died long before it got back. So it makes no sense.
But Trace, it's in the magical place where magic happens. So you just don't understand it.
I didn't account for the magic speed.
Turns out there is a magic speed
Turns out, what a crap. Yeah, they send all of these news pundits and all of these people out to incept, to intercept us. Because ultimately, who are we asking? We're asking the people in power. That's who we would be asking, but we've got caught up for 5+ years talking to the idiots of the world. And I think that that would be a good if I'm assuming that people are paid, that would make a lot of sense. Them to be paid to just distract us for as long as they can so that regular people like you and me don't see regular people like you and I interacting and asking politicians or scientists or whoever is the authority. They cannot be asked questions that they can't answer. They have to make it look like they don't have time for the question, or they have to make it look like anything other than them not being able to answer the question. And I think that should be our goal moving forward, getting these people on fucking record. There's this guy that did that actually. Shout out. Guy went to his local chapter and he asked well, where did he go? I don't, and he found himself in front of his congressman and he was videotaping. And the congressman says, what did he say? What did he say? He said, "Oh, it's not in picture, it's in video." And the guy is like, "Oh, yeah. But how do you feel about the earth being flat?" Like he straight up ambushed dude. And it's like, yo, yeah, we should be doing that. We should be getting these motherfuckers on record. Anyway, that's true.
What did the congressman say?
Something like, no, I've never thought of that.
Okay.
Something's, you know. But I'm upset that the because they already it's been so long that like a congressman or anybody, any government official could pretty much just give the mainstream response. And because people, thanks to the algorithms, are used to those responses, they might see that interaction and think, great, the flat earther has been told what's what, and it's good to go. And so we need to do it in a way that we can actually hash out points without them saying something really quick and then just like we need to have conversation, actual conversation in public with these people. Because talking to the Jim Pandas, it's a waste of time. Oh yeah.
So I was watching this video. DCO posted. Neil deGrasse Tyson says Richard Branson did not go into space.
Oh yeah,
So-
he also posted it earlier,
Yeah, so he's backtracking on his 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You would not see curvature, because now he's saying the magical border would be 2 millimeters above this. He has a globe in his hand. So
Oh, he's changed it from a beach ball to a globe. That's what you're saying.
Sorry?
I'm saying the only notable difference is it's not a beach ball; it's a globe.
Right. But first he said you wouldn't see it at 2 millimeters above this beach ball, right? And now he's saying 2 millimeters is the magical border where you can see it. It's around 2 minutes 5 seconds. Where's this magic boundary? He says. That would be 2 millimeters above the surface. And the funny thing is, I've heard, like, when I listened to Nathan's, like, a week ago, when was Branson? You know? A week ago, right?
Yeah.
So the day after, I was already hearing people saying, well, they've done this in the 60s. And what's the first thing Neil says? Yeah, well, they've done this in the 60s. So, are they watching?
But someone needs to like put clips together of oh my bad, hold on, let me go. Yeah, somebody needs to put clips together of the globe earthers saying air moves with the earth and all of this. And then just have Neil play and just play that one clip with Neil after them. Saying that the football went into the net because the earth turned underneath it. We'll put those clips together.
Did a quick calculation, and I tweeted. The winning field goal in that game was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation.
I don't think it matters what they say. At this point, they could just tell people anything and they would believe it. It doesn't matter if it makes sense, because none of it makes sense anyway. They can just give them any story and they'll believe it. We have Majin in the room. If Majin, if you have any questions, go ahead and feel free to ask.
Oh, thank you. I'm just listening, but thanks.
Yeah. Welcome to the room.
It's like a brand of Northern Euro. I couldn't quite identify it. My guess would probably be Norwegian.
Now I'm curious, Majin. Are you Norwegian? Crypto's usually pretty good with this.
Oh, very close. I'm Danish. It's like right beside Norway.
God damn it. I
Yeah,
can
so
never
close.
identify Norwegian from Danish. I know Swedish, but I can't get you and the Norwegians right.
Yeah, very close though.
I heard there's something rotten in the state of Denmark.
And what's that?
You have to ask Shakespeare. I don't know.
Yeah, truth. I don't know if you know the history with like Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, but it's like Sweden owned Norway, and then Denmark owned Sweden and Norway, and then Norway owned Sweden and Denmark, and it's like just been going on like that for hundreds of years.
Yeah, no, I just pick up on what you guys talk about because I've never really had the interest to know or to even look into it. So, Majin, I know you said that you were just listening. I'm not trying to force you to talk or put you on the spot or anything.
It's okay. I can talk, but
Well,
I'd
I'm
prefer
just
to listen. But you can ask. It's fine.
Well, I'm just curious how much you've looked into it, and like, because I didn't check you in, so I didn't ask these questions. Maybe someone else has already, talked to you about it or whatever. But I'm just curious how much you've looked into it, and where you like on a scale of 1 to 10, where are you at? 1 being flat and 10 being globe.
I'd definitely say I'm probably a 3 because I definitely. The thing is, I believe what I've seen, right? And I have never seen that the Earth is actually round. So I don't see why I should believe that. So I lean definitely more towards the Earth being flat. But I'm like very new to everything.
That's pretty honest. How much do you have any like weigh-in questions on your mind?
Not at the moment, no. I was just kind of coming in here to relax a bit. So
Right. All right. Cool. I'll let you relax. I'll let
okay,
you relax.
thank you,
But
thank you.
I mean,
It's okay.
that's pretty honest. Because I mean, that's what it's all about, though, right? I mean, no one ever sees it.
Yeah, I mean, I just
Yeah.
kind of came in here to learn and to listen and to hear what everybody thinks, and maybe I can get better educated on the subject. Right?
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. So, are you aware of the additional information at the bottom of the server?
Yeah, I've checked it out,
All right. Cool. So,
but not everything yet, though. There's a lot.
yeah, there's a ton of stuff
Yeah.
down there.
Somebody start educating him. What does he want to know?
Well, you don't know what you don't know, right? You don't know that you didn't know it until you come to know it.
Right.
Sound check. We still here?
Define here.
Now
Where is
we
it?
are there. From when
Okay. Well, the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used at the level of stationary. Agree with that. So there, I've educated him. Maybe. Or maybe not. It sounds like he's on the right track. You try to prove the globe. Yep. When you examine the claims of the globe with intellectual honesty. I'll be one of the first to admit that I don't know a lot more than I know. I just know the globe is. Shut up now.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate Sam. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model these nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine or scientific. All the sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chilling peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day and no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest. No need to panic. Problematic. Anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done. It's so tragic. You end the sneezing. All snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweet. You once obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps the family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best team since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off to space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your might. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son, and spin a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he could keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Dude, I don't know.
What's up?
I don't know, man. It's like I'm trying to figure it out because I hear a lot of good music, a lot of great talent, but I don't know what it is about chocolates. I don't know if it's the beat. I don't know if it's the way chocolate spits it out, but there's something about his. It's like my favorite, I believe, above all. It just like I don't know. It just grabs me. I don't know what it is.
You're trying to say he's got some sick skills.
He's fucking awesome, man.
I could listen to Chocolate talk all day anyway. He just something about the cadence of his voice, like the way he talks. Happy birthday, by the way, Truth.
Oh, thank you, Inker.
You're welcome. Yeah, but like every song that he sings on reminds me of the way he explains flat Earth, almost. You know.
Well, it's like okay, so I don't want to like make the convo about chocolate, right? But I guess it is.
Right.
I guess it is right now. But you was talking about like the cadence with you. It's like when you're talking to him, it's as if he's sitting right there next to you. He's just this chill dude that's sitting there, right there next to you. And do what?
Carry on. I think someone talked over you. Just carry on.
Yeah, he's just like someone who's just sitting right there next to you, and he's for real. It's like it's not bullshit. He's not fake. He's not putting on. I don't know. It's just maybe that's it. I think there's more to it. I think there's a lot of the talent and just the way he puts it out there. Like his music is just like how he talks. Anyway,
Talking.
it's my favorite.
I just showed up. Who were you talking about?
Oh, you didn't hear it?
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Well, I'll DM you the link and you can listen to it.
Thank you. Interesting. Is it like some flat Earth?
There's a lot of talented people in here that make flat Earth parodies and that make music, and the more you hang around, the more you'll listen. I think I sent you the wrong link. I sent you a laser test.
Uh-oh. Okay.
I had an idea. It's like people were talking about doing a "Why Would They Lie" part 2, right? And then the other night, Kai was saying, "Sorry, it's flat. Sorry, it's flat." Like that could be the why, like the second version of it.
Why do they lie? Huh? What do you guys say collectively here at this particular server about why they lie?
Why do liars lie?
No, why do they, quote unquote, the question, why do they lie about the Earth?
Yeah, no, I know, but the question is effectively, why do liars lie?
Right. And who are they?
Do you really expect they're going to tell you?
And now can you believe them when they do? They're liars.
Sure. But what is the why? What is the why though? Why would they? What is the motive?
There's so many.
It's all speculation.
To hide the truth. It's one
To
motive.
hide the truth. But why would they hide the truth, though?
Knowledge is
Because
power.
they don't like
Because
you.
they
I
don't
don't know.
want that you know that what they know.
Bro, you're basically asking people to solve pi to infinity digits.
Exactly. That's why they ask that shit. But I'm a flat earther, and I deal with this question all the time. And the question is kind of simple. It's fear. The number one reason they do this is so they can control the fear. And this is the way I explain it. I say, how does one person kill another person with his bare hands? He can choke him to death, right? With bare hands, choke him. That it would make that one person getting choked fearful. Okay, so how does that one person kill a bunch of people? We can blow them up with some kind of messed up bomb or something. Well, how can you kill a bunch of more people, like a citywide people, with a nuclear bomb? Well, how do you kill the entire world? There's only one way to kill the entire world, and it's with the asteroid just coming and obliterating us, or a black hole or something.
Did you hear what you just said when you started that? It was like you were talking about fear, but you said it's control with fear. So fear
That's what
is
it-
the means by which they do it. But the ultimate thing, the ultimate foundation of the reason why they would do it is control. Whichever
Control through the fear.
whatever they want to use that for, or whatever agenda they want to implement, they can just morph it into that, utilize it for whatever. But it's all about control.
Well, why
I
would
say
air
when we
lie?
know they've been about 8 miles below our feet, let your imagination run wild, because at least 8 miles below your feet, anywhere you walk, you don't know what the hell could be going on. Like, they lie for any number of reasons. You imagine it, they're lying about it.
Why would Earth lie?
Are they telling you the truth about your diet?
No, Earth. Why Earth is lying every day?
Are they telling you the truth about your eating?
Earth.
Plain
It's-
Earth.
Yeah, what you're saying is
plain
that
Earth,
because what you're saying is because you don't perceive the Earth to be moving or curving. Why is the Earth lying? I.e., because if it really is, then it must be lying to you every day, right?
Yeah.
No, we just need technology to see it. We need to merge with machines, and then we'll be able to see the curve. We're limited.
You got to install an eyeball app curve adjuster.
We are not limited. We have photography like 270 miles. That's enough.
I was
joking.
Get the new Elon Musk eyeball enhancement where you can see curvature now.
Sweet.
Beep boop.
Can't wait. That's going to be so good.
Already got it. I can't wait for the upgrade. I'll be able to see China.
That's awesome, Flatman.
But you can measure maybe in a submarine. If you go in straight line in submarine, let's say one deep of 50 meters, on the end you will go more deeper or will go out. Something will happen.
What the hell did you say?
If you go straight with the submarine, you will go out. You will go out from water.
Yeah, I get you. You pop out the water.
Yeah.
If you don't adjust.
Yeah.
Supposedly. But I see what they were saying.
That means that you cannot go straight with submarine. You need to somehow also to adjust submarine.
I think the periscope is more of a eye-opening argument on that one. Because you're like literally eye level. Like how that should work. The water, it's like you wouldn't see nothing if you were on a ball.
And if you have periscope, you will see nothing again because it's refraction there.
Magic mirrors in the periscope.
Bend the reflected light into you, and now you can see hundreds of miles.
Now I
Who's this guy, Jason Family Man?
Hey,
in Second World War, they taking out the periscope to calculate refraction, and then they shoot it.
There you go. Boom.
Jason, I just want to set a
I guess, precedent or preface, however you say it. So I want to remind you that at no time do any navigators account for curvature when navigating.
Oh, you know
At
what?
no
You know
time
which
do
one?
surveyors account for curvature when surveying.
You know which one I have
Just saying.
a hard time with telling people and they believing that pilots and boat captains, which I've been offshore for 12 years, I've been around a lot of boats and boats captains. They never had a globe in their wellhouse ever, and I've never seen a pilot with a globe. It's because they plot all their course and their instruments are working off a flat Earth map. It's not working off a globe. And
Even
oh my
truck
God,
operators are like that.
people will lose their mind. Oh no, it's a globe, and that's what. It's like, dude, and then I've been sent the manuscripts and flight pattern, like all the things to read about flight, and like 8 pages in, it'll tell you, okay, now we deconstruct the globe and turn it into a 2D map, which is actually a Gleason's flat Earth map when you start looking at it. It's like kind of telling you right there, you know, kind of telling you pretty directly.
I don't know, man. I mean, the thing about most people is unless the activity of exploration and learning new things is a part of their daily life, most people will not do it. They will not be curious. They somehow lose their curiosity when growing up. However they lose it. But
do you not think it might be the other way around? It might be that the curious people find their ways into those professions, and that the uncurious don't.
They find their way into what?
Into exploration professions.
Oh, sure, but I mean, they don't really know any better because they stop being truly curious and open-minded.
I think I know exactly what you're saying. I think this is another example of my YOLO life syndrome that I was talking about. What happens when you teach a young child that you teach them that they're going to die from some kind of catastrophic phenomenon from space. As a young child, it breaks their mentality. YOLO life or fanatic, and
yeah.
Just so happens to be a ton more YOLO lives than fanatics.
Yeah, I understand. Like this whole I agree, that whole YOLO shit that you were talking about. You only live once. Well, maybe you don't. Maybe you live on through your kids. You know, maybe you should be building a future for them.
100% agree with you, sir. I love that.
Maybe you don't. I mean, shit. You know, I don't want to get too deep, but I mean, morphic resonance has been proven in a lab before, which implies reincarnation. I'm just saying.
Just saying. The people that run this world, satanic that run this world, believe that.
And no.
And yeah, I mean, are they dummies? They run the world and got all the money and got all the control. They're not dumb. They believe that kind of shit. I believe that's how they're able to remain in power, is because they hand this information down from one generation to the next. That's
well, they do it by living for a lot longer and traumatizing their young, their offspring.
Yeah.
In order to control them, so that their culture continues to live.
That is it. That's it. I agree. I agree with you when you said your children are your. I believe that. Every version you make is a better version of yourself, and then their children is going to be a better version of them and them and them. You know, you always try to do better.
Yeah. God, I hope my children are a better version.
Exactly. Everybody does. Yeah, everybody does. They're like, I hope my children don't do as well as me. Can you imagine what kind of
Nobody says that.
All right, can you imagine? I hope they don't do as good as me. Break my record.
Why even have kids at that point?
Right.
You're teaching them like 2 + 2 is 7. I'm nuts. And they're like, what? Okay, Dad, if you say so.
Got him.
Well, I mean, you say that, but I know people who like literally won't give a penny of their wealth to their children through inheritance, and you think, well, why? Like, what do you have this money for if it's not to?
Well, I mean, because look, if you're
come
a
on,
millionaire the whole time,
Right, I was halfway through the sentence. Come on, for fuck's sake. Right, yeah. I mean, look, if you're not going to have money for your friends and family, then I don't know why you're going to have it.
Well, the reason the reason you keep money from your kids while alive is so they don't do stupid shit with it. You just keep it from your kids while you're alive. Obviously, if you're dead, you want to pass it to them.
But he's talking about inheritance.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're talking about rich kids that get like very good education, very good upbringing, all the chances in the world. You get so many connections. If you can't make it on your own, you have been just turned into a lazy, spoiled thing. At that point, you have given a lot of opportunities by your father being rich already.
But you're talking about people who were rich when the child was born. That's not, in fact, very often not the case. Very often what will happen is somebody will be kind of middle class and then they'll make they'll make a lot of money while the child is growing up. For the child to take part in your success story, your wealth success story, and for you then to restrict the funds from that child once you pass. I actually think that's very, very cruel.
Yeah. You are supposed to be building a future for your children, your protege.
I think it would be
That's how you be a
to
leader.
cut you off from the company that you built
Sorry, go ahead.
versus the money. Like if you got the money, it's just handout, but nothing with the company. But if you get the company, that is a heirloom, and you should be able to run that company.
I was going to say to leave absolutely zero is cruel and heartless. If some people are interested in running the company, you leave that to them or give them positions maybe. Sorry, I didn't know if I cut you off there. Go ahead.
No, that's a good idea. Like disperse it throughout the company. Ownership of the company, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very good inheritance. If you've got a nice company and you leave it to your son or daughter, that's way better than money because now you've got kind of a purpose and something to do, and it's an asset as well.
It's a money
responsibility. Yeah, well, responsibility too. You got to pay attention to it.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, it's actually ideal to have that because then you've given responsibility and wealth at the same time. So it's probably a good thing too.
Well, you also want to have real money. You don't just want to have paper bills and coins and shit like that. You want to have like fucking gold and silver. Like real like useful metals that can be used for other things.
Yeah, like if Ivanka Trump, like if Trump died and then like didn't leave her anything, you think she'd be all right? She'd be all
Yeah,
right.
for sure.
No.
Yeah, she'd be all right.
Yeah, she'd be fine. She's extremely famous and married to a millionaire. She'd be fine.
And she's sitting on.
Here's the thing.
Guys.
She's sitting on paper money. Eventually,
No. She's sitting on bricks.
Read between the lines. She's sitting on a gold mine.
Exactly. She's sitting on property. Property doesn't like taxes. That's why Trump. That's why Trump only paid $700 in taxes.
No, that's true. Yeah. She does have property.
She's worth something. Yes. Hand the child some property.
What I think I'm trying to say is there's probably a few other rich pervs hovering around waiting for him to kick off or something. You know what I mean?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
We've gone down that alley. Welcome to QAnon Hour.
No, what I mean is because she's in the rich circle. If he was a die, she'd have her choice of other rich suitors,
Yeah,
I just joined. Did you say that?
I don't think the dude is going to help her out. I think if she was really on her own, I think she'll be fine as a developer and land manager and things like that. It should be.
Yeah, if she's into that. I don't really know her private life,
so she wouldn't go under if her dad didn't leave her anything. So the good thing is to leave your children instead of wealth is education. on how to make wealth. That's the better. Give them a fucking lump of dollars, they're gonna spend it at the fucking strip club.
Unnecessarily.
Yeah, you give them a lump of stocks, they have to fucking exchange for a huge tax and fine. They keep them stocks working. They learn a little something.
Can I ask you how old you are?
Me, 40.
Yeah. So do you think your parents view you in this way?
What's that?
So do you think your parents think that if they gave you money, you would go straight down the strip club and blow it on hookers and strippers?
No, if they gave me a ton of money, they probably know that I wouldn't be able to manage it correctly because of my inexperience with a ton of money.
Yeah. So I don't really know why you assume that everyone else's children won't be able to handle it.
Because no one else's children has access to a ton of money for the first time unless they've been just handed a ton of money. And once you get a ton of money, you kind of fuck it up. You really fuck it up. Every time you're handed a bunch of money, you just completely blow it.
Here's a true story that's a hard lesson learned. A gentleman built $1 billion company, and the only person he had to leave it to was a single niece. And when she got it, she basically, as we're all speaking, did not manage it properly. What happened was the financial advisor said to her, "You have more money than you could spend in your lifetime." So because she heard that, she kind of went with that. And her son had the same access to the account that she did. So they were both going into it from time to time. I think it was after 5 years, they were down to 5 million. And she freaked out and she stopped the access for the son. And then she even took her son to court, wanted to sue him for some of the money he had taken. And what a joke, man. Don't leave everything to one person, that's for sure. $1 billion in wealth and equity to one person, that's silly.
Yeah, well, it's irresponsible as well, because now you've really just fucked that entire company up. Like, you just gave it to a goof off the street and ruined the lives of how many employees that were dedicated 12, 14 years of their lives.
Yeah, it was his only living relative, I guess, niece. And yeah, some of the stories was like the son, him and the uncle would go to the strip club and blow 190 grand in one night.
You thought I was joking about the strip club thing. That's why it was kind of funny.
No.
And
Entertainers do it too, but they have the money for that.
Some people do it, but you were making out like everyone would do it.
Them rich people did it. Them smart rich people did it. Give a dumbass some dollar bills, $100,000 in dollar bills, and see what happens.
Well, I'll tell you right now, if you gave me $1 billion, I would not be going down the strip club.
$1 billion? Goddamn. How about 150,000?
No, there's no money that you could give me that would make me think, first destination is strip club.
What would you do with 150,000?
I'd invest
You said $1 billion. That's a little bit too much. How about 150?
Talking about $1 billion. 150 grand, I'd probably buy 2 properties with it.
There you go. You can get 2 properties with 150? How are you going to do that?
No, deposits. Not full property.
You could buy 2 strip clubs.
Boom! Winner, dude.
And then I just have to wait for a billionaire to drop 190 grand in, and then I can.
There you go, dude. One night, 190 grand. Show me a better margin.
Flat Earth strip club.
Yeah, they can always
and then
skim
put
off.
the boobs as globes on the sign.
They can always skim off the top on strip clubs because it's like a almost cash only business, so that it's easy to skim money off the top of that. Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey, your logo could be like, your slogan could be like, where the earth is flat but the strippers aren't.
Yeah.
Nice. Come on down.
Sorry, it was.
That's classic, dude. We call it a pub in England, no?
Yeah, we
come see some good curvature. How about that one?
A pub in England?
We don't call... No, I have to correct that. You don't call strip clubs pubs in England. No, that's not.
Are they really? What are they called in England?
Wait a minute.
We call strip clubs in England.
Oh, okay. That's what I was trying to get clarified. Yeah, thanks.
Right.
You don't have no kind of weird name for them?
No.
Strip club.
Come on, please.
What do you mean, please? Can we just make something up for you?
Good. Yes, come on with something fantastically English. Come on.
Gentlemen, please. They are exotic dance locations.
Exactly. A debauchery. Oh,
Keep
my
your daughters off the pole, please.
So
Okay.
degenerate.
Exactly.
You guys are all
Exactly.
degenerates.
Terrible.
Come see curvature here. How about that slogan?
Come see this curvature. I'm telling you, it's $1 million idea.
The
If,
only
if, if you start with $3 million.
That curvature club.
Truth, what were you going to say?
Oh, nothing. I was just throwing in the only curvature found on Earth.
Yeah.
a good one.
Happy birthday, Truth Prevails.
Nice.
Thanks, Sonny. Thanks, Sonny.
There you go.
It's your birthday
Your
today.
birthday is a pagan holiday. Don't celebrate it.
Truth, it's your birthday today.
Yeah, it's today.
All right. Yeah, I noticed none of these motherfuckers wished me a happy birthday 2 weeks ago, but happy birthday.
Well, we didn't know. Happy birthday, belated.
Somebody's shady.
No, thank you.
I did. I know.
No, I know you did. That's why I'm mentioning it, because you actually did.
Us cancers have to stick together, man.
Yeah, it must have been right around mine on the 10th. I know I'm doxing myself, so I don't care.
I said, I wish you happy birthday, but you never noticed.
Oh, I actually replied to yours.
Jesus Christ.
I'm just jealous.
And you didn't notice the reply, apparently. Oh, shit.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
You're going to sing the whole song now.
Happy birthday, dear True. Happy birthday to you. That's no bad singing. Sorry.
There you go.
Are you 21 again? Just like me.
Damn, I wish.
I would say I'm 21 with... Sorry, go on.
I'm living vicariously through Kai.
All right, sweet.
I wasn't looking for an answer, but I was gonna ask: are you 29 again or 32 and holding?
Like thoroughly embarrassed that I used to tell people congratulations on another trip around the sun. Like
zoink. Can you imagine?
Oh man.
And people were generally like, "Oh wow, that's so nice. I've never thought of that." It's like, yeah, because it's flat.
Yeah,
because tell me that people were as retarded as you.
Exactly.
Yeah, but nobody thinks of it as being on the globe until you bring it up. And then they're like, "Oh, I never thought of it."
Imagine saying that to a flat earther. What if someone told you that? What
I'd just
would
be
you
like,
say?
flip it, reverse it, you know?
Prove the earth is spinning.
Sonny just made a good point there. Globe never comes up in day-to-day conversations for any reason unless somebody can think of one. Why would anybody even talk about the globe? You never use it for anything.
By default, is destined to perdition. Asteroids go destroyed, sun goes supernova, the moon falls to the earth. Jupiter is gonna become a star and is gonna burn everything.
Oh, that's a new one.
Yeah.
Jupiter's going to become a star? Why?
Yeah. Because it's a giant gas, and that's how stars are born. Yeah.
Oh, wonder. That's interesting. a new form of fear.
In the 90s. I saw this in the 90s, and yeah, it wasn't to instigate fear. Saying that all Jupiter needs is to ignite the spark.
Ignite. All it needs is a spark.
Yeah.
And the entire thing explodes and we all die.
Yeah, yeah. And then that
All it
comet
needs.
fell in.
And then we all die. Interesting.
Yeah.
And that's not fear? That's not fear. That's subconscious fear. That right there destroys your subconscious. That destroys your subconscious. You go and you hear that stupid shit, and you're like, "What? A fucking asteroid hits it. We're dead. We're done. That's it."
Right. So what it does.
YOLO.
So what it does is it makes you think, well, I might as well go get as much as I possibly can then if I'm going to be like.
Right,
So
you're
yeah.
a dirty piece. YOLO, bro. Like you don't care. You don't care.
Stephen Colbert or something like that said it on one of the talk shows. He says, the end of mankind isn't some big meteor or asteroid or anything. It's some guy in a lab going, oh, wow, it worked.
Yeah.
I want to put this, why would they lie? Oh, no, not why would they lie, but I want to put this thing about motive to rest, like once and for all. So how would anybody listening or anybody on the panel or anybody on Earth, of the closest people to them, friends, family, of the wives, husbands, whatever it may be, of those closest people to you, how could you ever know someone's motive for anything unless they told you their motive? And even then, if someone even told you what their motive was, how would you know that was true? They could still be telling you a partial truth. You would never know.
If you know they're lying, yeah, you couldn't, like, they could tell you, oh, I'm lying because this, but if they're a liar, then once they're a liar, it's like it's over. You'll never know.
How do you know them telling you isn't part of the motive? Or the
Exactly. See, that's the point.
weavings.
How many variables are there with that? Like if they're lying about something, a primary subject or topic, then they could also lie about the motive.
But here's the thing, right? Are you okay? So the people that ask that, are they really? Is it because they're like a disbelief that they're propagating this huge of a lie for so long that affects so many people, right? Is it the disbelief that causes them to ask that, or is it because they're really like that's just their character, that's their person, where they expend energy on, things that really don't affect them. It's just looking into other people's lives, trying to study other. It's like that's all you're going to get from it anyway. Knowing why they do stuff, it's not going to help you. It's not going to affect you. You just need to know that they're doing it.
Well, the best you could do is make a study of human behavior. So you're not going to get to the bottom of anything that's empirical with that line of reasoning.
If he did any wickedness, then he is a liar. They all work with lies.
What
all
I
the
think,
wicked.
yeah, it's very true. What I think is happening when people ask that is like mentally they're looking at the information and they may be in cog dis, they may be in just gaining understanding about it because they just don't have the understanding yet. They've not received the information. As they receive the information, they realize that it is a lie. And I think when people ask that they're crossing that it's like a crossroads, right? They're crossing that boundary. There's like that point at which they understand it is a lie. Now they're to the point they're like, why is it a lie? It's like a trained broker, brainwashing, mentally programming thing that they've done to everyone, where instead of acting upon what you've been lied to about, you're getting lost in the weeds of trying to figure out. It's like they've programmed people to think that way. But when they ask that, they can only ask that if they've already came to the conclusion in their mind
that they did lie.
Yeah.
Right? I know. So it almost needs to be asked right up front then if they bring that up to further the conversation, like to ask somebody that's asking why they would lie. Then you need to ask them, would you rather look at motive, where you can do a study in human behavior, or would you rather look at actual empirical facts? Which one would you choose? Do you want the actual evidence that's the dead body laying on the floor, or are you going to go off looking for somebody's motive, which is a never-ending journey? So it
Yeah, 'cause you
almost
gotta
comes.
get that.
I'm sorry.
You
Go
gotta
ahead.
you gotta get that body up off the floor, and you gotta get rid of it because it's on your floor. You found out someone killed someone on your floor,
Mhm.
but no, you're gonna let the body sit there and rot,
Mhm.
and while you go out and chase someone around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get you. Just
So
like
it's
take
almost
care.
like you're asking them. So would you rather know the truth of the matter, or are you just going to go wandering around there trying to figure out what people are thinking and doing?
And that's what I
You
mean. They
know?
programmed everybody to be focused on what people are thinking, like these social media apps,
Yeah, which
Facebook.
is so ridiculous.
It's like it doesn't matter what happens in someone's life. You can give them, like, they can wake up and be in such a great mood, and they literally control people. Their day can be ruined by one post on social media. It's like it's
Funny.
insane.
As you mentioned about Mark Zuckerberg about Facebook, a question popped in my mind, which I saw on internet a couple of days ago. It was a question asking, does Mark Zuckerberg have nipples? Like he has none.
Oh, he has fins and gills.
Yeah.
Yeah, the amount of time you spend on that subject is the degree of insanity that you are experiencing.
It's like, have you helped someone to have a better day today?
Yeah, I tried to. It's funny. There was this lady, these these workers that are like, they're working on the street. No, no, they're like pushing around these carts, right? So they're cleaning up as they go and stuff. They're picking up trash and stuff like that. And this lady, like a big, like black lady, you know, like friendly looking face, you know, she's got her mask pulled down, you know, and I go, wow, it's really hot today, huh? Like I go, especially with that vest. And I started talking with her. It's funny. She's like, I asked her, I said, I guess you try to find some shade when you can, place where there's some wind blowing. She's like, yeah, absolutely. And I stay there for a while. So even just that little conversation, you know, I like doing that. Freaking smiling, smiling at people, just giving people a nice, a big smile. Like, what do I have to lose to like smile? Is that like a problem with people? You know?
Put your damn mask on. Don't you smile at me,
yeah.
Sonny?
They're like, what you smiling for? Like, are you devious? Now you're devious if you're smiling. You're considered devious. Like, why are you smiling? You're odd. You're not smiling. You should cover your face or
It's
something.
like, I'm gonna keep an eye on that. He just smiled at me. What's up?
Terrible.
I bet she didn't felt alone.
You'll have an upside down alien that's on the fence, so they want to talk.
Yeah, I saw him. I was kind of waiting to see if they had a question during the break, or I kind of hate putting people on the spot, but I am curious what's got him on the fence, though, Dave.
I'm chilling. I'm at work. Just listening in.
Okay, you don't have to talk if you're at work then.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Are you on it? Are you on the fence at work? No.
No, I'm outside. It's nice and chilled right now. Kind of busy. So I'm just listening and chilling here. I used to be in the discussion a little bit more, but I haven't been in about a month or two.
Well, if you can't talk now, maybe you can tell me next time you see me in the room and you're in the room. But I would like to know, I am curious, what was the thing that made you question and put you on the fence? And, well, I guess that's it. I don't want to make it too long of a question.
I mean, I'm not really I'm not for or against anything. I'm open to all suggestions because I don't really understand what is people are talking about, what they think is the truth anymore. So I really just have dealt with lots of liars and people who think they know one thing and the other. So I'm really open to hearing anything at this point. It's the only community that really seems in touch is people that are the most out of tune with the narrative.
I like what I hear from you.
Yeah, I do too. It's like it's pretty good discernment, and it's like he's seeking after the same thing. So
It's
Yeah, I
like
mean, it's a universal
speaking, hey,
feeling.
I have my life experience. I happened this, I happened that. They told me this, they told me that. I believed it. It didn't work, and now I'm still curious to know. Yeah, still don't have certain. That's what
Yeah, it's
we all
definitely a
look.
good way of
The
putting it.
meaning of life. Yeah, truth, the reality is very important. It cannot be life. It can. You cannot call it life. It's a lie. And those lies that we choose to ignore because they don't affect our life. It doesn't affect my life. What difference does it make if the world is flat or it's a globe? Actually, it does make a lot of difference because it helps you discern. It helps you to see which people lie and which people talk from not knowing what they are talking about.
I like that. Very good point.
Thank you. But can I ask you something?
Sure.
Yeah. How do you keep balance on the fence?
You just go with the flow, man. It depends what your perception of balance is. You want to always feel happy or always feel sad? What do you always want to be? Is one day of sadness or happiness equivalent to one month or one lifetime of sadness or happiness? Like what is truly your goal? You just,
well,
accepting things and acknowledging and understanding is different than being controlled by them.
Those are some good
emotionally wise.
I say happiness is right within us, but we are blocked from understanding it, or accessing it, and living it.
Well, there's
we
also
are
people
educated to ignore it.
Yeah, well, yeah. I
Misled.
mean, yeah, that's definitely a valid point. Ignoring is like the inability to acknowledge something, and people that I encounter are mostly unable to acknowledge how grateful they should be to even have the resource that they have. You may think that because you've lost something or are without something that you have less than others, but in reality, there are people who will never be able to understand what it is like to have, the things that you enjoy on a daily basis that you just take advantage of,
Well, they
why
didn't
complain
learn
when you
about,
be thankful?
they didn't learn about their own health, like anatomical health, biological inside the body, and even their spiritual, like mental, psychological. They don't learn. They maybe go through some couple of generalities. That's it. They are gullible to. They stand like easy prey victim.
Yeah, it just seems really, really obvious to some of us, I guess, and not as much to others.
If you grew a deer outside, isolated, and then you just send her into the wild, when she's gonna see a lion, she's not gonna be running. She's gonna be curious. Hey, what's this animal?
True. But then at that point, it is almost a natural selection. That's why the game is so prevalent in everything that people do, is because it's made to be so obvious, so that it's your choice.
Natural.
It's your fault. It's your.
I know this doctrine of natural selection is not true. The animal kingdom has its own laws, rules.
Well, yeah.
governing
I was
system.
just using it
Yeah.
as a. I was using it.
The
as
animals,
a example.
the animals have only one law to keep: to be animal. That's it. The thing is that man has to keep many more laws, but he can also choose to be an animal. He can act like an animal. I mean, he's the only living being that can act like any other living. When we act being animals, then we lose humane state.
I think what's worse than the actual, like the offense of the lie itself. What's worse than the lie itself is the fact that they betray, and like they have this certain. We expect them, right? There's a certain amount of trust and dependency, and that's where we've messed up. But that's how they've hoodwinked us. It blows my mind when I think about the fact that no one has ever measured curvature. No one has ever measured movement. They tell us that this is happening. We don't see it. We don't experience it, and we believed it. So it's more. It's not so much about the lie is, that's an offense, but it's the betrayal. I think betrayal gets me more than anything. It's like I hate lies anyway, but it's the betrayal, and the that's the offense. And you're talking about animal kingdom. There's not really a betrayal in the animal kingdom. If they expect something from another animal, I mean, they generally get it. Like, so if it's two animals trying to mate, one animal generally knows when it's like they instinctively know, because they're in tune like that. They instinctively know when another animal is gonna pounce on them or attack them or whatever. But we, because we have this sense of a different type of connection, right? Then we build these. We resonate with people, and we build these relationships that they don't have. And I think it could be good, but when you have, I don't know, it's like I really don't want to get into that aspect of it. I could really get into that one, but I'm not. I'm going to try to keep it simple, I guess. But it's just the betrayal that gets me. But it does blow my mind because you expect, right? You just assume it's just like everything else. You assume, yeah, but they're telling us this, so obviously they must have measured it somewhere. You know, they can't just. They're not just going to claim this and without it being true, you know, because we could check it and then we just go on accepting it and believing that it's true. But then when you realize that no one's ever measured curvature, no one's ever measured movement, and people have tried and they've failed, and yet they tell the story, and it's because of that trust. So the betrayal, to me, is the bigger atrocity.
This lie and betrayal is actually the first sin in the world and is not humane. This transgression was not a human cause. Cause was the fallen one. He was not human. The human is actually the victim.
Did you know that upside down alien? Did you know that no one has ever measured curvature? They just tell us that no one's ever measured curvature or axial rotation.
No, I'm just kidding. I mean, that would make sense. It's like when someone else imposes some sort of truth, such as that one, the evidence really needs to be based upon observation, and the observation is basically truth through experimentation, exactly. But
a direct measurement,
or at least, yeah, direct empirical measurement, yeah, at least.
Yeah, but it needs to be so obvious that everyone observes it. Like everyone can observe right now that they are still, you know, or that they are not moving. And that's all based upon relativity, correct? You know, I mean, we can go on it. It's really complex, and I don't like talking about it because like my words not really verbalized. Like
I mean, is it though?
Simply,
I mean,
how simply complex it is.
Think about it though. The complexities that you're considering right now. Does that come from reality? Does it come from something you've experienced and you've discovered through your experience, and you've established that those complexities actually us to be moving and not, you know, detect it or whatever, or is that coming? Where does that originate from? Like, does it come from the stories that they've told us? And
yeah, well, like I think to myself, so like the question that you say, say we're going to say the shape is the relevancy. What is the shape? How does that directly affect my reality? What's the next step? Like depending on shape, how does that change whether or not I go to work or do the same thing today as yesterday? Like how is the shape important in my life?
Well, I mean, I guess it matters. I guess it depends on what is important to you, what matters to you. If the truth matters, or if you think, or if you think and consider, you know, what you were created for.
Yeah, exactly. So, the ability to tell some person one thing and then yet it be another, is to conceal a truth, right? That's the whole point. So in doing that, what effect is like the next step? now that we know the answer, what is the next step? Like, what is the reason that this is so, that the reality is so skewed? I guess that person can handle it.
I'm sharing something in the live stream right now. It might help. It's called "What Does It Matter?" It's about 15 minutes long, but it's pretty good, for sure.
You're sharing it? Is it in the?
I'll DM it to you if you can't like grab it or whatever. Because I know you said you were at work.
Yeah, I mean,
But it's okay.
I
So
guess, is this really what I mean?
yeah, when you think about the control, then if you can remove that aspect of control, and it seems to be a pretty, huge aspect of their control. If you can remove that aspect of control and think for yourself and have more control over your own life, I think that's very, very relevant, and it would directly affect you, especially your viewpoint on your relationship with this place and, the creator and why you were created.
That's beautiful. That's awesome.
And you've got to consider, if they put it across the news tomorrow, the aliens haven't, that there are aliens here, and the aliens have told us that they created us, that they seeded this planet, that they come from, returned from a far off distant galaxy, and they created us, and we have destroyed ourselves, and we're a parasite, and they have to fix us. So they have this miracle to regenerate our, genes or whatever back to their original state. We need to take this jab, and the aliens are here, and it's like, better. Everyone right now at this point would believe it if they said that. And I know, Sonny, you're trying to say it.
At least the ones covering their face. But anyway, the other thing that might happen for you is you get a better sense of who you are yourself and your inherent value. That changes every decision you make from here on out. Your relationship with yourself, your relationship with Earth, your relationship with material things on this Earth, your relationship with this globe Earth narrative that is constantly spewed out of every media device. So you get a better sense of who you are. And then you're going to start behaving differently. You'll have a higher sense of value, a higher consciousness about what is going on around you, more awareness.
Beautiful.
And you will care more.
When they propagate these agendas, they won't affect you. They'll affect you in the sense that you have to live around the people that that they can control and affect. But once you know the truth, then you can start sharing that, and the more people start, what it takes. It's very simple. It can be overwhelming when you think about all the lies that they've told, and it's like, okay, I have got so much, that I want to share with people. How can I bring them to the knowledge of all of these things? It's like, it doesn't really take that. It takes one simple thing, and the ground that they walk on is something that they can see and experience every day. So this is something that they can establish the truth of this. They don't just have to take someone's word for it or see who can formulate the better argument, or all of these circumstantial evidences don't matter. It's the direct. It's like, this is something that they can establish, and they can see, well, this is a lie. This is a lie, and then what? But it takes one thing, and that's all it takes. You don't have to explain all of these things to everyone, but if you can just cause a person to start questioning things, right? Question everything that you're told. If they only question, that's all it takes. Because this is something that if you question it, you'll see it. And then if you question something else, you'll see that too. It's just like a domino effect. It's like a resonance. It's like, once you get on that train, you're on a path. Once you start down that path, you've established a different destination. And so all it takes is that one thing. It's very simple. Make them, if they can just question things.
Excuse me? Hello?
Hello. Go ahead, Monkey.
Yeah. Can I say something about the argument judgment? Like, the question that all you have to do is just question, So
go ahead.
Yeah. So I was saying, like, it's very easy to question anything. Like, you can question, you can have as many questions as you want. You can like question anything. Why is the sky blue? Why do I exist? Many questions. It's very easy to ask questions, but it isn't that easy to get the answers. You have to like go through a process to get the answers, and sometimes it takes like 10 or 20 years, maybe lifetime. But it doesn't mean like if you are not able to get the answer in like 2 or 4 or 6 years, then you just think, okay, maybe the question I'm asking is wrong, or maybe the answer is not what the other peoples are telling me. No, maybe they are wrong, but maybe they are telling you the truth. Because you can't just expect to do all the experiments and all the stuff people have done like thousands of in the what can I, sorry, my English is a bit weak, but people have done in thousands of years, and you can't expect to do it in one lifetime. That's just impossible, and that is why, like, you just have to believe some things, that okay, maybe they did that, they have the proof. And there are many people around the world doing these kind of experiments all day, all night. I myself have done like 2 or 3 experiments, and I can like I don't have video footage or anything, but if you believe me, I can just tell you, like, I know those experiments are true. So there are thousands of experiments, but I can't do all of them. So I think, okay, if these 4 or 5 or 6 experiments are true, maybe they are telling the truth. I can always verify that by just going and doing all the thousands experiments and all the thousand questions I can ask and see, no, they are wrong. I will just verify it for myself. But that's not easy. That's hard, because you don't have time to verify all those things. You have a life to live. You have things to do. So maybe sometimes you have to believe someone else. And if you don't want to believe, you want to just like verify it for yourself, you have to do a very rigorous process. It's not that easy. And if you just say, like,
don't have to
yeah.
believe. You don't have to believe, right? Like, I don't know the things that you're talking about, because you were kind of vague, and like, you didn't mention specifically the experiments that you were talking about. But I don't even know if it's even relevant, because I'm talking about the natural things, our everyday experiences, reality. It doesn't take a lot. All it takes, because if you look at reality and you experience the world through the filter that they make and create for you, that they hand you, if you look at it through the eyes that they want you to look at it through, then you're going to see what they want you to. But if you just question and then have an open mind and accept reality for what it is, that's pretty much all it takes.
Okay, so here's my argument. Okay, human beings are inherently very lazy. Okay, I'm not saying it about one particular human, but human beings as a whole species, humans are very lazy in nature. You like, if you can just Google something, you will Google it. You won't try to even remember it. Okay, I should just remember this. This is important. You will just Google it. So we are lazy. So many people, like most of the people, don't question reality. They just go on with their lives. But if you have the courage, and if you have, like, the willingness of questioning something, then you should find out the answers to that yourself. You should not just say, okay, I will just question it, and I will say, no, they are wrong. Maybe they have done some things that that takes more knowledge to understand, or maybe you're not understanding it properly. So you should just, like, earth has no curvature. That's one argument I have heard like so many times. So you should, like, see, there are many experiments done to show the earth's curvature. It's not that easy to see the earth's curvature, because earth's very big.
Well, first of
Okay.
all, whether or not Earth is curving is not a sign. It's not a science question. So experiments won't. It's a measurement question, and you can do direct measurements, which have been done. So I don't know what kind of experiment that you're talking about, and it's not an argument. It's an objective truth. No one, and a lot of people try to claim that it's not true, but no one can ever bring us a measurement of curvature. So if there's no curvature anywhere, then what is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm curious. He said he did an experiment and you can find curvature.
Here's
That's what I want to know.
here's something.
Can you
Here's
tell us
something.
the
Here's something.
experiment? Well, hang on. Can you tell it? Because we both want to know that, and I already mentioned it once. Can you tell us the
Mm-hmm.
experiment that you're referring to, and comes to confirming the curvature of the Earth?
Okay, so here's the experiment I have done myself. Like, in my college, like 700 acres big. So I don't know if you know what an acre is, because in India we just measure land in acres. So
We
it's
know,
like
we
very
know,
big.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's great. That's great. Okay. So my college is like 700 acres long. Okay. So
Okay,
what
hang
we
on.
did was,
Can I ask you something before you continue? Because
yeah, please.
I kind of want to know this before, as I'm listening to you. Do you know what size they claim the Earth is, and do you know how far from where you're standing, according to your height, in all directions, the Earth should begin curving?
Okay, I know that the Earth is 6,400 kilometers long. Radius of the Earth is 6,400 kilometers. But I can calculate the how far the Earth should start curving. But I haven't calculated it. It's a very easy calculation. I can do it for you now. But I haven't done it.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact
Just
value.
go ahead and continue with your experiment. I want to hear what you did.
To correct you,
Yeah.
to correct you on your units of measure,
Yeah.
you said 1 acre is very long.
No, not 1 acre. Not no.
is a
1 acre is
surface
not.
area. Yeah, is a
Actually,
surface
no.
area
1 acre.
measure.
Yeah. Actually, I'm saying like my college is like 700 acres. Okay, so you can just imagine like that would be like very long distances to cover. Yeah.
One
Yeah. It's
acre
it's
is
area.
4
Area.
kilometer. Is 4 square kilometer.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I didn't know that. Yeah.
Okay,
So
back to
basically,
your experiment. You've got 700 acres. Is that what you said?
yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Okay,
It's
so
a very
they are
big surface. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, in India, the colleges, basically the IITs are like very big. My college is one of the biggest in
That's
India.
part you can see with your eyes. Yeah.
All right. Well, I
Yeah.
want to hear I want to hear this.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So basically, what we did was, we were just two peoples, okay, and we were using telephones and sundial. Sundial, the thing which tells times according to the sun. You know that, right? Sundials.
Dial. Yeah, I know what a sundial is. Yes. Okay.
Okay, so what we did was, we just no actually, what is happening? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so you actually it was not you cannot call it a sundial. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just like mispronouncing the names.
Yeah, you had a stick
I'm just
and made a shadow. Yeah. Okay.
okay. Yeah.
You take.
Have you have seen the
1 meter
experiment, right?
sticks. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And
in
we
your
just went
experiment,
yeah.
in this measurement of yours,
Mhm.
is the sunlight a collimated light source?
Sorry, is the sunlight?
Wait, did he
A
finish? Did you finish?
collimated light source.
Did he finish telling what he did?
Yeah, he's speaking about Eratosthenes. He did the same experiment.
Yeah, but let him tell us what he thinks he did first before you correct.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, finish.
Yeah. So basically, we take 2 meter sticks, okay, and we went like 8.5 or something kilometers apart. We measured it on our smartwatches, the distance we moved. Okay, and then we just measured the shadows, and we just talked over the phone like how long the shadows are, and we measured it. It was not very accurate, but it was around 6,000 kilometers. The radius was coming around 6,000 kilometers.
You mean the sun was like 6,000 kilometers high?
No, not the sun, The Earth was like 6,000 kilometers radius of the Earth. It's like 6,400.
What he's explaining to us is the experiment he did on his 700-acre property determined for him that the Earth is 6,000 kilometers in circumference.
Yeah, he did. I just said that you did the exact replication of Eratosthenes' proposed measurement.
Yeah. We just watched.
he started from the premise that he's measuring a curved surface. And that's why
No, no.
I asked you. No, this is why my question was, if you used the sun as a collimated light source, do you know what that is?
Okay, actually, I don't know what collimated means, so can you just please check?
Yeah. Collimated light source means a light source which emits parallel light rays. It is physically impossible.
I get it. I get
does
it. Yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
exist.
Yeah.
The sun is not even a laser. It's not even a laser. It's very far from that. The lasers are very low angle divergency light source. It shoots like in a straight beam, but is actually divergent. The further it propagates, it will expand.
Okay, let me explain this. Okay, so basically, what we assumed in this experiment was the light was coming from infinity. Okay, that was our assumption.
Yeah, in a parallel fashion.
Yeah. So we maybe
like.
Let me ask you, would you have gotten? Well, hang on. Let me ask you this question: would you have gotten the same results if you had not assumed that the sun was far away, like that, and if it were a local sun, and the Earth was flat? If you weren't assuming curvature and you weren't assuming the distance of the sun, would it work on both in both situations? Because I'll show. Okay, so here's an example of what I'm talking about, right? Because you're making these assumptions, and that's where you're. I mean, that's where it's faulty. I mean, if you look at the, I really love that meme did this. That's the wrong one. Hang on. There's another one where it's actually curved, but you get the same result in both instances.
Okay. Here's something. I would like to tell you. So basically, we assume that the sun is at infinity. Okay, but what is infinity? Infinity, we when we hear the word infinity, we think
the sun is not infinity.
No. I'm not saying.
You are the only one who asked us to assume. Let's assume the sun is infinity. We cannot assume that because it is not.
No. Like there is sun is some distance apart, right?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
There is distance from the Earth to the sun, but nobody knows how much.
You do realize that what you did doesn't prove either, don't you?
Yeah.
No. I am not saying that. I'm sorry. Okay, let me just clarify something. Okay, so when we say the word infinity, which I have assumed in the experiment that the sun is at infinity, but when we say the word infinity, we don't mean like literal infinity, like it's millions or billions or trillions of kilometers apart. We mean far enough so that the distances we are using in our experiment are very small. So if I was using 8.5 or 7.5 kilometers in my experiment. So if the sun is 500 or 600 kilometers apart, then the experiment would work with pretty good accuracy. It will not be that accurate, but it will be pretty much accurate. So, and if the sun is 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers apart, it will be even more accurate. And as the distance of the sun increases, the accuracy also increases. But sun if you even consider sun to be localized, it should be at least 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers apart from the. Or how much do you think that the sun is the distance between the Earth and the sun is?
Well, at least this amount of 6,000 kilometers minimum.
Minimum 6,000, yeah. So if you
minimum 6,000, and it can be something up to 10, 15,000, 18,000.
Let's forget 15,000. So let's just say that distance from the Earth and the Sun is 6,000 kilometers. So
Look, it
6,000.
doesn't.
No, we cannot
Matter
say that.
because you have to assume the Earth is curving. It doesn't prove either.
No,
Like it
You
works
need to
on
assume.
both.
You need to
Okay,
assume
no,
the
no.
sun is physical object.
Yeah.
You
We
need to
didn't
assume.
assume
That,
anything.
you need to assume
We just assume.
that sun
We
is.
just. You just.
Listen to me.
Okay.
You need to assume that sun is physical object, that you have distance to the sun, but you don't know that.
How far away is the
No,
sun, Monkey?
we don't. I don't know how far away the sun is. It takes 8 minutes for the light to come from Earth to the
How do
sun,
you
so you
know?
can
How do
just.
you know that? How do you know that?
How do I know that? Well, I
How do
don't know
you
how do I
know?
know that.
How do you know when the light left the sun? Like how do you know it takes 8 minutes for the light to reach you from the sun? Because they told you.
Okay.
So how do you know how far it is away? How do they know how far it is away? They don't. You
Great.
don't.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
assumptions.
Listen.
You can't do an observation if everything that you do is based on assumptions, and especially when the end result works on both, it doesn't prove either. So what do we need to do? We need to stop using observations and actually do a direct measurement. Would you agree that a direct measurement? Well, I'm asking, would you agree that a direct measurement would actually determine if the Earth is curving?
I don't know if it's even possible to measure directly.
Laser.
But yeah, a direct measurement would be
Long
great.
distance laser measuring instrument.
No, but I am just saying, like, you know, in our experiment,
Monkey.
I have a
Monkey.
question.
Yeah, please go ahead.
If
in the military
if something,
they have
sorry, okay.
Monkey. In the military they have scopes with range finder, laser range finder. Those are long distance laser measuring tools, instruments for these black ops and assassins, snipers, you like to call them. Yeah, these people who shot bullets at very long distance. Yeah. Those instruments, those laser range finders, they don't show any curve.
Okay. I have very good answer for this, actually. You know, so basically,
there are lasers, not in the visible spectrum, but there are lasers in the infrared spectrum, and those lasers, those lasers are pointing at targets as far as 100 kilometers far away, even further than that, much further.
Hundreds of kilometers. Actually, I wouldn't say like I have heard any sniping, like, you know, hundreds of kilometers. But okay, here's a very good explanation for that. So if I say 1, okay, is 1 a big number or a small number? So the question is meaningless. Okay, you might say no, 1 is very small, but then I would say if I compare it to minus 10 crores, then it becomes very big. But if I say no, I am measuring it I am comparing it to 10,000, so it's very small. So nothing is big or small or long or short. You have to.
Okay, let's try that. Let's try that with get back. Let's come back to the Earth. Let's try that. What you said about numbers. Let's try that with the number 3,959. Let's try with that number, and then you have water, you know, and that you see from the NASA, from the space, it's curving, you know, and then you go on the Earth, on the beach, and you know how much should to drop on that radius, because we know the dimensions of the Earth. That means every mile Earth should to drop 8 inch, you know, square. And you know what? You know what's happening?
No, it's not dropping. That's what you're going to say, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's a very good explanation for that.
Explanation.
But you will have to just listen to me, okay, for just 2 minutes. After that, you can question me all that, but just listen to me for 2 minutes. So here's how things work. Okay, when you start studying physics or you start doing physics, you don't start on doing it on real objects. You just assume ideal cases, which doesn't exist in real world. Okay, So first you do
No, that's
do
not
physics on an ideal
physics.
case.
Assuming
No,
ideal frames, that's not physics.
okay, please,
You cannot compare
just listen to
reality
me.
with
Just
ideal
listen to me for 2
things.
minutes. Just listen to me. Just listen to me for 2 minutes.
This is what
I'm
you were doing before. You were comparing mathematical numbers, quantifying reality, matter itself.
okay. Can I just speak for 2 minutes uninterrupted?
Yeah.
Hello.
Come on. Yeah, come on.
Yeah. So just give me 2 minutes. Okay. After that, you can just counter question me. I don't. I will be happy to answer. But just listen to me for 2 minutes. Okay. So
Slowly,
basically, when
because
you start,
accent, slowly, please, because your accent. It's also. I'm also not English speaker. That means I need to understand.
okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, slow. Okay. So basically, when you start doing physics, the real cases are very complex. So first, what you do is you do physics on a very ideal case, which will never exist in this world. Okay. So when you do it on ideal case, you just get familiar with it. You know how to do physics in that ideal case. After that, what you do is you introduce one variable. So it becomes a bit real, but not very real. After that, you do physics on that. You become comfortable with that. Then you introduce one more variable. Then you introduce one more variable, and like by introducing one variable at a time, slowly you start doing real world physics. But the curvature we are finding.
So you're talking about the transition from what, the macro into the micro within the world of physics. It has nothing to do with the curvature of the earth.
No. I am not talking the transition from micro to macro. I am talking about the transition of doing physics on an ideal case which will not exist in this world to doing the physics on real world.
It's not physics. It's measurement.
Monkey, does what you're saying now has anything? No, because
Sasha.
Elijah.
He asked
Elijah.
for 2 minutes.
Yeah, I know. I want to ask only a question.
If you keep interrupting
I
him,
didn't interrupt him, Elijah. It was somebody else.
But you know that she interrupted, and you were now not allowing him to finish after she interrupted.
Well, he just said 2 minutes 2 or 3 different times, saying that it's like he's going away from the curvature.
I didn't hear him talk for 2 minutes, and I've been listening for like maybe 15 minutes. I heard you guys going back and forth. The only reason I'm saying give him 2 minutes is because look.
Let him finish.
Just do it. Let him go.
Okay. I am finished now. Just my last point. Okay. So basically what I just said, you go from ideal to real. So the formula of the curvature you are applying on Earth. So you are just seeing you are just applying for the curvature. You don't take into account diffraction and all other stuff like, air density, and there are many stuff going on. So if you want to know the real curvature, how much will it curve if in reality, in the real world, you have to take into account the refraction of light and many other stuff like, heat, thermodynamics and all that. So you are not taking into account all that. So that's
taking account
something.
Listen now, Monkey Me. Listen this carefully. With refraction, you can see only less, not more. Do you understand that? With any kind of refraction, you cannot see more. You can see only less. Do you understand that?
No, you can see more. There's a very easy
you cannot see more with refraction. You can see only less. That's
Sasha, let him tell us. Let him tell us which kind of refraction will let us see more. Which kind of refraction will?
Here's a very easy experiment. What you do is you put a coin on a glass. You put a coin and then you put a empty glass over it. Okay, and you just move far enough.
I'm not talking about what you do. I'm talking about the type of refraction. Define the type.
That
allows you to see more.
Yeah, I'm telling you. It's not I will come to the point just you have to give me 10-20 seconds to
Can't you just give me the name of the type of refraction?
No, it's not any type. You can see more with refraction.
What do you mean? Refraction.
You have 5 types of refraction if you want to know.
Yeah.
Okay, here's one experiment you can do. Here's one experiment you can do, which will just
Which
show you
kind
that
of
you can
refraction
see more
is
diffraction.
happening that is moving stuff forward? You need to say which kind of refraction it's making that we can see
towering.
Okay, let me say. When the light goes from denser medium to a rarer medium,
Monkey, I'm sorry, but Get is starting to Get Back told you now.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Get Back, the guy told you the 5 types of refraction. And now you need to say which one of that 5 it's doing that we can see more.
Okay, I am not okay.
Looming, I know 2. Looming, sinking. Can somebody else help me?
Mirroring, towering, sinking.
Okay. Light is not my main subject.
Another one.
So I don't know what it is called, but I can tell you how it works. I can tell you how it works, but I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't know the name because light is not my main subject.
You don't know what refraction is actually.
Well, let him look.
I know what
Listen.
experiment.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Like, listen. You were about to say that the way with the light refraction works is that light passes from a denser medium. What?
Yeah. Okay, let me continue. So when a light passes from denser medium to rarer medium, it bends towards the normal. It bends away from the normal. Okay, and that is why you can see more. An easy experiment would be you take a coin, put an empty glass over it, and you move far enough that you can't see the coin. And when you fill water in the glass, you will be able to see the coin. That's very easy, and that's
You're talking about 2 mediums.
yeah. So the fraction needs 2 mediums. Diffraction means that when light goes from one medium to another, what happens to it? That's what we study in the.
Well, if you're shooting a laser across the land and it starts out in the Atmos and it ends up in the Atmos and it doesn't, cross in between another medium, then how does that apply?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So here's one thing. So when we do experiment, when we say air, atmosphere, we don't say one. The atmosphere is like very vague. There is a hot.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I have a chemistry book that specifically says when it's detailing different mediums, it specifically states the atmosphere is one medium.
Yeah, atmosphere is gaseous. Atmosphere is gas. I know that. But when you compare, when you compare the whole Earth, there's very extreme conditions. So there are.
We're not talking about the whole. We're not talking about the whole Earth. We're talking about. Listen. Because you're detailing your response to something I said. So you responded with the whole Earth. The first thing I'm telling you is that we're talking about 10 miles of it, which is a very, as you detailed earlier, with small numbers, a small number in relation to the whole thing, right? Very, very small. Right?
Yeah, of course, it's very small.
Okay, so the air across 10 miles is most definitely one medium.
No, it's not. It's not. Here's a very good example of that.
So then.
Yeah.
Because I already know that you're going to give me an example. Why don't you post a citation from a source that supports your example?
No, because these examples.
Don't say no, because I'm telling you now. I'm telling you now that I don't believe you. You're going to tell me your example, and I'm going to ask you anyway. Show me where what you're saying is. Give me the source of this knowledge. I don't think that's disrespectful to ask for. I think if you knew something and you knew it because you learned it and it was knowledge, and I was a normal person seeking knowledge and I asked you for it because you're giving an example of some knowledge that you have, I would expect you to give it.
That's why I was
it's very
asking
weird
which type. He doesn't even he can't even name the type. So he's definitely not going to have a citation for it. But he can't even define it.
Actually, if you want to if you want to talk about reflection of light, I can surely study it and I can just come back to you tomorrow or maybe 2 3 days later. But the point is not refraction. The point is like we are talking the curvature of the earth. And I am just saying refraction is one part of it. So it's not easy to isolate things. Okay, I'm going somewhere else. Okay, so you just asked me the question that 10 miles air across 10 miles is like same. But I can give you an example that it's different, and that is sea breeze and land breeze. Have you heard of these things like sea breeze and land breeze? What is sea breeze? What is land breeze?
How is it?
I would
relevant?
like to
No,
explain yourself.
no. Hold on. How is it relevant?
Yeah,
Don't
this just shows.
don't explain it to me. Tell me how it's related to the topic.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this just shows that there is a clear boundary. As you can see that the air above the sea and the air above the land, both are air, but there's a clear boundary between them. That the one is cold and one is hot. So basically, we can
We're
see them
talking
as
about
two
we're
different
talking
mediums.
about we're talking about from the water to the water. What are you talking about?
No, but okay,
Yeah,
but the water is.
yeah. From the water 10 miles up over the water, not from land to it doesn't even matter. But just letting you know from the water to the water. Because you're trying to set up this scenario in which you're talking about the land to the water, how there's a heat difference. I don't care about any of that. None of that
Okay, so
applies. None of
yeah,
that
yeah, yeah, yeah,
applies.
yeah.
None of that
No, it
applies
doesn't.
to
It
water
doesn't. It
over
doesn't.
water.
It doesn't. I am not saying it applies anything. But you can see that if
Then why are
this
you
can
then
happen,
why then how is it related?
yeah, because in science it's not like that easy to just ask a question and think that
If you
I will
don't
get
have
the
the
same answer
answer,
exactly.
if you don't have
I
the answer, don't pretend in a roundabout way to give it to me when I know that what I'm asking, you're not answering.
Okay. Here's the analogy. Like suppose if a child asks you what is Facebook, you don't just explain it
I
right
don't
away
want
what is
another
Facebook. You
analogy.
first have to explain it. What is
I
like
don't want an
technology, how phones
analogy.
work.
I asked you before from which
Yeah.
your analogy is coming from, the source. Give it to me.
Yeah, give it to us now. That we can
Sorry,
know,
what
read that.
like
We can read that. We can find out who was that scientist, who what you said that. What Elijah asking you, give us the source, man, that we can also learn.
Because here's
you
the
don't
thing. It's like I was talking about doing measurements with lasers, right? And you're
yeah.
making arguments against it well, you're not making arguments against it. You're trying to explain why they would be invalid when you haven't even looked at them and I haven't even shown one to you. And then when you start invoking these things, you can't even define what you're invoking. So that I mean, how can it's like you're making this ghost-like argument against something that you haven't even looked into yet. So
No, here's
it's
okay.
to me very, very dishonest, and it sounds like you're just going to argue against it, no matter what the information shows.
No, here's something. Here's something. I am just I'm not a god or something. I don't know everything. Okay, I can't know the the reason behind
Well, what do you
everything,
think?
but
What
I
do you
know
think,
some of
Mike?
it.
Hang
But
on,
I know
Mikey.
some of it.
What do you think? What do you think? Do you think for one to be valid, maybe what do we need to do? We need to find someone with a PhD in spectrophotometry or something.
We
Yeah,
have
of course
PhDs here.
we need to.
Maybe that's what we need to do. What do you think?
No, we don't need to find someone with PhD. We need to just believe if a very
We just
knowledgeable
need to
person and
find
not
someone
one,
with
like hundreds
just.
of people,
We just need to
like
believe in.
hundreds of
Okay, I got you.
yeah, like when
Just have
hundreds of
faith,
people
huh?
are saying something, it may be no, it's not faith. They have proved it. There are papers that you can read. Okay, but you need to you need very deep knowledge in that subject to even understand the paper. So you can't
Well, that's
Like,
why I
understand it,
said.
and that's
One
not.
acre is very big.
like
Maybe
for
we just.
example, sorry, Dan.
No, well, what he said, he's just like, need to have the knowledge to understand it. Well, maybe we need to just find someone with a PhD in spectrophotometry. To do
No, no,
electric
no. But he said
don't need
he
to
said,
do that. If you
Monkey, but you
want
said
to know the
we
answer,
don't
you
have
can
knowledge.
just
But
study
listen,
for the.
sorry.
Sorry,
You
your
said that we
voice
have
is breaking.
no
I wasn't able
knowledge,
to hear you.
but you said refraction in the beginning. Then Bat said 5 types of refraction, and you didn't have idea what he's saying, and you know. And how is possible that you, who is invoking refraction and saying you people don't know what is refraction and what can do blah blah blah, and then the guy telling you. And the guy telling you the 5 types, even I don't know, but he knows, you know, he knows maybe he can explain even all 5 of them, but you don't know even that exist 5 of them, but you will invoke in refraction, is it? And you will speak about us that we don't have knowledge, but you have knowledge.
No, I never said that. I never
listen,
said that.
This my example. Is this example strange? Is this example strange for you? For example, you invoked the refraction and you don't know anything about refraction, and the guy knows a lot of things about refraction, and then you coming and saying you people don't understand. Who here is not understanding? You or somebody else?
Okay, I never said that.
Do you understand refraction? Do you understand refraction? Let's start. Do you understand refraction?
I understand what is refraction. It's
okay.
I don't know how many.
I tell you, I can tell you why you don't understand.
Let me
Okay, sorry.
Let me ask a question real quick.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead,
you know,
Elijah.
you don't know much about light, but you're saying that you know what it does, but you're describing Snell's law. Snell's law is not 7/6 refraction, but none of that means anything to you unless you're faking and you're here to say everything the way that you're saying it. Like maybe you know exactly what I'm talking about, but the point is this, okay? I just want to know, because I guess I have to get as remedial as I can with you.
Yeah, because he doesn't know.
What margin of error, what percentage of error do you think refraction moves the horizon? Like what percentage of refraction would what's the margin of error for it?
Yeah, I get it.
Is it
I am getting your
5%?
question.
Is it 2%? What is it?
Asking, what's the do you know what the refractive index is?
Yeah.
Well, not the refractive index. No, I just want to know that because based on the radius of the Earth, that 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height will give you the distance to the obstruction on the ball that would have that radius, right? So you're saying, well, you can't really utilize that method because of refraction. Well, what percentage
not
error?
okay.
What percentage?
Let him finish.
Yeah. Okay.
So what percent is it off by?
Yeah. So first of all, I am just saying like diffraction is just one cause. There may be other causes.
It doesn't sound like a number. I don't care what many causes you can conjure up in your mind. I want a number at the end of what you're saying. Just so you know.
Well,
so
I
you
don't
can
know.
talk you can talk as long as you like. You can talk as long as you like.
No,
okay,
I can't.
So you're already saying you. So if you don't know, why are
Just
you
say you
like
don't know.
I how could you say you don't know? Because because you don't even know. You don't even. Okay, so then what percentage is the horizon off by in the Black Swan then?
I don't know. I haven't seen the picture.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Listen, why did you respond with refraction then, if you don't know anything?
That's what.
No, Okay. Listen. Earth is a dynamic system. It's not static. It doesn't stay the same.
Yeah, but you're answering a question I didn't ask about what the Earth system is and how it's dynamic. I know it's dynamic. Okay.
Yeah. So if you
what I'm asking you is, why did you respond with refraction if you don't know? You're not engaging the argument. You're not engaging the Black Swan because you just said you don't know what it is. So I'm assuming. Okay, you said something about refraction in relation to the laser. Maybe, I'm assuming, maybe that's what you're talking about, but you don't know
No, I
anything.
was not. Okay, here's something. If you can give me the initial conditions, like what was the temperature at that point, where you want to know what refraction causes, like how much percentage of the reflection causes,
The
what was the
temperature where?
density
The
of air.
temperature
You
where?
can, if you can
The
give me the
temperature
initial
where?
conditions, I can give you the answer.
The
Okay,
temperature where? The temperature where?
Sorry.
The
The
temperature
temperature
where?
at the temperature of all the points through which you are
What
seeing, through which
points?
the light
What
is
points?
passing,
What?
who's coming into your eyes.
Listen.
Yeah.
You're not going to have the privilege to be here much longer if you don't communicate and cooperate with me.
Okay. Yeah. Actually.
If you
Yeah.
want to go,
Sure.
just
Sure.
go.
Actually.
You want to go, just
No.
go.
No. No. Actually,
Okay, so
I think
if you want to be able to come and go as you please, right? Because it's not that deep, right? You don't have to get yourself banned up out of here. But I'm asking you a question. Don't dance on me.
No, I am not dancing.
I don't want you to cry on me either and tell me what you're not doing when everybody is listening to the conversation.
I didn't actually. The thing is, I don't know what dance on me the phrase means. So sorry.
I mean, I'm asking you direct questions and you're obfuscating. You're not answering me directly. You're talking about things that have nothing to do with what I'm saying because you don't want to actually engage the logic that the information is bringing.
You're not
So what I'm saying is, why did I tell you that I might ban you? What was I actually trying to say that you kept interrupting? Because that's why I said that. You kept interrupting, and I think I was trying to correct you on something. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
Are you talking
It's
to me?
like, hey, well, he's not even been presented with an argument. I asked him in the
Okay.
beginning. I asked him in the beginning if how could we measure the Earth?
Oh, I
said,
remember.
I asked him, can we get a laser? And he's like, he's telling me reasons and trying to explain why we couldn't. And then when he, hang on, but there's a
because you're rehashing what just happened.
Hey, I know, but because he's dishonest, he's not even like.
But I remembered what I wanted to, because I just want to move forward in the conversation. I don't want to talk about, like, just give me a chance.
No, it's like
I'm not trying to be annoying
because he's saying that you can't measure the fucking Earth with a laser, and then he turns around and tells you what he needs to know.
But I'm talking to him now, and you're bringing some of.
What the fuck? Go ahead.
Because I'm talking to him now. I don't need, because what if Sasha wants to bring up what he said 20 minutes ago, and then Get wants to bring up something 30 minutes ago? That should be okay. Like, no, I'm having a conversation about a specific point. Just now he said, and I remember, I want the temperature for each point. But
okay,
I was telling him, but I was telling you that you're being very vague because I don't know what that means. Yeah. So when you say something and I ask you to stop, I want clarification. So instead of droning on, just stop and give me clarification. So we need to stop right here. You said you want the temperature for each point. So we're talking about. Don't interrupt.
Okay.
So we're talking about 10 miles. How many points are you talking?
It depends how accurate you want your measurement to be.
10 miles. You don't even know how off the horizon is off by. You don't even know how much the horizon is off by. So how accurate? You know what? Very accurate. How many points?
No. I just googled it and it is showing very accurate that you can just measure every point on every meter. If you have the time to do it.
So every meter, you're saying, between 10 miles.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it if you want to be very accurate.
And how would I get that? How would I get that data?
You can use a drone.
If I'm looking, listen to what I'm saying. If I'm looking at something right now, how do I get that data right now? Like, if tomorrow, let's say I'm looking at something right now, I go to sleep, I wake up tomorrow. How do I go about getting the temperature between me and 10 miles of what I'm looking at right now tomorrow. How do I do that?
No, you can't without special equipments. You can't. That is why
What equipment? What equipment?
Well, there's of course one you can use. I don't know what other people use, but
I want you to name it.
No, actually, I don't. I think you can use one, like, a thermometer and a drone, and you can just fly to all the points and measure the temperature.
No.
But
Listen. How can I do that? How can I do that after the fact? You think it's gonna stay like that while I go meter after meter to check the temperature?
No, but you can use like hundreds of drones, or you can just measure at every kilometer instead of every meter. You will be a bit less accurate, but you will get something out of it. You will get a starting point, and then you can just go from there.
100 drones. I have it at home.
Well, the only reason that I wanted him to say this is because anybody who does follow along, maybe it's their first week, maybe it's their first month. This is what a Glober thinks that we should have to do. Something that's basically impossible, something that they can't do, to basically come up with the reason that you're off by a fucking 1,000%.
Yeah.
Something you don't fucking know.
Okay, so here's something. I just Googled it and
Mickey, why you don't do that measurement that with the same equipment to prove that Earth is curving? Why you don't do that? Why you don't do that experiment?
Because I don't have the time or the money to do it. There are other people that have done it already.
Are you asking us to do that? You think that we have time and money? I have time and money. I will take 2 billion now, and I will measure.
I never asked you to do that. I just said this is how you do it. You don't have to go ahead and do it. There are other people who have done it for you because they are like, they want to know the truth and they have the money, so they are doing it.
Hold on. You described. Listen. So the conditions were seeing an observation. Now, at that moment, for the observation that you're seeing, or for the duration that you're seeing it, you would need to know the temperature for each point, each meter, up into the 10 miles. As you're observing, who has done this so that we can take a look at it?
Yeah. I don't exactly know if anyone have done it or not.
Don't say you don't exactly know. You just said people have done it. You said we don't have to do it. It has been done. So you're basically telling me that there's a way to measure the curvature of the Earth. Someone's done it. I want a name.
Actually, you know what? I don't have it right now. But
you're a liar.
Wait
Because you're a liar. Because you're a liar.
Okay, yeah. It's very easy to say, like, you're lying. But
it's because you think you know more than you do, and you're making excuses for religious space daddy that doesn't exist.
Yeah. I guess I can't
be honest. Monkey, be honest, because at the beginning of this conversation, you said that on that land of yours of 700 acres, you did this experiment with your body, that you put 2 sticks in the ground and you measured the shadows. So...
Okay, so what did I do after that? Are you asking that?
You said you measured the curvature, and I told you why it was fallacious. Correct?
Yeah, but then I just told you.
Now we're talking about this long distance observation over the large bodies of water, and you spoke a lot about refraction. But I have one question for you. Can you tell me which way light is propagating, which direction is propagating to, when it's refracting in the atmosphere? Is it refracting upwards or downwards?
Okay. So it
Choose
depends.
fast.
If the
Choose fast. No,
air-
choose
the-
fast. Choose fast. Upwards or downwards?
It depends. There is no answer like
No,
upwards or downwards.
no,
because
it does not
atmosphere
depend.
is not one thing.
When light
Atmosphere is
refracts
not one
through the
thing.
atmosphere, listen to me. When light refracts through air, tell me which way it refracts, upwards or downwards?
Upwards, it doesn't reflect upward. It comes from upward and it refracts sideways. And which side it's refracting, it depends upon the warmth of the air, how it is warm or it is cold from the previous medium
When
it
you
came
are
from.
looking at the horizon, where the hell is that light coming from into your eye?
Yeah. The light is
Is
coming
it coming from the sun or is it coming from the land which reflects the light to your eye?
It's coming. Okay. You are asking.
So
You are asking
which
about that.
way
Yeah.
that when that light
Yeah,
is
I can answer
refracting,
you.
which way is refracting? Upwards or downwards? Fast,
It
quick
is
answer.
refracting. It's refracting upwards. I guess I don't
Upwards,
know exactly,
correct,
but I guess it's refracting
correct.
upwards.
Yes, that's correct. And when light refracts into a liquid, it refracts downward. And refraction
Yeah.
is not the bending of light, which you also previously mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
That's what clowns say, that light is
No,
bending.
refraction.
Yes.
Refraction.
No, refraction is not bending of light. The bending of light does not exist. You cannot bend light. When you walk on the street and take a right turn or left turn, are you bending to left or to right?
No, actually.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. I'm totally getting you. So here's the thing.
Okay.
I just like I previously told you, I am not that expert in light. So I just studied it for 10th standard. So I know that much. And at that point of time, because we just have to tell something little by little. So first we start by the idea that okay, light is bending. Then we go one step higher. Then we say no, light doesn't bend. It's something
Well,
else. I
light
don't
is
know.
not
I don't know what it
bending.
is.
Nobody
Yeah.
managed to bend light. Show me one person who bent light.
Bend. Bend
Show
means
me
change direction. Yeah?
an experiment. Yeah, show me an experiment where you're bending the light. Yeah, like I'm taking a fork in my hand and I'm bending it with my mind, like in Matrix.
Okay.
Bending the spoon.
Bending means change direction. Yeah. By bending you mean change
No,
its direction,
bending
right?
doesn't mean changing direction. Changing
Okay. So
direction
yeah.
is
So,
changing
okay. So,
direction. Yeah. It's not
okay. So
bending.
as I
Bending is when
said,
you take
I'm
a
not that.
steel. When you take a
Yeah.
steel,
I get you. I
sport,
get it.
and you
I get
bend
it. I'm
it.
getting
Yeah.
it. Yeah. So basically, what it is I am not very good at English, so I don't exactly knew what bending means.
And
But you can change light direction.
bones, human bones, they break. They don't bend, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
light can change its direction
hold
depending on the medium it's traveling.
But check this out. There's no evidence of light changing direction 7/6 the radius of the Earth.
Yeah. Correct.
I don't know if I've never heard of it, so I don't know if it's correct or not. But I can tell you that light changes direction because of one very
So then
useful
how do
thing
you
that
know
we-
how do you know to say refraction? How do you know
Because
how do you, no hold on hold on.
Yeah.
I know I asked you, but it's really because I'm in disbelief. I'm not actually asking you. Because I know where you got it from. You got it from being indoctrinated from videos on YouTube that are trying to explain why flat earthers are wrong. We're talking about information that is inside of papers,
books
that are from professors from university.
Okay. Listen.
So
Here's
we're
some-
talking about things like the same information that you're talking about. We're talking about
except
I am not.
you have a regurgitated version of it, right? You have a regurgitated version of it, which is why when I say give me the citation, you can't, because if you did, it would back up what I was saying and not what you're trying to pass it off as. That's the reason that you can't bring it. Not because you personally can't bring it, because you haven't been equipped to have this conversation. And you think you can watch a debunk video on YouTube and actually have this conversation.
Can you just please explain some words to me? What does citation mean? What does citation mean? Like, I seriously don't know, so I'm asking you. What do you mean by citation?
For instance, you're saying light bends around the earth. Citation would be citing verbatim where you got that information. Then giving me the source would be, right? The
Like
paper
citation, basically. Okay, let me get you.
would be the paper that citation comes from.
Here's what I'm getting. You are saying like I have to show you like that someone who saw how it bends, like someone saw it bending and then
Well, you're
show you that.
saying
Are you
it,
saying me that?
so you're saying it. So unless you are,
No.
listen
Well,
to what can I finish a
Yeah.
sentence? What the fuck was I gonna say? What was I gonna say?
Okay, please go ahead. Hello.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
trying to
please
figure
go.
out why you keep cutting people off. Like, and that's a very feminine trait. Or maybe it's not a feminine trait. Well, because when I say feminine, I have this new age
Even though on
understanding
ladies'
of
night we have it very organized and we never talk, hardly ever do we talk over each other, and it's usually the guys that are rumpusing one another.
when I say feminine, I'm talking about a behavior, and like I said, it's a new age thing, meaning like I made it up, right? This is just my idea. When I'm talking about feminine versus masculine, every individual taps into feminine and masculine energy. That's just me. That's just what I'm. You know what I mean? Like that's what I mean.
And I know. I agree.
I don't mean men and women.
Elijah,
type thing.
get to the point.
So the
You
point is, you're
mean
being
when a
very
man is
defensive.
speaking-
You're being defensive. You're being defensive over information that you're ignorant about.
No, I am just asking like, what do you mean by citation?
How could you say
Just
no?
explain
How could you
to
say
me.
no? Like based on the
Okay.
entire conversation that you've had with people here, not just me. How could you say
here's
no?
Here's something. I am not a native English speaker. Okay, so I don't exactly like,
Monkey. Hey, neither
know
me.
how to
Listen
talk
now.
on
Neither me.
something.
Listen, I understood. I will explain you. Listen to me now. Albert Einstein said 1915 that and that and that. Carl Smith made publication because he had made experiment. In that his publication, it's written in this book, 19.
Hello.
I think we cut off.
Hello.
Did you get the gist of what he was saying?
No, actually, he just got disconnected in the middle, so I didn't hear him properly.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, just giving him a chance to get back.
He was, yeah.
I mean, when I asked him about how to measure the Earth, I figured we could go. It's like after hearing all this, I don't even want to go in. I don't even want to have the conversation and go into the Black Swan
But
because it's just going to be.
Monkey.
Well, let's just do it and see how it goes.
Yeah.
Okay, you said you hadn't seen the Black
Yeah.
Swan, and so you say that you're aware of what the radius is, right? I mean, we could
Yeah,
go
yeah.
with the world record photo.
He does know. Yeah.
I like the world record photo better, actually, but it's like I have to get to the simplest. To the simplest. There can't be a lot of room for it to get convoluted because it definitely will.
Truth. Can I interrupt you one more time? And I'm super sorry. If you say no, I'll understand.
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
No, I was asking Truth if yes.
Oh,
No.
sorry.
What asking? What'd you ask me? I didn't hear the question.
I kind of want to know what, like, because he said refraction, but now that you mention this, I want him to say what refraction does before you move into it, because I want him. Do you get why I'm asking that?
Well, that's why I asked him in the beginning to define the type of refraction that would cause the effect that he said was occurring that would cause us to see so much further.
No, I mean, like, no. I mean, what is the effect? I don't think he knows what we're talking about yet.
The only thing
Because when he detailed, because don't let the
was Snell's law.
right. But what I'm saying is, he's talking about, for instance, not being able to see a coin, and then refraction allowing him to see a coin that he couldn't otherwise see because of a. You see what I'm saying? So
He doesn't know. He doesn't know, and he's going to dance around for 30 minutes if you ask him.
but is that what you meant by refraction? Being able to see something like an object, like a boat, that you normally wouldn't be able to see? Is that your idea of it?
No. That's just the application of refraction. Refraction is, I can tell you what refraction is. I know very well what refraction is. Refraction is the phenomena that when a light.
What refraction is, dude? You can't even.
Oh my god,
You
dude.
can't even give us the name of one type of refraction at all.
No, there is no type of refraction. I just searched it on Google right now, and there is no type of
things.
I'm not laughing at you because you don't know. I'm laughing because you keep proclaiming from the rooftop that you know. It's like
Yeah.
we just went through this. So let me ask you: if a boat appears to go over the horizon and you're watching a boat go away, okay, and then if you can grab, like, say, some binoculars and bring it back into view, and is that refraction that's allowing you to see that boat? Is that what you're claiming?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all.
No.
All right. So
We don't even know what he. We don't even know what he said. So he doesn't even know what he's saying, because we don't know what is he arguing for or
Are you
against.
saying that when we do laser tests, that it's actually the laser is actually bending around the Earth, but the refraction is causing the laser beam to look straight?
Refraction is
you
true.
just like, I just gave you a very small thing. Like, you cannot measure the curvature of the Earth by just seeing it, because there's refraction. Now you guys are like, making
You don't think
things
you can
up.
do? Hold on. You don't think you can do direct measurements over a surface to determine whether or not it's spherical or whether or not it's flat level? You don't think that you can do that? So how do people build all these buildings, and how do you construct or engineer anything if you can't? How are these huge swimming pools
Yeah.
built?
What is the tallest building that has ever been built? Like Burj Khalifa, what's the height of Burj
How did they make those
No, that's
islands
the
in
question.
Dubai?
That is,
Like
and that is very small. No, that
Bantry
isn't big.
Islands.
I just mentioned the big and the small in like I just said a big and about the big and
Can
small
you tell
thing.
me?
Like
Can you tell me what country you're in? Like what
Yeah, I am from India.
India.
I was just talking about why. You know what? Okay, so my friend was telling me about one scenario from some of his people that he know. They come from a different economic status, though. And then I spoke to another person who said, a lot of the people, most of the people in India, are living a poor life. And I said, wow, that makes a lot of sense, because the way you guys sound indoctrinated when you come in here is the same way people from the poor neighborhood I came from sound like. Like that's the only thing that you share in common with the people that I grew up with. It's interesting. And we were devastatingly poor. I'm not calling you poor, but there's something about.
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta be honest. Everyone that has come from India sounds exactly like you do. Like, at least there's some dumb Americans. There's some Americans that are like, I have an open mind. but each and every one of you think the way that you do. It's a shame.
Okay. So yeah, maybe there's some truth to that. That many Indian people think like we are very. Actually, I don't know the right word. I know in Hindi, but
Trusting of
we
the
don't really
school, trusting of knowledge, books, the government, trusting of information. Instead, not being
no.
able to push back on something being said.
That's that's a very
The
like,
lack of the inability to be direct. Can I ask you a question about this photo? Can you click on the black swan? I just want to know what you say. Can you click on the black
where's
swan and
black swan?
tell me where you see the horizon?
Wait
I
a
just want to
second.
know where you see the horizon at in that photo.
Black swan. Where is the black swan?
Maybe you can be direct about this one. If not, that's
Where
I'm just chilling anyway.
where's the photo of the black swan? Actually, I'm not new to Discord, so I don't know that much
It's
about
in the live stream voice text. Do you see the live stream voice text?
live stream voice text. Where to see it?
Like isn't it? Never mind. My bad.
No, actually, I can't see the live stream voice text anywhere. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna tag you in it.
Yeah, okay. I just saw it. I just saw it. Wait a second.
All right. Do
I
you
found
see
it.
those? Do you see those two oil rigs? Now, I'm not like. Okay, click on the photo. Make it larger.
Yeah. Wait a second.
All right.
I'm
Now
doing it.
tell me. I want to know. Tell me where you see the horizon at.
Is this the black Bible? There are like many photos. Are all of them like the black swan?
He can't answer directly. Where do you see the horizon in that photo?
It's because you haven't put it in the live stream. You put the Google Drive that shows lots of them.
Live stream voice text, yeah, it's there.
No, it's in the live stream voice text. Maybe you're in the wrong room, Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew, you've been posting in the lobby, I think.
You're
No,
right, my bad, I see
actually,
it now.
there.
Matthew wears Velcro shoes, everyone. Forgive him.
Okay, so do you see it? Are you there, monkey?
I am in the live stream to voice text, but I cannot see the black swan image. Which one is the black swan?
Are you kidding me? It's like right above. I tagged you. If you're in the live stream,
Yeah.
how can you not see?
Yeah, live stream one. No, sorry. I was just in live stream two. Sorry. I went to live stream two. Yeah, I see
Now,
it.
now we're on the same path here, right? We're all together.
Yeah.
All right. Click on the photo.
Yeah. I can see it. I can see it.
Can you tell me where you see the horizon at in that photo?
I don't know. It's like the horizon is like behind those two structures that are built, but where exactly it is, it's like hard to see.
All right. So you say it's okay. So you see it behind them. We don't need to know like the specific distance and like how far behind it. We just need to know like where it is, whether it's behind them, in the middle, in front, or just like drop off directly in front of you. So you see the horizon behind the second one, right?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right. You said that you understood and you were aware of how large they said the size they said the Earth was, which is 3,959 miles radius. Now, with that radius, if you just go like this image is only 1 foot off the ground. So according to that, the rate of curvature for a radius of 3,959 miles from where you're standing in all directions, according to your observer height, the square root of the observer height in feet is that's how far you should see. So if you're 1 foot observer height, then it's only 1.225 miles. That's how far you should see. Then the Earth should start curving away from you at that point. So the horizon cannot, if that to be true, the horizon it absolutely cannot extend beyond 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height. But yet, you admit that you saw the horizon behind the second oil rig. Now, those oil rigs they're in fixed locations, and The second one is 9.41 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Okay, so
how is the
here's
Earth curving if the horizon is behind the second? So we can say conservatively that it's at least 10 miles. If the oil rig is 9.41, we don't have to give it any more distance. We can just be conservative about it and just say it's like 10 miles out. And it should only be
can I
1.22 miles out.
okay, here's sorry, this is something completely unrelated, but can I not send images in like the live stream chat? I don't think I have the permission to do that.
You can
DM it to Creation Bear. I'll post it for you.
Okay, what's your name? Sorry, I was not paying attention to your name.
I'll message you. It's Creation Bear.
Yeah.
I just sent you a message. Go ahead.
Yeah. You messaged me. Okay. Wait, I have to first click a picture.
What I don't understand what picture like how is it going to be relevant to the question that I asked you?
No, actually, I am not. Actually, I am. I have seen this picture like first time. Like I am seeing this first time here, so I cannot. Maybe I don't know it, and I have no shame to admit that I don't know how this picture is like working or why we can see the horizon behind the second one. But I can find out. It will take some time. Maybe not like maybe 2 or 3 days. But I can find out for you if you like if you can give me that amount of time. So I can surely come find it and come back to you on this.
I don't know. I don't know what you need to find out. Like the whole point of it is where is the horizon? If the Earth is 3,959 miles radius, if it has a 3,959 mile radius, then you cannot see the horizon beyond the square root of the observer height in feet, 1.225 miles. But if you see,
yeah.
So if you see the horizon beyond that point, then the Earth is not curving at 1.225 times the observer height.
No. Okay. So here's one
Monkey.
thing. Here's one thing.
Monkey, do you know
Yeah.
what that means? What Truth said? Do you know what it means?
Yeah. He said that because you can see the like horizon behind the second what you can say structure. So the Earth should not be like curving because you shouldn't be able to see the horizon behind the second structure.
No, that's
You
wrong.
shouldn't. What
It means I want to tell him truth.
Yeah, go
Sorry
ahead, because
for
I
interrupting.
probably shouldn't have.
Thank
I
you.
probably should have stopped
Yeah.
what I was doing while I was trying to explain it to him.
Monkey.
Probably didn't do a good job.
It means when you lay on your belly on the beach, at the ocean, you lay down on your belly and you look to the horizon. The horizon line on the ball should be at 1.225 miles away. That's where the drop curvature starts. And beyond that point, everything disappears bottom up the further it goes away with 8 inches per mile square rate. Yeah. And actually, this guy with that camera, he was sitting on his belly with the camera 1 foot observer height. So he was very close to the beach. And he looked at the camera and he saw these oil rigs that far away, 10 miles far away, 9.4 or 2 the second. And you can see the horizon, it's behind the oil rigs. Indeed, it is blurry because it is a very far observation, but you can clearly see that, the horizon is behind them. I mean, if you're an honest person with yourself, everybody can see clearly that the horizon is behind. The detail that it is blurry and all these things, that's irrelevant. Yeah. It just means that the horizon is much further than 9 miles far away. So it's 10 miles, 11 miles. We cannot physically measure because the horizon is apparent. It's not a physical location. So,
Okay, so
but
I will,
it is
I will.
much further than it should be on the ball.
Yeah.
Because the
So
horizon is
I will.
Yeah.
the horizon is supposed to
Okay,
be the
just,
leading edge of the sphere where it curves away. If the Earth, even if it did begin to curve where you see the horizon there, it would be more than 10 times the size. Like the Earth would extend out. I think they did the calculations for this,
Yeah.
and the Earth would extend out beyond the moon. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
the
Okay.
moon, yeah,
So
it would touch the moon. If that horizon that you see in that picture, if that were the leading edge of the sphere.
Yeah.
However, it's like if you were going to, you follow that logic. We have photos uh, and
okay.
measurements
So
that are
can I
even
say
even that are
something?
even that are even further than that.
Can I say something? Actually, it's like 4 a.m. in the morning, and I have to sleep. So I think I'll go now. Can we just continue from here tomorrow?
Yes, of course. Of course.
Yeah, sure. You
Yeah,
surprised
sure.
me when you answered where the horizon was. I didn't think you would. I didn't actually think you would ever answer it. So hopefully I'm wrong about you.
Okay, bye. Bye. Okay, I will just see you tomorrow. See you, talk to you all tomorrow.
Take care.
Bye.
Yeah.
Do come back and
Yeah, of course I will.
be honest.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Good night.
No, seriously, I thought I would ask him where the horizon was, and I figured we'd be trying to pull the answer out of him for 20
He
minutes.
didn't answer that?
Yeah, he did.
He's
He
gonna do his quote unquote
Oh.
research by typing in debunking the black swan and then reading and parroting that back to us tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's like, wait,
Gonna
let me go.
research it. They need dilithium crystals.
At least today he focused on the horizon. Tomorrow he'll only focus on the oil rig.
After watching the videos, yeah, he'll be like Sofa.
Yeah.
Maybe not, because maybe we got to him first, and his focus began on the horizon. Maybe that's the ticket. Get him to focus on the horizon before they see the debunking videos where they talk about the oil rigs and how wavy they are.
If this one becomes a flat earther, it's going to be a very ardent one.
I mean, you're always going to have flat earthers as long as the horizon looks flat and you feel no motion of the wobbling ball.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Agree
It's
with
like
you, Lemon.
Are
sometimes
you
I
saying you should trust your senses?
yeah, it sounds like it. Right? Sometimes I feel like I should be more passionate or something. I don't know. It's not passionate. Sometimes I feel like I should believe in people more because I don't expect it. I don't have I don't think he'll ever even be open-minded and consider the information. I don't think he wants to look into it. I think he just wants to try to be smarter than us or shut it down or whatever. Like argue against it.
Better than flat earthers in some cases. That's where love comes in. We have a passion for the truth. They have a passion for, status, ego, one-upmanship, that sort of thing.
No Indian can shut down this server. Come on, guys. Do you really don't believe in destroyed technologies?
Well, we can't measure the Earth with lasers because of refraction.
Yeah.
But yet,
No.
but yet he was going to tell you that he could do it if you give him the right information. But he was telling us that the Earth can't be measured with lasers due to refraction.
Well, we
So
need a straight standard. I mean, if not a laser, then what? Eyeballing it through a theodolite? Your level line's different. How do you know it's looking level when your level line's effectively disappearing and you can't tell if you're looking above it, below it, and everything's merging with the surface? You're going to need to check it with something, and you're going to need to check it with a laser, more than likely.
No, they're gonna come up with the lithium crystals. I'm telling.
It's good enough for them, but
Yeah.
nothing but the truth for me.
I already saw some university in USA making claims that they're studying dilithium crystals and stuff, technology like that, you know. Star Trek. Yeah.
I guess, well, we gotta have hope, I guess. I shouldn't just write him off so quick.
Well, refraction does occur even over a flat plane. The thing that's begging the question is it refraction or magnification? When something's magnified in front of your face, it's still there. It just looks blown up or diminished over, say, a flat plane. Now, if it's refracting, it would have to be lifted over a ball, like a ping pong ball of light or a string of light curving over a ball, and you would expect marked boundaries between the refractive media. Like looking at a straw or a pencil in water, you can tell it's refraction because there's a cut boundary between the air and the water. And you'd also expect reflection. So they're kind of begging the question, saying it's refraction when we don't see any prima facie evidence of refractive layers, namely discontinuities in the image and or reflections. So it may just be magnification over a flat plane or something else.
Well, too bad we can't, like, I mean, they use water to measure and level things all the time. Maybe that's what we should do. Too bad we can't measure the Earth with water.
Beat my philosophical assumption that water conforms to the surface of the ball. If you can't do that, the Earth is a globe.
Whatever you do, don't touch reality.
Idealism.
Don't bring me to reality. Yeah.
It's basically mathematical idealism where they have this idea of this perfect ball and they're going with that. It doesn't really even go with, like you say, reality. It's idealism, really.
Irrationality also, irrational numbers, infinite. Yeah. My God. They bounce all the time when you speak with a glober. They bounce up and down into old fields, from evolution to planets to stars to gases to gravity to Earth's core to giant supernova, then fossils in the ground, caves. You're never gonna hold him in one place and discuss one subject topic. Everything is related. Yeah, that's the relativity. Yeah, it's relativity. That's
He's
what
not
Einstein got.
He's not looking. I don't think. I think that's why I just write him off. And maybe you guys see something that I don't. I'm willing to wait and give. You know, it's like, okay, we'll wait. We'll wait and see how it goes. You know, when he comes back. But I don't think he's looking. I think he's just here to tell us we're wrong and explain why and how without, you know, while being vague and not really saying anything.
I'm here to do my penance, my SJW work among the globe heretics, and, you know, just show that I'm tolerant and inclusive and try to help these poor, misguided people.
Yeah. I hope next time he stumps into QE. He bumps into QE. Yeah. Talk with QE about refraction. Oh my God.
They'll do lunch.
I think I probably should just be quiet. I mean, you could yell at him, "Get me gay." Well, I mean, it's like, never mind. I'll just shut up.
It's hard for me to get to yell at someone. I did get a few times here.
I'm curious about this. I do want to know, like, okay, so do you like to, do you enjoy yelling at someone, "Get me gay"? And
No.
okay, do you enjoy hearing someone else do it? Why
No.
is it that people don't want to do it, but they like to?
Even when they are not yelling at me, when I see two people arguing and yelling, I don't like it. I like to, calm their waters, try to do that, but it doesn't always work. I mean, I was very gifted with the gift of speech back in the days, but I was also gifted physical strength. I was kind of dominating them physically. But now I'm like, I see that they are fools. And when I see these things happen, I'm sure 100% that I'm going to meet them again in 1 year, 5 years, because this world is small. I have traveled. I found myself meeting with friends in the world corners,
But before we move on to
Yeah.
this, I feel like I do have to, at least, like, I do have to say this. I do appreciate the things that I have learned, from QE.
Oh, me too.
He brings a
Yes.
lot of information. I totally
Yes.
respect that. I have to say that.
Ah,
So,
about QE,
because
yes, I like him. We need him to be shouting at them. We
No, we
need him.
don't need
He's
him to be.
good at it. Yes, we do.
It's the information, dude. It's like that's
yeah.
look. I wanted to move on from this, but I felt like I needed to be
Yeah.
fair and at least say that and give credit where
yeah.
you know what I was saying. But I didn't want to
Yeah.
continue on with that. But it's it would become a debate.
You know,
at that point.
truth. I like it when he's explaining scientifically to these honest people, But when he's shouting, I know that there are many pretending clowns, and those are with good knowledge intentionally. They are just attacking the subject and denying, and because they are clowns. And those guys, I can't
when they
stand
come in
them.
and they just make shit up, right? And they
Yeah,
don't.
yeah. So
They don't want to look at the information. It's what's
Yeah.
kind of like that dude there. I mean, it didn't seem to me like you wanted to look at the information. He just wanted to tell us where we were wrong.
fanatic believers like Brenda, Jazza, all those from Gem Panda. So
They want to have fun with you, maybe embarrass you a little bit, maybe dox you, frustrate you. For them, it's just, I guess, a way to get a shell check.
Yeah, but look how long they've been looking at this, though.
I hate this kind. I hate this kind of people that put you at the edge, then they push you. I hate.
You mean just calculated, manipulative?
Yeah.
That's why we need to focus on the information, because the drama is right where they want us.
Yeah.
And that's just it. The information is right there. It's in your reality. So how do these people, like these, the ones that you were mentioning, like Jazz and all those, how do they? I don't like. I'm trying to see from their perspective and see how they could be into it for. So I don't understand. Like they can't be looking at the information. That can't be their motive. They can't be wanting to know the truth and just they see a different truth. That's not it. They're not looking at it because it's right there.
These guys, Jazza and Brenda, they are not intelligent beings.
I think they get off on
there are some in Gem Panda that are very well read, you know, and they are evil and wicked knowingly, you
I
know.
think you cut
That's
out,
what.
Lemon.
Oh, I was just saying they get an exquisite high, like you were saying,
Mm,
off of perverting the truth.
yeah.
It's like spiritually, I would surmise and guess that they can't have the power of say the truth or say God, but they can certainly get an exquisite high off of perverting and trampling on the truth, including the flat earth, as much as possible. Getting, a perverse thrill out of climbing the top of the hierarchy, not off of, truth or, any sort of logical reason, but just because, they play the game properly. The thrill of cunning and deceit and power and word games and, you know, ad hom and rhetoric, gaslighting flat earthers, toying with their minds, toying with their hearts. It's a sort of satanic perverse glee, if you will.
Satanic techniques, yeah. Psychology, it's satanic technique.
A
Science.
spirit, a spirit of power and control.
When I was reading about the Hyperboreans, I saw that uh, they had culture like they did. They did not like to know, learn everything. You know, they were living a lot by their heart feeling, the way they felt in their heart, with their heart. Uh, as very empathic, you know. But they all knew that when they had a problem, they had books written in solid gold, and they were going to books, and if they found it written there that it is okay, then you had their okay. If it was not written, never get their okay. So whenever they found themselves like giving them a problem, a thing like that, they didn't know to answer you like straight away from their mind. But yeah, they had this book which contained whole. Yeah.
Maybe it's the personal investment where they started out, on that side
Yeah.
and dug their heels in, and then
And
once that became part of who they
yeah,
were, was someone who
they had
fought for the globe. They have this, time invested and stance that they've taken, and so psychologically they have this personal investment that they need to defend more so than the information. Like these
they
OG Clovers, that's kind of like what it would almost have to be.
yeah, they had this some saying like if a man was going to the books to try to learn to know everything, like learn too much, the information would corrupt man, and he will lose his state, spiritual holiness, everything. And that's why they didn't like know too many things. It's not a bad thing not to know a lot. It means you have a virgin mind, less corrupt. What this is why actually the evil it was very easy to become powerful.
So I wonder what would happen if everyone on Earth realized that there was more land. They just let's say that they discovered that there was more land, right? And they knew that the Earth was flat, and that there's energies within the system that we live that you can harness because it's not the globe spinning in space, as they say.
No,
So
this will be like, when in a prison you have a riot.
well, they would
That's
lose
how it
control,
will
wouldn't they?
be.
And that's what it's
Yeah,
about,
yeah,
right?
yeah. And we don't represent 30% of mankind, our community. We're a very small percent, a few millions of us, yeah, flat earthers. But you get like 10% of the world to know very well, then it will be propagating a lot.
Or wait, I wonder what goes through their mind while they're thinking, like when they believe that the Earth is a globe. Like, well, if it ends, like what goes through their mind if they're thinking about looking at the information and they're just like considering it and they're thinking, well, what if I look at this information and the information says the Earth is flat and level, and what if it's not curving? Like, I wonder what they think that would do. What would they be losing if that were the case? Like, what's the resistance to it? Is what I'm curious about.
Well,
Like, if
the
it's flat
resistance,
in their mind and it's not what they believe.
for example, I can tell you like my personal experience, a couple of friends and my cousin. Uh, my cousin, yeah, he's good in web design, coding, stuff like that. But he didn't finish, just only high school. He doesn't have a higher education. Okay, doing great in life, but when I told him like laughing, oh, Alex, how do you say those planets this and that, like all those pictures? And yeah, I tried to explain him. Still, no, it can be. And then other friends, common friends, they also are laughing, but we all have one friend in common who's a engineer, and I explained to him. I spoke with him about gas pressure, Pascal, like stuff like that, and he told me like, "Hey, look into Euler's laws, stuff like that. Read that guy. He recommended to me because he understood me what I'm talking about, and he agreed with me. Like after 1 week, he was like, "Hey, I did look, I did search, like from an engineering view perspective, you know, doing the maths and stuff. And hey, what you're saying, true, you know, I checked it. Yeah, I showed him the FE core measurement PDF. He read it all, and he said, "This what's saying here, true." This is the engineers. The other colleagues, friends that only finished high school, they are still with their monkey baseball, helium, really
being right is addictive. Sleeping.
Get you put everybody to sleep.
Yeah, I
I
was
told you, man. It's
thinking.
like when you get going, and it's this. I can't help it. You're gonna go to sleep.
Yeah, I was thinking to sing like one elephant was swinging on a spider's web.
Okay.
Okay.
What's going on here, fellers, girls, gals, and guys?
I'm still, my mind is short. NASA term,
Your mind
destroy
shorted out?
technology. Yeah, on this NASA term, destroy technology. Yeah, we don't believe in destroyed technology. Big problem for us. We need NASA to lick our eyes so we can see. We spoke Indian
NASA
monkey.
tells the truth. That's the last I heard. I heard that NASA
Yeah.
never lies. They tell the entire truth.
Nothing but the truth.
That's what somebody on Witsit Stream said the other night. Somebody said, yeah, the government's lie, but NASA don't.
NASA, the
It was funny.
snake, the snake's tongue. When I saw that picture meme to NASA Chevron as snake tongue, it was like, oh my god, I couldn't see that. And I often wonder about the NASA Chevron. What does what does that thing arrow mean? Because it wasn't an arrow.
What, the forked tongue? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. It's a snake tongue.
Yeah, the snake tongue, the liar's tongue.
Yeah. In the 90s, I was watching, like, what's the point of this? I had people telling me that symbol represents like some sort of vector. It has to do with rockets and stuff.
but it didn't make any sense to me because it was curved.
Well, it's NASA. It means to deceive in Hebrew, and so yeah, the deception, the liar's tongue, the forked tongue. Yeah, that's what it means.
I bought a bottle of Coke, the lid so swollen. I think when I gonna open this one, it's gonna make like explode. I think it's from the heat, been exposed to hot.
Well, there's enough of that going around right now. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Man, it rains so much. The last 3 days, every day at night.
I'm surprised we haven't heard more people dying from heat stroke. Usually when it gets this hot, you hear on the news about the elderly people dying from heat stroke and stuff. I'm sure it's going on, which I hate to hear that, but man, it's been hot out there.
The heat is killing us, and it's raining too much. We have floods and mudslides. People
What area are
dying,
you in,
know?
Godrock?
I just drank some coffee.
No, what area do you live?
What do I live?
Yeah,
Utah.
So I don't know. I don't know about you. I remember when I was a young kid. My grandmother raised me, and I remember my grandmother always telling me, you know, make sure you drink plenty of water. And then she would say, because it's such and such degrees outside. And it was always like when she would say that, it would every year. She would say that every year during. I mean, it was triple digit temperatures, like 100 and something, right? It was triple digit temperatures, and when she would like be on me to drink more water. So I remember having triple digit temperatures for at least a couple weeks to a month out of the year, every year.
Yeah, we've had triple digits here probably at least 5 or 6 times so far this summer. Maybe not quite as many as some other summers, but yeah, it's been over 100, at least half a dozen times, maybe more. I haven't paid that much attention to it, but it's definitely been 100 plus. Quite, several days at least here this summer.
Yeah, we had here like 112, 115.
Oh, jeez. And it gets really hot in St. George in Utah, and the southern part of Utah, it gets really hot down. I heard 112 already this year down there. It's close to Vegas. It's not too far from Vegas, and it gets 120 down. It's not abnormal to see temperatures of 120 in St. George and Las Vegas. But up where I live way up north, very top of the state, so it's not quite as hot here.
Well, I don't get it, man, because it's like these people with these farms. Either they're not paying attention. I don't think they're paying attention. Maybe some of them do. Maybe they do. I don't know. But maybe there's just nothing they can do about it. But if you have farms and you get flooded out and you can't plant, and then you end up having, just to be able to make it, you end up having to sell your farm to FEMA. It's like, it doesn't make sense to me. I would be pissed knowing that they manipulate the weather. They geoengineer and they manipulate the weather, and then your farm gets flooded, and they're doing it, and yet you don't get pissed.
Oh yeah, I think there should be laws against that, making people sell their farms in times of when they're stressful situations going on or whatever, like bad weather, flooding, natural disasters, heat wave, anything like that. They should not be able to force you to. There should be relief bills and stuff for people like that. It should be just the opposite, in my opinion.
I mean, they didn't make them as if they told them that they had to. They pretty much had to survive because, well, I mean, if they need the money, I mean, you have to survive, right? But they were unable to plant, and it flooded so much for so long that they couldn't even try to get a lazy. They couldn't plant anything at all. So it's like that's their livelihood, and so the only way that they could make it, and they knew that. So, but the fact that they're doing this, and there's evidence that they're causing damage. Why aren't? It's like people are so brainwashed. I don't even want to use the word brainwashed, but I mean they are brainwashed, but it's even worse than that.
Well, they got you used to with the masks now. Just because soon they start this new internet thing, and it's going to affect the way we assimilate oxygen. You're going to need to buy a bottle of oxygen, carry with you, just like in the movie. They showed us so many times. This world stage where the world is uninhabited, to live underground, bunkers, controlled climate. So you become fully dependent on the system. You won't be able to get out of your house to your work. It's gonna be horrible, horror movie. I'm not saying it's 100%. Hey, yeah, technologically we have this capability. They can do this to us, and we wouldn't even know. They already are blaming climate change. Yeah, so whatever shit they are doing, they're gonna say, "Oh, it's climate change. We told you, don't." And these cars, the electric, you can have a tank with oxygen, so breathe in the car, you can travel. But it's gonna be AI driven. If you're not going in a business purpose interest, then why would you go there without a permit, specific reason? When they shout lights out, they want everybody indoors. But they did it.
I hate to always be so repetitive, but I mean, it is what it is. If that's what it is, it's like Stockholm Syndrome. The people know. They know that they're doing it, but then they will fight and argue to defend those that are doing it. But I think it's more than that, though.
In 2015, I came out from prison. I got released through the Iron Gate, and when 2020 hit, I was like, the world just got imprisoned. That's what it looked to me. Like 8 o'clock, lights out. You have the militia, the guardian, coming, locking the door. Yeah, so if I was going out in Germany at nighttime, yeah, I would see police cars driving by in villages, They were driving every street. Your papers, permit, ID. The only way you could be out was if you were going at work, business.